Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber, and thanks for joining us. The third week of the double murder trial for rapper YNW Melly is slated to start up any minute. This is 24-year-old Jamell Demons. He stands accused of killing his two friends, Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas Jr. Now, the two victims, who went by stage names YNW Sakchaser and YNW Juvy, they were on their way back from a recording session with the Murder on My Mind rapper and his co-defendant, Cortlen Henry, on the day in question. Now, Demons and Henry claim that October 2018 incident was a drive-by shooting, but authorities later found evidence to suggest that the shooting actually took place from inside the vehicle. Now, last week we heard from a slew of witnesses, including a DNA analyst and an undercover detective, and I actually want to start with that undercover detective while we wait for court to resume this morning, because this is the testimony of Detective Danny Polo with the Broward County Sheriff's Office, and you will notice that we are not showing his face as to protect his identity. Check it out.
So you talked about doing gang investigations. What does a gang investigation entail?
You initially start, a lot of times you start by, you get complaints from the neighborhood, whatever neighborhood is being affected by gang violence, or just you observe shootings that are happening in a certain area, and you start looking into it to see if it's random or if there's something more organized going on. A lot of times we find that these violent crimes are being committed by members of criminal gangs, and once we've identified the criminal gang, the main goal is to identify which criminal gang it is. That way we know how to approach it. Some gangs are more structured than others. Some are very informal and don't have much structure at all.
So Detective Polo, if we could just go on a little bit on that, as the types of criminal gangs.
Sure.
Can you define for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what would be a national organized criminal gang?
Well, the national, they're called national gangs because they're found in multiple states. Doesn't mean every single state will have every single one of these gangs. So that most people see on TV, the Bloods, Crips, Gangster Disciples, the Mafia, biker gangs, motorcycle gangs. These are national gangs. They have chapters, sets, they call them sets, or lineups, in multiple states, multiple jurisdictions, all over the country.
Polo, you also mentioned that sometimes they're a little less organized. Could you explain what a neighborhood street gang or hybrid gang is?
Neighborhood street gang is just that. When you have a neighborhood that hasn't, you have a group of 3 or more individuals involved in criminal activity, ongoing criminal activity, and they decide to take on common hand signs, colors, symbols, clothing, anything to unify them and show that they are a group. And they operate sometimes within a city, or they can operate within multiple jurisdictions, but they're working together and they've adopted these common identifiers. These gangs sometimes eventually will report to or turn into national gangs, but for the most part, there's many neighborhood street gangs. You can have one neighborhood, one 10 by 10 blocks of a neighborhood where you have 5 different gangs operating within that neighborhood. They might get along, they might not get along.
Okay, so in terms of the amount of time or resources that you put into a gang investigation, how long does it take?
We work every case differently because some of these cases require years of investigation because the gang might be very, very structured, or just have a lot of financial support due to whatever crime they're committing, and those gangs are a little harder to tackle. So you have to invest a lot more time, a lot more money, a lot more resources into dismantling this type of organization.
Okay, so I'm joined right now by psychologist Dr. John Delatorre. He's joining me. Good morning, doctor. Thank you so much for coming on. I feel like I have a lot to talk to you about with this case, but I'm going to start right now with the gang part of this. So we're learning a lot what goes into gang investigations. We're figuring out how they're organized, what makes them a unit. I'm curious because we have to go back to the motive here in this case. The motive is, and at least that's what I can establish from the prosecution, that the defendant YNW Melly was part of the G-Shine Bloods, and maybe as a way to show his loyalty, he would have killed his two friends. What should we be thinking about in terms of gang mindset and gang culture?
I mean, it is certainly possible that that kind of request would be made. But the problem is that if they were all members of the same gang, you wouldn't necessarily want to get rid of members who would be earning for the gang. So other members who might be contributing through, selling drugs or whatever other organized criminal activity. So you don't necessarily want to do that. Typically, when we hear of these kinds of tasks being levied upon one of the gang members, it's usually because they've done something outside of the gang organization, that they're somehow being punished, that maybe they weren't as loyal. So in order to prove that loyalty, then they have to engage in a task that most people wouldn't actually want to be a part of, because we have to remember, these gangs operate as pseudo families. Right, that these individuals feel compelled to be a part and spread the love that you would see in a family, but because they don't have it as a legitimate family, they find it through this organized crime structure. And so it would be an unusual task to levy against someone within the gang culture. Now, certainly possible outside the gang, but I don't know. It's a very curious task that was being asked upon him, if that was accurate.
Now, later on in his testimony, he discusses more of the details about gang rules and how to move up the ranks. I want to listen to some of that. Again, this is from Undercover Officer Detective Danny Polo.
Detective, you talked about how people are promoted through the ranks.
Yes.
Is that reflected in this document?
In this one page?
Yes.
No, it's just the principles of the gang.
Oh.
Specific things that meanings they gave to symbols that they have within the organization. So like the 5-point star, they give meaning to each point of that star. Pyramid, what the pyramid means. The crown, the 5-point crown.
Okay. Moving on to the titled 23 Rules. Was that this is, so it's clear for the record, the second attachment on this email?
Yes. These are all rules you'd be expected to abide by.
Number 12, communicate with someone on the lineup. Is that the term you defined earlier?
Tapping in, yeah. You need to make sure to report to your up your chain.
Okay. Moving on to the third attachment, what is this one called?
5 ways of banging up. This is how acts and ways that you can move up within the ranks, ways that you're expected to participate and do things for your organization, for the gang.
Okay. In terms of...
So, are we all ready to proceed, counsel?
Yes, sir, we just have to have the witness run around.
Lieutenant Director?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. See if check on it.
I don't think it's cold enough in there, Judge.
Would you start?
Why should today be different than any other day?
Called them Friday, told them that you complained about it on Thursday. It was a little too warm in here for you. They said they were going to adjust it accordingly.
I appreciate it.
It's the Easter eggs for things.
There's no happy medium in life.
Could we approach off the record?
Sure, we've got one screen.
Were part of the G Shine Bloods, this offshoot of the Blood Gang. So again, it makes me curious if he was a part of it and they weren't, perhaps he killed them as a form of loyalty. That's what the allegation is being put forward by the prosecution. But doctor, I want to ask you something more about the witness, Detective Polo. We're not showing his face, but what the jury saw was him wearing essentially a robber mask, like a ski mask. You can only see his eyes. And that had an effect on at least one of the jury in general. They sent 2 notes. One juror was almost traumatized. It triggered her because it reminded her of a robbery that she had seen in the past or maybe was a part of. And then the other jurors or there was one note from one other juror that they were concerned that why can he see them and they can't see him? Now, I'm curious about what you make of the jurors' perception of Detective Danny Polo and if it's distracting them from what he's saying about the gang culture.
I do think it is a bit of a distraction. Now, I think that there might be some jurors who'd be a little bit more sophisticated and understanding that infiltrating an organized crime family like a gang or anything like that, even one as disorganized as a neighborhood street gang, still requires a tremendous amount of effort by the police. But if you live in a community in which crime is rampant and these kinds of imagery is constantly being shown to you, right, it's automatically going to elicit all different kinds of negative emotions, and it's going to make you focus on those negative emotions rather than the material that is being testified to. So yeah, it's a double-edged sword where you want to protect the officer's identity, but you also got to understand that by doing what you did, by putting him in a mask like that kind of mask, I'm sure there were other ways that you could have protected his identity. By doing that, it was automatically going to elicit certain kinds of emotions that may be too distracting for jury members to actually manage at that time.
And let me ask you this, the mere mention of the term gang and the fact that the prosecution is putting this in there, does that bias a jury? Do you think there's such negative connotations with the gang culture that that might influence them improperly and not weigh this the way that they should and automatically say that the YNW Melly is part of this gang, he must have killed these 2 people? I'm curious what you think about the connotation regarding G Shine Bloods, gang, and we're listening to all this.
Yeah, absolutely. But that could actually be part of trial tactics, right? You want to get the jury to feel and to emote in a way that's not so overwhelming, but gets
to Law and Crime, everybody. So we're waiting for day 8 of the double murder trial for rapper YNW Melly to start up. 24-year-old Jamell Demons stands accused of killing his 2 friends back in October of 2018. And as we wait for the proceedings to start up this morning, I do want to talk about the juror issues that arose last week. As we spoke about in the last block on Thursday, an undercover detective was called to the stand to give insight on gang culture and to protect his identity. He was masked, and while this didn't really sit right with one juror, and they were actually brought in to have a little conversation with Judge Murphy about it. Let's take a look.
Messages during the last witness's testimony, and the first one said, I don't feel comfortable. Why does he get to see us, but we can't see him? That's your message to me?
Yes.
And the second was, I need a moment. I can't listen properly. When I was a child, I've seen someone get robbed and am having an anxiety attack.
Yes.
And I guess my concern is, are you able to sit as a juror, or you think this is too much for you? I'm trying to figure out, and that's why we took a little extended lunch break to figure out whether you feel comfortable and you're up to it.
Yes, I feel comfortable, but I just don't think it was appropriate for someone to be masked up like that. And plus, you guys didn't even tell us. Like, you don't know what people have been through, so it just shocked me, like I was shocked. So, yeah. But I do feel like I can handle it. But that just wasn't appropriate.
I'm sorry?
I said I don't believe that was appropriate.
Well, some things I make certain decisions about things, and then we go forward with it, and I instruct jurors. And are you think you'd be able to follow those instructions, and you pay attention to the evidence? Or do you think that you're concerned about the masking that is going to affect your ability to follow the instructions and follow the evidence?
Yes, I can listen and follow the evidence now that I know he's going to have on mask. I can listen.
And the anxiety issue, we're past that, you're okay?
Yeah, I took my medication.
Thank you.
Dr. John, we talked about this before. It's a unique situation. I've never seen it before. You have this witness who needs to be concealed for safety reasons. I've seen that. But making this a juror issue where jurors extremely uncomfortable, the Judge Murphy made the call by letting them continue to serve on the jury. He didn't, excuse this juror. And I'm curious if that was the right decision in your mind, because to have this juror step up and say, I don't think it was appropriate, and say that they were triggered by this, I mean, do you want that juror sitting on the jury?
I think it comes down to the statement that she had made, which was, I just didn't know, right? Had she had known that this individual was going to be testifying in a mask, right? In particular, in a mask, then...
For preserve the record, we renew our objection to the witness testifying with a mask.
Judge, we're good. All right, bring it.
Jury entering.
sworn to reflect the presence of the defendants as counsel. Please be seated. The Assistant State Attorney, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and our witness, Danny Polo. Please have a seat, sir. I just want to remind you that you remain under oath. All right?
Yes, sir.
So you all have a nice weekend, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're going to pick up where we left off on Thursday. So, Madam State, I think you were still on your examination of this witness.
That's correct.
You may proceed.
Thank you. You are the same Detective Danny Polo that was here last week?
Same one, different suit.
Okay. Same mask?
Same mask.
Okay, we had left off on page 24, publishing what is been admitted into evidence as State 70. Okay, going on to, this is still the chat with the number that's saved in as Gino. So going now, I'm going to skip ahead to page 28. I want to make sure it's visible so everybody can read it. The name G-O-O-N, Goon.
Yes.
Is that an individual you were able to identify?
Yes.
And who is that?
His name is Isaiah Eberhart. I don't think I'm pronouncing the last name correctly.
Okay, going down here. The message that is coming in from the ending in 9807 phone number. What in this particular message from September 29th of 2018 tells you that this is somehow affiliated with G-Shine or GKB?
The first indication that it's blood related would be taking out the letter C from creeping, putting a K, and then the second one would be the use of the term herc, which is common to be used between members of GKB.
Okay.
To address themselves, address each other.
So going now to page 29 of State 70, and the message from Gino, contact on October 4th of 2018. With regards to this message, if you could please read it aloud for the jury.
You are a truly talented, beloved. It's an honor to lead you. Thanks for the opportunity. I won't let you down.
Can you make any opinions or conclusions from that message about the relationship between the person identified as Gino and the person who's on the other side of the conversation ending in 9807?
Well, the first thing I want to note on this message is the word honor is in all caps. That's one of the it's one of the words associated to certain G-Shine blood symbols: honor, respect, loyalty. So the fact that Gino made that all caps is indicative of just showing more additional blood-related language. Gino's expressing to the 9807 number. I got that right, 9807?
Yes.
9807 number, that he's that person, the 9807 number, is a talented individual, and he appreciates the opportunity.
Can you say about the rankings or the hierarchy between the two?
Based on the previous messages, Gino is one of the subjects that was above the 9807 number. He was one of the subjects involved in recruiting the 9807 number.
Okay. The response from the 9807 number, is this again using those same codes that you previously talked about on Thursday?
Yes, he says always, and he's just responding to the messages, and he calls him Herc, which is a common G-Shine, like saying bro or dude or something like that, or brother. DL stands for down low, which means I hear you, and SL is shine love.
Okay.
So it's G-Shine, shine love. It's one of the terms they use.
Okay, going to the next message on page 29. And if you could read that one aloud for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Quando denied saying anything about you, Q or the hood.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the hood is normally used to refer to?
The hood would be the blood organization or G-Shine organization. Specifically here, he mentions that he didn't say anything about, or he denied saying anything about not just the hood, but Q. And Q would be Jaquan Burton. That's what he goes by, Q-Shine.
And so the last two messages from the 9807 number and then the response from Gino. It's a little bigger, sorry.
9807 said, ain't worried. And Gino, he's gonna get his day, mark my words.
So I want to go forward, page 30. The message of October 6, 2018 at 12:05 a.m. If you could read the one that is right there in the center of the screen.
All right, Gino states, I'm on the line with Tall Godfather, GF. He wants a sit down with you and Jay Green. Jay Green is Jalen Green of Mr. Demons Associates, who happens to be part of a different G-Shine set. Me, you, Jay Green, and him.
Okay. Going now to that same page, the message on October 8th of 2018, 12:43 p.m. Can you read this message and then translate it, please?
To stay in tune is to communicate, bro. If you feel like it's too much, you can line up elsewhere, but you won't get the perks and respect you get now. The choice.
What does that translate to?
So based on context from the messages I read, the 9807 number wasn't checking in and communicating with members of Gino's lineup, Gino's set enough, and he's letting the 9807 number know that if it's too much for him, if he can't follow the rules and check in as it's required, then he can pick a different set, different blood set, different lineup. Specifically uses the word line up elsewhere, but he's saying their set has the most respect.
Okay. So going to page 31, I want to go to now the message from the 9807 phone number on October 23rd of 2018.
Just says beloved.
And then going on to October 24th of 2018 at 12:37 a.m. What does that message show?
The GKB or G-Shine, Gangsta Killer Blood, Oath.
Okay.
They go by many names, like I stated before.
Is this the same that was reflected in some of those emails that you had previously discussed?
I would have to go to the email, make sure see if it's word for word the same, but it's consistent with the G-Shine Oath.
Okay, and that was previously admitted as State 69. And State 68. Or the other two that we've run so far. So,
Thank you. You want to know what page I'm on?
please, if you could refer to one for that.
Page 4, under the rules, says oath / red alert. And I'll read directly from here first. I take this oath and solemnly swear to uphold, honor, and respect the rules and regulations that govern the Empire of Shine under the banner of the United Blood Nation. I take this oath to be responsible, trustworthy, and militant, for I am a reflection of this hood, and in parentheses, empire. From this day forward, I will no longer think or act as an individual, because I know my actions can affect others.
I take this oath and swear to be there for my brothers and sisters in a time of need and give them a sturdy shoulder to lean on, for my loyalty lies in G-Shine Empire.
So this one's a little bit different on that.
Right.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why there may be a difference between those two?
These Bibles, books of knowledge, they're handwritten most of the time or typed up like this, as you can tell. And this is probably like a notepad application on a computer. And everyone, as they learn it, they write it down. And you know, if you've ever played the game of telephone as a child, little things might change from one text to another. But for the most part, I believe it's pretty much almost the same.
Okay, going to the next message on October 24th.
Pardon, can we approach?
Ladies and gentlemen, I need a few minutes with the lawyers. Just put your notepad down, please. Don't discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case. Thank you. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel remain along with the defendant and the witnesses on the stand. Yes, counsel. Now, your objection was previously stated as you're objecting to this witness testifying wearing a mask. Based upon his testimony, I overruled the objection, and now you're suggesting you want to revisit that?
Yes, sir.
So go ahead and tell me, make your argument.
May I inquire from the witness?
Sure.
Sir, are you aware that your picture, along with your family, is on the internet as we sit here today?
Nope.
May I approach?
You may. Same thing you showed counsel Sidebar?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
May I show you what is a picture of mask? That is you and your family?
Yes, sir.
And that's on your wife's cash app?
Yes, sir.
Which is available to anyone who runs that, because we just ran it this morning.
I guess so. I did my best to keep things clean. I guess I missed that one.
We would object to him continuing to testify with his mask on based upon that as public record.
Your Honor, this is nothing that this witness put on. It was something that was done by a family member that he was unaware of. So based on that, Your Honor, the testimony is still truthful and accurate as to what he has done to protect his identity on that. So based on that particular item, I don't think that rises to that level.
Thank you. All right. Detective, can you step down for a second? Just wait outside.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I have a request.
Yes.
Can I briefly call my wife and make sure that she scrubs everything that I might have missed?
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
And Judge, we just asked to have defense counsel not to preserve that because that is something that it got out. There would be concerns for the safety of the witness on that. It's already been seen by the court and be described as such. But to preserve it or anything else on that could lead to safety issues for this witness would be very troubling.
We have no problem with that.
So that's agreed, all right. So, I'd like to hear what the witnesses finds out from his spouse. I guess my concern is, it's always something we're trying to balance things. The news crew has a right to be here and film what's going on in the courtroom. The defendant has a right of confrontation. Typically, it's face-to-face, but it's not hard and fast. The witness indicates there's threats on his life, and he's worried about his security of his family. And it's a balancing of all those things. So I don't know where this came from or how it was obtained. I don't know how you got a hold of the picture in the first place. You're saying it's on a Cash App?
So yeah, all you have to do, her phone number is listed, and when you put her in Cash App, the picture comes up.
Cash App is what?
So Cash App is similar to Zelle, Venmo, so it's if I want to send you money, or better yet, if you want to send me money, you have a Cash App, you send it to either my phone number or to my email, whatever I have set up. And most people do have pictures there. It is open to the public. Cash App is not one of, with Venmo, you can actually make things private. Cash App does not. So everything you do on Cash App is in the public domain.
Yeah, it seems a little concerning and troubling if they'd be looking at the witness's wife and family, the intent to cause them some sort of harm or to intimidate them in any way.
Well, I resent that, first of all. We have a right to confront the accuser. They made a representation. It turns out to be incorrect. So, quite candidly, I resent any implication that we're trying to put anyone in danger. Quite to the contrary.
Now you'll be in recess. When you want to step out, find out, if he's able to find out that the information will be in recess. You need a restroom break, Mr. Demons?
Sir.
No? All right.
I know.
You want to know what page I'm on?
Please, if you could refer to one for that.
All right, Dr. John, so these communications, when text messages are revealed in a court of law, they tell so much about what might have been going on at the time. What are you taking away from these conversations?
There's a conflictual nature here, right? That there's some times when maybe things aren't going the way that they anticipated going, right? That you got to follow the rules, you got to get out, right? That there's some hesitation in some places. I'm not quite seeing why, right? We're not quite understanding where all of this stuff is coming from, but it certainly is interesting that when someone's kind of falling out of line, someone else is right there to get them back in line, to remind them of the rules and regulations of the game.
All right, let's jump back. Actually, we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll jump back live. Stay with us here on Law&Crime. A lot more to cover. for tuning back into our coverage of the YNW Melly double murder trial. The Murder on My Mind rapper is on his 8th day of trial in the Broward County Courthouse for 2 counts of first-degree murder and the shooting deaths of his friends. Undercover Detective Danny Polo with the Broward County Sheriff's Office was called back to the stand this morning. Now, of course, after the defense stated their objection, or restated their objection to him wearing a mask, we're going to go back into the courtroom. And what he's doing is reading these text messages that seem to show the oath to a gang. And remember, that is what the prosecution is putting forward here, that if the defendant, Mr. YNW Melly, had this allegiance to the G Shine Bloods, which he was allegedly a part of, that oath, that loyalty, did he kill his friends as a way to show where he stood with this gang? Let's go back and listen to more.
Page 4, under the rules, says oath /red alert. And I'll read directly from here first. I take this oath and solemnly swear to uphold, honor, and respect the rules and regulations that govern the Empire of Shine under the banner of the United Blood Nation. I take this oath to be responsible, trustworthy, and militant, for I am a reflection of this hood, and in parentheses, empire. From this day forward, I will no longer think or act as an individual, because I know my actions can affect others. I take this oath and swear to be there for my brothers and sisters in a time of need and give them a sturdy shoulder to lean on, for my loyalty lies in G-Shine Empire.
So this one's a little bit different on that.
Right.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why there may be a difference between those two?
These Bibles, books of knowledge, they're handwritten most of the time or typed up like this, as you can tell, and this is probably like a notepad application on a computer, and everyone, as they learn it, they write it down. And you know, if you've ever played the game of telephone as a child, little things might change from one text to another, but for the most part, I believe it's pretty much almost the same.
Okay, going to the next message on October 24th.
Pardon, can we approach?
Doctor, how strong is that oath in a gang?
It depends on your belief within the oath. Right now, there's some other factors that are obviously at play when it comes to gang culture. Right, obviously is the family aspect, the pseudo-family aspect, but it's also a part of belonging. These kinds of things, all these rules and regulations, they're meant to be as both external and internal controls. The more you believe that these things are reality and the more it's going to bring you family and love and money and everything else, then the more stronger it's going to be. So it really is about your belief in them more than just them being things on their own.
So I'll tell you what, right now, I think there are arguments that are happening outside the presence of the jury. Let's dip in and hear what's going on.
Jury stepped out, counsel remain along with the defendant and the witnesses on the stand. Yes, counsel, now your objection was previously stated as you're objecting to this witness testifying wearing a mask. Based upon his testimony, I overruled the objection, and now you're suggesting you want to revisit that?
Yes, sir.
So go ahead and tell me, make your argument.
May I inquire from the witness?
Sure.
Sir, are you aware that your picture, along with your family, is on the internet as we sit here today?
Nope.
May I approach?
You may. Same thing you showed counsel Sidebar?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
May I show you what this is a picture I'm asking if that is you and your family?
Yes, sir.
And that's on your wife's Cash App?
Yes, sir.
Which is available to anyone who runs that, because we just ran it this morning.
I guess so. I did my best to keep things clean. I guess I missed that one.
We would object to him continuing to testify with his mask on based upon that as public record.
Here, this is nothing that this witness put on. It was something that was done by a family member that he was unaware of. So based on that, and the testimony is still truthful and accurate as to what he has done to protect his identity on that. So based on that particular item, I don't think that rises to that level.
Thank you. All right, Detective, can you step down for a second? Just wait outside.
Yes, Your Honor, I have a request.
Yes.
Can I briefly call my right?
Doctor, this is interesting, right? He's covering his face to protect his identity. You and I talked about the fact that you still know his name. He's not wearing the mask when he was outside of the actual courtroom. And now we have learned that there is a picture of his face on the internet, on the Cash app, I think from his wife. So the defense is saying, why are you still wearing the mask? It's not necessary, and my client has a right to face one of the witnesses against him. Who do you is right here?
I mean, the police department has some real issues with some operational security when it comes to this thing. He couldn't tell his wife to take the picture down. I mean, he's an undercover officer. Listen, at this point now, if people know what his face actually looks like, then he can never go undercover again. His entire cover is blown. At this point now, take the mask off.
I don't know. I mean, it's still, how important is it for the defendant to see, or the jury to see, the witness? Many times we have cases where you're hearing the testimony of somebody who is not even directly in the courtroom, right? So they have pre-taped deposition testimony that comes in. It's pre-recorded. They're not physically present. Sometimes their older testimony from an older trial is put in for different reasons. Maybe the witness passed away or is not available. So you run into those considerations. Is it that important to see his face for the jury and for the defendant?
I think it's more about the procedure of things, right? The issue of fairness, right? So no one is guaranteed a perfect trial. They're just guaranteed a fair one. And I think under these aspects, I'm willing to forgive this idea that he has to wear a mask to conceal his identity. But at this point now, his identity has been blown. And I think we have to revert back to policies and procedures that we have in place for the fairness of the trial. And I think at this point, I mean, what's the mask actually doing if anybody can just go on Cash App, find his wife, and find him?
It's a scary situation. I mean, you can understand it. And going back to the substance of what he's saying and, trying to connect the defendant to this gang, is it possible that the loyalty of somebody to a gang can be stronger than their loyalty of friends or family? We have about 40 seconds.
No, absolutely, and that's the key. That's the insidious part, is that it ends up being more favorable to the gang rather than friends or family, which is how you can end up in a potential situation like this.
Yeah, I mean, that's the allegation. We know that that's being denied by the defense, and I'll be very curious to see what the cross-examination will be by the defense of Detective Danny Polo. But right now we're dealing with the issue of, will we see his face or not during the course of these proceedings? Because that's a whole different issue. Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll jump live into that courthouse and see what happens next in the YNW Melly trial. welcome back to Law and Crime, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber. Thanks for joining us. The third week of the double murder trial for rapper YNW Melly is underway. 24-year-old Jamell Demons stands accused of killing his two friends, Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas Jr. These two victims, who went by the stage names YNW Sakchaser and YNW Juvy, were on their way back from a recording session with the Murder on My Mind rapper, as well as his co-defendant, Cortlen Henry, on the day in question. Now, Demons and Henry claim that October 2018 incident was a drive-by shooting, but authorities later found evidence to suggest that the shooting actually took place from inside the vehicle. Right now, we're continuing to listen to some arguments outside the presence of the jury about undercover detective Danny Polo, who has become so controversial, not so much the substance of what he is saying, but his appearance, because the judge ruled he can unmask. He was wearing this mask to ultimately protect his identity. He works in the gang unit, but there was a back and forth about his image might already be online through his wife's Cash app. So the judge ruled that he can unmask, but he will not be permitted, but we're not going to be permitted to show him on camera for his safety. But with that, let's get back to the Broward County courtroom to finish up these arguments and hear what went down.
Make sure that she scrubs everything that I might have missed.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
And Judge, we just asked that to have the defense counsel not to preserve that, because that is something that it got out. There would be concerns for the safety of the witness on that. It's already been seen by the court and be described as such. But to preserve it, or anything else on that could lead to safety issues for this witness would be very troubling.
We have no problem with that.
So that's agreed. All right. So, I'd like to hear what the witnesses finds out from his spouse. I guess my concern is, it's always something we're trying to balance things. The news crew has a right to be here and film what's going on in the courtroom. The defendant has a right of confrontation. Typically, it's face-to-face. But, it's not hard and fast. The witness indicates there's threats on his life, and he's worried about his security of his family. And it's a balancing of all those things. So I don't know where this came from or how it was obtained. I don't know how you got a hold of the picture in the first place. You're saying it's on a Cash app?
So yeah, all you have to do, her phone number is listed, and when you put her in Cash App, the picture comes up.
Cash app is what?
So Cash App is similar to Zelle, Venmo, so it's if I want to send you money, or better yet, if you want to send me money, you have a Cash App, you send it to either my phone number or to my email, whatever I have set up. And most people do have pictures there. It is open to the public. Cash App is not one of, with Venmo, you can actually make things private. Cash App does not. So everything you do on Cash App is in the public domain.
Yeah, it seems a little concerning and troubling if they'd be looking at the witness's wife and family with the intent to cause them some sort of harm or to intimidate them in any way.
Well, I resent that, first of all. We have a right to confront the accuser. They made a representation. It turns out to be incorrect. So, quite candidly, I resent any implication that we're trying to put anyone in danger. Quite to the contrary.
Now, you'll be in recess when you want to step out, find out, if he's able to find out that the information will be in recess.
What a disaster this is. I'm here with psychologist Dr. John Delatorre. I can't tell what I'm more upset about. That the idea here, I assumed, and I tried to look, I'm not going to lie to you, I tried to look online for Detective Danny Polo to see if there were any pictures. I mean, other than him testifying, and I think it was the XXX Tentacion trial, you could see just him wearing the mask. Couldn't find any photos of him. The fact that there is a Cash app that's being used by his wife and his photo is on it, I imagine, he said he had no idea about it. I imagine that's going to be a tense conversation later. But also the fact that we even know about it. should this not have even been broadcast and put on the record? Because I feel like if this is really a safety concern and his identity is an issue, why we know his name, now we know his photo, where it can be found. What do you make of this?
Yeah, at this point now, I don't know that we really needed him. Now, this has been a fascinating exercise in understanding the G-Shine network as it stands there in Broward County, but I don't know that we necessarily needed it. As a police and public safety psychologist, I would have to tell him that he's never going undercover again. This image is out there now. Open source intelligence, operational security, all of his cases that he has open right now, he's getting pulled out immediately. Just now that we know that there's an image of him, anybody can find him, and he's now in more danger than he was had he just shown his face from the entire beginning. So I don't know that we've learned anything new about YNW Melly from his testimony so far, other than we just know what G-Shine is and how they operate.
Well, last week he did mention YNW Melly a few times and tried to explain his connection, the language that he uses in messages, certain statements that were made. And I think that it was more so last week than than what we're seeing today. But, you know, in a case where the defense talks about how the prosecution and law enforcement engaged in a sloppy investigation, I don't want to be critical, but it seems to me, didn't the prosecution know that this was going to create such a big issue? Could they not have found a different expert in this field where identity wouldn't have been an issue?
I think so, right? Maybe the captain of the gang.
You see it? The record reflects the presence of the defendant, Mr. Demons, his counsel, and his state attorneys. Yes, so where are we at, Councilman?
Yeah, put me up first.
Sure.
to Law&Crime, so we're waiting for day 8 of the double murder trial for rapper YNW Melly to start up again. 24-year-old Jamell Demons stands accused of killing his 2 friends back in October of 2018. The trial was on a recess while Judge Murphy decided what to do about undercover detective Danny Polo and his mask, a continuing controversial issue. It has been decided that he will take off his mask when they return to finish up his testimony. However, we will not be showing his face at all. And as we wait for these proceedings to continue, I want to listen to some of his testimony from last week. So putting aside his appearance, let's listen to the substance of what he had to say.
Is there a special vocabulary that you learned during the course of listening to wiretaps?
So every gang has every culture has their own way of speaking. So a lot of gangs come up with codes, code words. Some organizations that aren't gangs have the same thing, and you have to decipher them basically.
Can I see you for a second? We're in recess for a minute. Can I see you? Camera crew. Jason, is it? Or Joshua?
And founders of these gangs that are now no longer in prison do podcasts and talk about how the gangs were formed, when they were formed, who did what kind of violence they had to commit, why they were created, whether they were created because they needed to form to protect themselves.
Yeah, you bring it. Yes, sir. You can take off your mask.
Yes, sir.
Over. State's objection, Your Honor, based on the previous issues.
Jury entering. Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendants, Demons' counsel, the assistant state attorneys, the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and our witness, Mr. Polo, remains on the stand. Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you. Okay, Detective Polo, we left off talking about the G-Shine oath and the slight differences between them. The next message on October 24th of 2018 discusses coming up with a handle. What is a handle?
It's like a nickname, a moniker, something that you would assign yourself as your gang name, kind of like your Instagram handle or your Cash App handle.
And then is that put in again and responded as that definition for what a handle is on October 24th of 2018?
Yeah, that says right there. Then the books would be referring to the G-Shine book, the book of membership.
Okay. Going to October 26th of 2018, on this, there's a message from Gino to the 9807 phone number. What does it say?
Asking if he's good. It said, bro, you good?
Okay. Continuing on, the next message from Gino to the 9807 phone number.
In this message, Gino states, we here for you, bro. Just let us know what you need.
Okay. And in terms of the time frame on this case, are you aware of when the homicides occurred?
Yeah, I believe these messages were sent after the homicide.
Okay. So going on to October 27th of 2018.
What page are you on? I'm sorry.
Still on page 32. The last message on that. If you could read that one aloud.
I went through what you're going through. It hurts, but it's like when you go into the next level, the people you love die. It's so that they can protect you better from the sky.
Okay. In terms of additional messages in this, and I'm going to go forward now to page 35. There's again a reference to homies. Is that something that's commonly associated with blood or G-Shine members?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people just say that's my homie or something, but in the gang world, your big homie is the person that brought you in. The homies would be people within your organization. There'd be different ways to reference that.
Okay, going forward now to page 38. There is a message 920-445-5126. Do you see that particular message? And who is that identified?
The Godfather
Okay.
is referencing the GF.
And so then again, to put that next to what's been previously omitted as State 69, 920-445-5126. Are those the same phone numbers?
Yeah, that's the phone number for Keith Stevens. They call him Stretch.
And could you explain where Gino would fall in the lineup under Stretch?
He's below Stretch.
Okay.
They're referring to Stretch as the Godfather, so he would be one step below the Godfather head, the person that reports straight to the council in New York, the UBN,
Okay.
United Blood Nation Council.
And then if you could explain November 28, 2018, the message that's sent from the 9807 phone number.
The 9807 number messages him, tell him that's my calling from the 772 number. So he's explaining to tell the Godfather that he's going to be the one calling from the 772 number.
And that's the area code that the 9807 phone number starts with?
Yes, 772-713-9807.
Okay. In terms of the response, and then from the 9807 again, the LMAO beloved, and then why is it significant to have the 5 instead of an S in RISE?
So I don't recall if we went over it during the description of the United Blood Nation and the Bloods. So a quick breakdown would be the United Blood Nation is the East Coast faction of the Bloods. As I stated before, they were started in California on the West Coast. The East Coast, they began what's called the UBN. The UBN fell under another alliance called the People Nation. And the People Nation, they came up with sign symbols and things to separate them from Folk Nation, which was an alliance of other gangs like Crips, GDs, and many other right? So one of the signs and symbols of People Nation and the Bloods, since they try to keep these signs and symbols kind of the same, so that you don't have one group with the number 5 and the other group with the number 4 and the other group with the number 6. They all align under the 5, right? So the number 5 is significant to them. That's why they throw up the 5-point star, 5-point crown. A lot of things they use have the number 5 in it. So they'll sometimes replace, like when they replace C's with B's or X's, they'll use the number 5 to show their allegiance to the UBN and to People Nation.
So I'm going to go to December 2nd of 2018. There is a image that's here, and I'm going to have to switch over to the digital version.
What page?
This is on page 39.
Okay, in this particular image, were you able to identify the co-defendant, Cortlen Henry?
Yes.
And where is he looking in that one photo?
Can I stand up, Roman?
You can say that.
Let me see if I can get something to point with, Your Honor. So
It's on touchscreen, right? This time.
that's not, so. I'm going to go ahead and give you a wireless mouse. It doesn't really work on this screen particularly well, but if you could come around this side, stay that direction, please. And if you could point to Cortlen Henry. Okay, so it's not working on that screen on that, so just if you keep your back. Okay. Okay, do you see the individual identified as Jamell Demons in this picture?
Subject right there.
Okay.
G-Shine.
The other individuals that are in this photo, were you able to identify them?
Yes.
And who are they?
This is Jamon Mitchell. He was in the email chain sent through the YNW Melly booking Gmail account. This is Jaquan Burton, Q-Shine, or Herc, as saved on the phone. This is Derek Dixon, aka Gino, saved on the 9807 phone number.
And the hand signs and symbols that are being shown, what are they indicative of?
So this hand sign right here, that's a big B for blood. This right here is G-Shine, same hand sign that Melly or Mr. Demons is throwing up. Same hand sign he puts on his music albums and commonly uses. It's a specific hand sign just to G-Shine to be Gangster Killer Bloods. Well, this is a universal hand sign for Bloods. This is universal hand sign for Bloods. This This is specific to Gangster Killer Bloods.
Okay, so I'm going to go and scroll down further on that same page, same 39. Proceed.
Thank you.
So going down here on December 12th of 2018, there's a message from, again, the Gino to the 9807 phone number. If you could read that message aloud.
Are you a Ruru? I was thinking you should drop a few chains and give them to the gang. That'll show people who you connected with. It's not mandatory, just a thought.
Okay. The response.
Not everybody, of course.
Is there a dues or tithing that's required as for membership in a criminal gang?
Yeah, as described in the oath and many times throughout the Bible, it's not about the individual, it's about the collective. The mere fact that he wasn't even communicating with Gino and with his lineup enough, that was enough for them to say, you're not doing enough for us. And now, to step further, we need to be brought to these shows, and you should buy this some jewelry, because that jewelry's not cheap.
Okay, so then the next message from December 12th says you're in the position to be a young Don. What is a young Don?
Higher up, captain.
Okay. Is that one of the ranks?
They didn't reference that name as in their Bible as what they call their ranks. So I think it's just like a term related to the mafia, Don.
Okay. And the response from the 9807 phone number is?
Let's do it.
Okay. Then Gino continues on in the next message on 12/12/2018, still on page 40. In that message that's up there, is there other terms and things that you see that would be indicative of G-Shine or Gangster Killer Bloods?
Yes, so I'll read it and then I'll go through it. Bet that, Ascari. But seriously, I want you to really think about the power you possess, little brother. I'm just here to show you how to use it. So the first thing is Gino is addressing the 9807 number as Ascari, which is a rank. It's not like saying blood or homie or any of the other, or Herc or twin. He's specifically calling him Ascari. It would be like calling him general if he was in one of the first floor, second floor, third floor, fourth floor, fifth floor general spots, or Godfather, something to that effect. He's saying Ascari, you are an Ascari. And we know that based off his email where he has a document that says you have now ascended to the position of Ascari. So this reaffirms that. And then Gino explains, I want you to think about the power you possess. And that power comes from, in my opinion, from what I've read through all these messages, the power is money. Money is power in a game. And not only is money power, but fear and intimidation.
Objection.
Is power.
Sustained.
Okay, so going on.
Strike. Here, disregard the last comment. Stricken.
Moving on to the next page, 42, at the very top. If you could read that message aloud.
Once the family gets a real glimpse of how you rock with me, it's all access granted. Be like a young Nicky Scarfo.
Who is Nicky Scarfo?
Philly mob boss.
Okay.
Very powerful mafia boss in Philadelphia.
Okay. So then there's other messages, December 23rd, 2018, where Gino is asking for something. Can you read that one aloud, please?
The things I ask you to do don't even cost money. Shake my head. SMH.
Okay. With response, then December 23rd, there's a message about at 8:18 a.m. If you could read that one.
No more shows for you and that N-word.
Okay.
Track being his manager, or Mr. Demons' manager.
Okay.
I'm putting bubblegum in his hair, yin yang twin looking ass.
Okay. The next request, if you could read that one aloud.
The Godfather wants to know if we can be an R&B group.
Is there anything based on your training and experience that you can say about that particular message?
In these organizations, the higher-ups usually call the shots, although the guys on the bottom of the totem pole might be doing their own thing, either, whatever hustle they decide to choose. They have some autonomy, but at a certain point, if you get directions from your higher-ups, you kind of have to start listening to them. You wouldn't just be able to act reckless and do whatever you want, so you would get some kind of direction, especially if it's for the benefit of the organization and benefit of the gang.
Okay, moving on from page 43 on to 44. At 12:26, the Rue, I need the skyline with you. What does that mean?
I need to talk to you, I need to meet up with you.
Okay. And then the next message, 44. The next message on page 44.
I'm here to help you, but I refuse to not be helped back. Takes a seat out. In all actuality, you don't fuck with me or with the set. I'm beefing with N-words in Florida, and I don't even know. Shake my head. Why are you even around?
And if you can remind the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what does it mean to be false flagging?
False flagging is claiming something that you're not. So saying you're blood when you're not a blood, or saying you're a blood and you are a blood and you're just not acting like a blood. And holding to your values for your oath as a blood.
Okay, going to page 47 at the very bottom. What is being asked of the 9807 number at this point?
Post me for my belated birthday, Herc. I'm only asking because I got hella hoes last time you posted me. He's asking the 9807 number to post him on social media because it got him a lot of females last time he did that. So he's clout chasing.
Okay. And can you explain what clout chasing is?
Trying to get popular, famous, get a lot of views, become famous using social media, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, any platform, TikTok, Twitch. These gang members are on all these platforms. Regular people are on all these platforms. Everyone's, like I said, the era of social media. Everyone's trying to make money on social media, and he's trying to get females.
Okay, so on January 26th of 2019, there's another message that has some unfamiliar words. If you could read that and translate it.
On another note, one of them, Pyru N-words, reached out to me saying something about some for shit.
And could you explain what Pyru is?
Pyru, I discussed that when we were talking about the original West Coast Bloods, the Pyru Boys, Pyru Street Boys. They were a gang that originated in the West Coast. Now there's East Coast Pyrus. And Pyrus are a different set of bloods. They don't fall under G-Shine. G-Shine is its own thing. They don't fall under the UBN. They're their own thing. Pyrus are West Coast Bloods, and there's a big difference between West Coast Bloods and East Coast Bloods. They don't respect each other. Might work with each other sometimes. They show a little reverence towards each other because they're all blood. But as of right now, I know for sure there is a disconnect between West Coast Bloods and East Coast Bloods, and there's not much respect.
Okay, going on January 27th of 2019, still on page 48 at the bottom, what messages is Gino sending to the 9807 phone number?
The top message at the bottom, you said?
Start with the top one.
Top one, okay. It was quite a lot, accusing you of something that you're punishable by death, also stating that Shine Family is nothing more than a chess game in the palm of little four's hand. I myself found that amusing. The reach of the G-Shine hand is far-reaching, but being that you are really Shine, that's something you are not going to have to witness. For mothers and kids are not off limits when disrespecting Shine, Shine in all capitals.
Okay, in terms of the little four's hand, what is that?
He's talking about Pyrus.
Is that the 4s and the 5s you were explaining earlier?
Yeah, it might. That's probably specific to that Pyru set. It could be what's like certain, say like there's like a set of rolling bloods, right? It's like rolling 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, whatever. So these Pyrus, it's apparent from messages something about their set aligns with the number 4. It's probably a street.
Okay. So going on to page 50, January 27th, 2019, the first message to the 9807 phone number from the Gino contact. What does that say?
Stretch got a date set up for us to pull up so we can have a face-to-face. Whoever don't show, getting kicked out the whip.
What is the whip?
The whip is the lineup. That's one of the things they call it. It's either called a whip, a lineup. In the Bible, they call it the temple or the districts. The whip would be specific here in this message because it's Stretch calling it would be specific to the G-Shine set that the 9807 number belongs to.
Okay. So going on to page 51. Is there another reference to those chains that we just previously talked about?
Yeah, they continue to ask. He said, what happens with the chains?
And the response from the 9807 on page 52 as to the chains.
All that's coming. The C is replaced with K, big bro. Be patient. I'm fresh out. I'm going to have everything handled. Ain't seen my mama yet. I'm only one man.
Okay. So going back to on to page 53, the message from the Gino contact reads what?
Hey, for real though, I need to borrow 10 bands. I'll give you 15 back.
And the next line?
If I don't pay you back, you can have my stain and my life.
What is a band?
Bands? $10,000 or $1,000.
Okay.
One band is $1,000, 10 bands, $10,000.
Okay. And the next line about having stain, what does that refer to?
That's a slang term used for for their like the rank. It's like if you say I'm going to give you my stain, I'll give you my rank. He's saying if I don't pay you back, you can have my rank. So obviously, the person speaking to the 9807 number is above an Ascari, which we determine the 9807 number is being spoken to as he's an Ascari.
Okay. Going to January 31st of 2019 on page 55. Does Gino at this relate his life story to the 9807 phone number?
Yes.
Okay. There's also an attachment of some sort of song on that from Gino.
Yes, Gino was an aspiring rapper as well. Sends the 9807 number sends a song to that 9807 number. At some point, Gino changes his Instagram handle to YNW Gino Shine instead of Gino Shine. YNW being the YNW collective that Mr. Demons was a part of.
Okay, going on to February.
What page was this? I'm sorry.
That was 55, moving on to 56. At the top of page 56, there is a message. If you could read that and then translate it, please.
I believe that you are a man of your word, the Godfather behind the wall. So the Godfather in prison, not the Godfather on the outside, which is Stretch. Godfather behind the wall is trying to put you on a plate, saying you use and shine for your image. So I told him, that's a dub. You're signing me in March, and I hope for our sake you're not flagging at this point. It's critical. So he is giving a warning / threat that if, first off, the Godfather behind the wall, the Godfather in prison, so one of the more powerful ranks, he's thinking about putting the 9807 number on the plate, which, if you guys recall, that means he's going to be labeled for death. That means if any other blood member sees him, doesn't matter what rank or set, they're to kill this person. And then the accusation is that the 9807 number is using Shine for their own personal image and not for the collective, which has been a topic on this several times. Then Gino responds, or continues and says that he vouched for him basically and told the Godfather that he's not just using G-Shine for his self-image, because the 9807 number has promised to sign Gino. And he says, I hope you're not flagging, I hope you're not lying, because it's critical at this point. Because once the Godfather's thinking about putting you on the plate, making you food, green lighting you, whatever you want to call it, there's no going back from that.
Okay. And in terms of at the end of this page, there's this last message, February 10th of 2019. And some of the names in this, Kodak, do you know who they're referring to?
Probably Kodak Black.
Okay.
Rapper.
And Boosie?
Boosie's another rapper.
Okay. And Quando? Sorry.
Quando's, he's I assume a rapper. He's saying he's going to sign him.
Okay, so is this something that G-Shine is involved in as part of their regular business in the music industry?
Most gangs try to get rappers in their organization for the money and clout, and it just helps with their image. It helps promote the game.
So, moving on to the conversation with the contact that's labeled Herc, ending in 1322. If you could, you said this Q-Shine? Have you identified Q-Shine in that photo previously?
Yeah, Jaquan Burton, the tall, he was a tall male in the red outfit. He was also throwing up the G-Shine hand sign, that one.
Okay. And so these messages start on page 58 for defense counsel, going on to 59. I want to go down here to the messages from the 9807 number to this new contact Herc on September 13th of 2018, the one in the middle. If you could just read that out loud.
Now, me and Bra fought well. I fought young boy. He fought my brother Sack.
Okay. Moving on to the next message here. You had mentioned the term crab before. If you could remind ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what does that mean?
Crab's a derogatory term for anyone who falls under the Crip gang.
Okay. And so if you could read the September 13th, 2018, 10:07 p.m. message.
It says, he said he gonna kill us Shine N-words when he catch us. Well, me and you, LOL. I told that crab ass N-word, if he touch any of my hercs, it's over for him. So he's if you notice, he crosses out most of the C's, but not all of them. Yeah, most of the C's. He puts a CK, Crip Killer. So that's the only time you'll see a C, unless they just forget to cross it out like in catch. When they put CK, that's something that is typically graffiti. CK, Crip Killer. When they'll do that in neighborhoods where the Crips are predominant.
Okay, and then going on to page 60. This particular message at the top, actually the second one down, on September 14th of 2018. If you could read that one aloud.
Say, bro, wait, you want to meet up tomorrow before the show with a 5?
And the response from the 9807 number?
Slap, hurt.
Is there anything particular about those two terms?
Well, herc is that same term of endearment, basically, that's used between members of G-Shine, and slap is a common blood, kind of like a calling or saying. They say slap, they say a couple other things. That's one of them.
Okay. And in terms of continuing through page 61, what are the discussions about this particular venue? If you could read that one aloud.
Yeah. Y001, I don't mean to keep hitting you up, bro, but what time do you want me to come? Took out the seat up there. I don't know the place or time it starts. Also took out the seat on place.
Okay, and then the responses are...
I'm getting ready now, Herc. Most likely around 1 a.m.
Okay. And then the questions that are sent back?
Where is it located? Again, with the CK, Herc Killer.
Okay. And then it talks about the venue?
Yeah, he's asking about a venue. Where are they going to meet? Where's the location at?
Okay. Going on to September 15th, what is this message say?
Subject Herc or Jaquan Burton says, but I got them sticks with me, so you know we're going to be 050. We're going to be good.
And what are sticks? Did you determine that in your training and experience?
Sticks are rifles or shotguns, any long gun, other than something that's not a handgun.
Okay, so continuing on September 15th, some of the responses from the 9807 number.
9807 number responds, yes sir, always us Herc. He uses the 5s instead of the S's. Like I said, the S's, the reason they replace S's for 5s is because Crips, derogatory term for blood, is a slob. Slob starts with an S. So to avoid using S's, they'll put some 5s in there. And then he says, no problem, got to look out for my Shine brothers. It's one of the 8 rules. And he references back to the G-Shine rules.
Okay. In terms of the location and the address that's on there, have you searched the phone for the location address on this particular incident? On September 15th?
I did at the time, but I can't recall right now.
Was it consistent, or I wouldn't say consistent, but was it also in the Jacksonville area as reflected in the message above?
Yes, I do recall that.
Okay. And that was on page 64 for defense counsel. Going on to page 66, September 16th of 2018. What message is coming in from the individual labeled as Herc?
That same G-Shine saying, I shine, you shine, we shine, G-Shine. What's your email so I can low-ride you the knowledge, low-ride you, send you, communicate with you the knowledge being the Bibles, the books of knowledge.
Okay, and on September 16th of 2018, what email address does the 9807 send out as the email address to send it to?
YNW Melly booking at gmail.com, the same email that the G-Shine books of knowledge were recovered from.
I want to go to now page 68, and this is going to have to switch over to the digital version again. On September 21st, 2018, at 12:06 a.m., what is the email address that is sent?
BurtonJaquan@gmail.com.
What page are we on? You're losing me.
My apologies, Mr. Howard.
I'm sorry.
We are on, I believe, 66.
Okay.
68 now. Okay, so to go back to the digital version, to go to page 68, so pull up that photo. Who is identified in this picture?
Mr. Demons throwing up the Gangster Killer Blood hand sign, The other subject is, they call it Shaquan Burton, and he's throwing out the same answer to the blood-hand sign.
Okay. And if you could identify them by an article of clothing as to who is who.
You're right, they're both doing the same hand sign. Mr. Demons is wearing the colorful trench coat, and Mr. Burns is wearing the white t-shirt, black pants with the Swisher Sweets in his pocket, and the red bandana poking out the right.
So we can zoom in on that. This is the red bandana you're talking about? By the Swisher Sweets?
Mm-hmm. Usually in the back pocket.
Okay. Continuing now on page 68, then on to page 69. There's again that same number for the Godfather that we previously discussed.
It's a different number.
Oh. And is there other instances in which,
That's the number. Oh yeah, that's a different number altogether.
are there other instances in which it says the Godfather's working more than one phone?
Well, right here.
Objection.
I'm sorry,
I apologize.
I didn't hear the.
Objection, she's asking the witness whether there are other instances.
Thank
not
you,
related
Stan.
to
Rephrase your question.
Thank you.
We'll come back to that on that specific message. Okay. Going forward now, on September 27th, 2018, what message comes from the 9807 number to the individual saved as Herc?
What page are you on?
Page 71.
Herc, I feel you, but y'all try this rap shit one time. I don't even have time for my mama. I've been doing radio runs all week. Shit's tiring as fuck.
And so the response from the Herc phone number on, again, page 71 at 2:16 a.m. on September 27th.
Bro, I totally understand. We're rocking with you 110%. Trust me, Herc, I'll give my life for my R's. But we gotta communicate more. Ain't nothing personal. We all had to go through from Stretch to me to Gino. But this is how things are going from now, Herc.
Okay. And then the next message.
At the end of the day, we still don't know you. We don't know what your motives are, basically. I just gotta learn you a little more, bro. I seen people get whacked for bringing the wrong people around. I'm not trying to go through that. You are going about it the right way. Gino and the Godfather are like brothers, for real. By dealing with us, you will be closer to a lot of bros and access to whatever.
In terms of the people getting whacked, what does that refer to?
People getting killed.
In any of the messages that we've gone through up to this point, is there any communication with Sakchaser or Anthony Williams?
No.
Is there any communication with Christopher Thomas, also known as Juvy, in any of these messages?
No.
Okay. Continuing on September 27th of 2018, that's the first, you'd mentioned twin earlier. And is that something that you've seen a lot in these messages?
Yeah, it's another term used by members of G-Shine. They'll call each other twin.
Okay, and that was in response to the message here, September 27th, 2018. If you could read that one again.
I shine, you shine, we shine, G-Shine. Just doing my rounds, checking up on everyone. I wasn't trying to be hard on you last night, bro. We fam. We just gotta learn each other more. So, Herc is explaining that he's just doing his job to check up on all his other bloods, all his other members, and he's just trying to get to know the 9807 number.
Okay. So that was on page 72 for defense counsel. Moving on to September 28th of 2018. Can you read that message and then translate it?
Shake my head. Fools giving false info saying he Inglewood and shit. Y'all gonna do a mixtape. That'll be a good look for you, Herc.
Okay. And I'm going to go above that. On September 28th of 2018, there's a question that's asked, and what is that?
Yo, beloved, what set is Young Thug pushing now? Young Thug the rapper who just got indicted.
And so it says the response from the 9807 number?
Still the same set. Murder. Murder, not the crime. Murder, sex, money, murder. One of the UBN, United Blood Nation blood sets.
Okay. And then the response as to the fifth floor. What does that mean?
Fifth floor is referring to the ranking system, as I described previously. Call them a fifth floor, call them a five-star general. It depends on what the set wants to use as their title, but it's consistently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, low, high, Godfather, Godfather head.
Okay, so then on October 3rd of 2018, there's a message from the contact saved as Herc, and what does it say?
What page are you on?
76. What does that?
It says bark at me, bro. The reason bark is important is when the UBN was created, United Blood Nation was created, one of the signs and symbols that they use is to differentiate each other within the prison system was a tattoo or a burn mark, and it was 3 dots on the right shoulder in the shape of a dog paw, so they call it dog paw. So bark at me would be just another way of them incorporating their blood symbology into their language.
Okay, and so then what contact information does the 9807 number give on October 3rd of 2018?
YNW Melly booking at gmail.com.
Okay. Now there is October 4th of 2018. If you could read on page 77 at 6:01 p.m. That one that starts with "Please hit me back."
Please hit me back, Herc. N-words, set tripping, shine sap.
And if you could translate that, please.
So he's telling the 9807 number to please call him back. Takes out the C, puts an X. And then he's talking about other G-Shine members who are set tripping. Set tripping meaning not following the rules or just not acting in accordance with how you should be acting as a member of G-Shine or as a member of Blood. And he says, call me back Shine Sap instead of right back or ASAP, something like that. He incorporates G-Shine into the language.
Okay, so then continuing on October 9th, there's a message that is sent to the 9807 number.
Yeah, just doing my rounds, Herc, checking up on everything. You gotta communicate, bro. That's the number one rule of being Herc. You can get dubbed out for it.
And what does it mean to be dubbed out?
Kicked out.
Okay, going on to the next message on October 10th, 2018, 11:55 a.m.
Godfather asked me about you. You need to call Gino's line, Shine Sap. So he's saying the Godfather asked about him, and he's telling him he needs to go, that the 9807 number needs to call Gino. Right call, hero ball, without the C. And he's saying, call him immediately, call me Shine Sap.
Okay, and then the next message, which is sent October 10th, 2018 at 1:40 p.m., but read October 23rd of 2018. What is the message about a head count?
It says, we're doing a head count. Let us know if you're still in, bro. If not, speak up. He's checking in on the 9807 number and making sure, trying to get confirmation whether this person is still trying to move up in the ranks, trying to be a member of G-Shine.
Okay. So moving to October 13th of 2018, what's the next message that goes from Perk to the 9807 number?
Yo, bro, I know you're busy. Sorry. Yo, bro, what's good? I know be busy and shit, but are you fucking with us still? We need to know if, oh yeah, I forgot to have this. You trying to get your name in the GKB history book and give you your stain, your rank. You still like our little bro, whatever it is, you can bark, talk to us. Or me, anytime. I got mad love for you, bro. Like I told you before, I'll kill any N-word or die for you, Herc. That's how much love we got for you. We would have been this same way on you if you wasn't famous. Bro, trust me, just bark at me like a man. No lost love, SL, shine love. Forever shine, bright shine, shine bright.
Okay. The response going on to page 79 is sent October 23rd, 2018, 10:39. And is that the first time that the 9807 number responds to those other messages?
Yeah, it appears that was the first response.
Okay. Going right above that, on October 16th of 2018 at 9:07 p.m. Could you read this message aloud, please?
Talk to me like a man, bro. We're supposed to be bloodas, not brothers, but bloodas. Just let me know what's going on, that's all. So again, using blood terminology in his language, that is just more evidence of the association or the membership to the Blood Nation.
Okay, going on to the next message, October 26, 2018, 12:42 p.m., and this is still on page 79. And I'll switch over to the digital version to make the photo bigger. Is this the picture that was sent in the text messages?
Yeah, that's the same picture.
Oh. And in these three individuals, do you recognize them?
Yes.
And who are they?
The subject in the middle is Jamell Demons, wearing the colorful outfit. Subject to the left, well, it's not.
Well, let's go by colors. The green.
Okay, the green shirt is Juvy, that's Christopher Thomas, and the red shirt is Anthony Williams, Sakchaser.
And the message associated with that said,
Yo, is this true?
the next message from Kirk on October 26th of 2018 that reads as what follows. If you could please publish that for the jury on October 26th, 5:27 p.m. Again, page 79, defense counsel.
So the message from Herc at 5:27 p.m. on October 26th says, "Damn bro, I'm sorry. Let me get closer. Damn bro, I'm sorry for your loss. I know shit's hard right now for you right now, but keep your head up. I wish I could have been there to guide you. If it's anything you need, bro, let me know. Don't hesitate to bark at me. Love you, bro, 110%.
Okay.
He was offering his guidance in reference to what had occurred.
Okay. Going on to page 81. October 29th of 2018. Can you read those two messages and publish them for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
We just gotta watch how we bark at each other, that's all. Just talk normal, hit me back, as we say. We just gotta be careful the way we talk to each other, and that's all, just to talk to him normally. Just giving him a word of caution, giving him some guidance.
And so then the next response from the number ending in 1322 labeled as her.
You wanna ask you about some music, if that's cool. Cool.
And does the October 29th at 9:55 p.m. is that same email address that you previously mentioned of burtonjaquan@gmail.com mentioned?
Yes, same email, same subject.
And that's on the bottom of page 82 now, going to the response from the 9807 number. What does that read?
Yeah, Bletta, I'm on my way to a show, Shine Love, SL.
Okay. I'm going to November 8th of 2018.
I'm sorry. Can we take a heat break or a warm break?
Thank you. We'll take a short recess. Ladies and gentlemen, do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence. Certain no research and please notate on here. Thank you. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel Manuel, the defendant and the witness. Anything to discuss? No, sir. All right. You need a restroom break? All right. Can you arrange that? Yes, Judge. Thank you. We're in recess. Gary.
No problem, gotta look out for my Shine Brothers. It's one of the 8 rules, and he references back to the G-Shine rules.
Okay. In terms of the location and the address that's on there, have you searched the phone for the location?
Okay, I'm back here with trial attorney and federal litigator Robin Nunn, but also joining the conversation is criminal defense attorney and civil rights attorney Tyler Bailey. So Tyler, good to see you. The best that I can make of this is they have a number that I think it's Melly's mother's phone, and they're basically associating him with using it. And two things that stood out to me. One is that the language he is using in the terms is that of somebody from the G-Shine Bloods. And then, I think more importantly, is this idea that he can't just be using this to up his street cred. They can't just be part of the G-Shine Bloods to help his image and help his career. He's got to really be a part of it, because if you're not a part of it, that's dangerous for him. And so I think that's an important narrative to be putting forward by the prosecution to show he needs to prove he is really a part of this gang. What do you think about what we're hearing from these line of text messages?
Well, I think that they're really trying to lay a foundation that he is associated with the gang that's in question during this case. I mean, she's going through a lot of depths of using certain lingo that's being used, whether it's words that are used commonly for Bloods and Crips, to show that this isn't just something that he just said on a one-off instance, but this is something that's commonly used. And most people know that if you're affiliated with a gang, you don't allow people to use gang language with you who are not part of the gang. I think it's really going to lay that foundation about those aggravating factors that we knew the prosecution was going to bring eventually.
Yeah, look, we were talking about this before, Robin. You don't have to establish a motive, but you need to tell a story of some kind. Otherwise, I think the jury wants that. They expect that. But at the same time, I mean, do you think that this is going to be effective? If you were defense counsel and you had an opportunity to question Detective Polo, where would you go in your cross?
Yeah, I think this is, purely why the defense team is doing so well. We talked about earlier, motive. We really need motive here, and that's one of the things we're lacking. And instead, we're kind of relying on circumstantial evidence, like gang association, like going through these texts, like having this, masked expert on what possibly was in the minds of these individuals. It's really loose association to try and prove why he would murder his two childhood friends. I'm just not sure that the jury is going to be convinced by it all.
Tyler, let me go back to you on something with Detective Polo. Aside from the substance of what he was saying, so much was made about his appearance. He was wearing a mask that covered his entire face except his eyes for safety purposes because he was part of the gang unit. Defense took issue with this. They said it's a violation of their client's constitutional right, the confrontation clause. He has a right to actually confront the witnesses against him. Then we find out earlier this morning that his wife has apparently posted his photo online through the Cash app. He's taken the mask off. But we're not showing his face. The judge asked us not to show his face for whatever more security reasons there could be. And the question becomes, since he didn't take his mask off in other trials, like the XXS Tentacion trial, where he testified with the mask on, or even more recently, Scott Peterson out in Florida, does the fact that he kept the mask on for those cases, and given what has happened this morning, does that jeopardize those cases in any way?
I think it could possibly jeopardize those cases. I think it certainly gives the issue for appeal that the defense maybe will use in this case. I would take issue with the mask being on. It leads the jurors to believe this is something, or the defendant is inherently dangerous and scary, right? He using a ski mask that the state's witness cannot even testify without the mask on. And then you go back and look at these other cases where he testified without his mask on. I think if I was the defense counsel on those, I would probably try to use it on some way to try to help my clients out. It's definitely could be used on both ends. I think it's definitely an issue for the defense here and their right to be able to approach and question any witness who's testifying against the defendant. And I think the judge made the right decision on requiring it to be removed.
All right, let's take a break. When we come back, might be able to get our very own boots on the ground, Terry Austin, with us to talk about what's been happening in that courtroom. So stay with us here on Law and Crime. We've got a lot more for you. Thanks for coming back to our trial coverage here on Law and Crime, everybody. So the YNW Melly double murder trial is currently on their morning break. Now, we have to remember that the Murder on My Mind rapper stands accused in the shooting deaths of his two friends, the defendant Jamell Demons and his co-defendant Cortlen Henry, who's being tried separately. They claim that they were all victims of a drive-by shooting on the day in question, and this happened back in October of 2018. But authorities later found evidence to suggest that the shooting actually took place from inside the vehicle and that this was a staged drive-by shooting. Now, while the jury in the Broward County courtroom takes their morning recess, I want to bring on our boots on the ground, Terry Austin, who has been inside that courtroom. Good morning, Terry. Good to see you. So I want to start with the drama that started off the week here. You know what I'm talking about. Undercover Detective Danny Polo. Walk us through what happened there this morning.
Well, he was back on the stand this morning, Jesse, and he had his mask on, and defense stood up and said, look, he was on internet, on Cash App is what it was called specifically, and he was shown with his family, and because of that, defense again said he should be testifying without his mask. The judge called a sidebar, they had a discussion about it, and ultimately the judge did allow the mask to come off. And the judge said he was doing that so Melly could look at the witness and confront the witness, so that the jury could look at the witness and determine the credibility. But what we agreed to do, because the judge asked us, is not to show the detective's face to the public, because he is, after all, undercover. So that's where we ended up on that issue. He now has the mask off. The people in the room can see, including about 20 young students who are watching this trial. And obviously the jury can now see his face as well. But the world is not.
By the way, I think there's a bigger issue here. The fact that we all now know his face was on the Cash App. He's obviously going to have probably a difficult conversation with his wife later. It seemed like he was blindsided by that information. But, I mean, the idea that we all now know that, and that was broadcast by the defense in open court as opposed to maybe in the judge's chambers, I'm just curious what you think about that, Terry.
Well, it's a great question, Jesse, because even before the courtroom continued, even before the sidebar, Danny Polo said, Your Honor, can I have a minute? And he said,
And then we'll drive
Quiet, please. Jury entering. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, Demons, his counsel, the assistant state attorney, as well as ladies and gentlemen, the jury. Our witness Polo remains on stand. Ladies and gentlemen, we wrote the statement still on their direct examination of the witness. Counsel, if you would, please continue.
Okay, so we left off and we've gone to now page 83. November 4th of 2018, 1:50 a.m. The focus button, make it a little easier. What does this particular message say?
Good show, Herc. You had me turn. Be safe on the road. On that road to full South Florida. Or sorry, South Florida. So sorry. Shine love.
Okay. Continuing on, there's a message on November 8th, again, still on page 83 for defense counsel. That is at 12:58 p.m. If you could read that one, please.
Moreless east side banging blood. I be that true and living blank. Standed and grounded with devotion, overstanding and loyalty for cause of Ola. Repping that Shine family, because real riders don't switch. Therefore, it's platinum, gold, gold platinum, 001, G's up. even when my mind, body, and soul departs, forever expanding the mind, height line, black.
Okay. So continuing on to page 84, there's a discussion about add me back. Do you know what that refers to?
In this context, I think he's probably talking about social media.
Okay. Continuing on to November 18th of 2018. Can you read this text message and then translate it?
Why this N-word goon going around telling the homies you want a plate because you name up under Gino? I'm a Peter roll that fool on the hood.
And if you could explain what this means.
So, goon was the, I believe we talked about it early on. Jamell Demons was being recruited by 2 different G-Shine sets, 2 different lineups, whips, whatever you want to call it. One of them was under Goon, and that's the one that Jay Green belongs to. The other set was the one being run by Gino and Herc, all the way up to the Godfather stretch. When Mr. Demons, or I apologize, when the 9807 phone number decided to go with Gino, Herc, and Stretch, it caused issues with Goon because that second lineup, that second G-Shine set was not chosen, and that caused issues because they wanted to recruit him first.
Okay, so what is the Peter roll, that fool?
It's just slang. He's just saying he's basically like run through him, beat him up, hurt him, whatever he wants. Could mean anything at that point.
Okay, so on November 19th of 2018 on page 85, the message that's sent from the 1322 Herc phone number, yes, what does that one say?
Yo, I sent you a beat. Tell me what you think about it. I was hoping you can put a hook on if you like that one instead. If you like that one instead, let me know what you think.
Can you explain what a beat is?
Soundtrack to a song, the music in the background, no audio, no vocals, just the beat, the music.
Okay, and what is a hook?
A hook would be when a rapper or any musician just jumps on a song and does a short verse on the song, so the main artist creates either, takes a beat, creates a song, and then they'll pay someone for a hook or for a verse in a song. It's very popular in the rap community. Everyone does it.
So, talking about now on page 86, November 21st, 2018. What message is that sent to the 9807 number?
This one right here?
The top one, yes.
Yeah. You got 2 shows Saturday, bro? Question.
Okay.
Yo, hit me up. Oh, sorry, I thought you wanted to.
Sorry, yes, please.
Yo, hit me up, Shine Set, bro. I gotta ask you something.
Okay, and then continuing on to the 24th.
I'm gonna ball you when I get there. Again, he's not talking about a ball, he's just replacing the scene call.
Okay. Now the 9807 number on November 24th of 2018 sends some text messages. If you could read the one in the middle right there.
Can I see the one above it?
Sure.
Okay. So then, this one's related to the top here. Drums and 22 clips, 2, and 33 clips.
And what are those?
Drums would be referring to drum magazines for firearms. A drum magazine is a magazine, if you don't know what a magazine is, a gun has, sometimes people call it clips. A clip is not a magazine, but that's what a lot of people call it. It's where the bullets are contained within the gun. You put the bullets into the magazine and then stick that in your gun. So they come in regular size magazines. For like a gun comes with a standard magazine, like a Glock. Most Glocks come with a 17 round magazine or 15 round magazine, depending on the size of the bullet. Here he's requesting drums and 22 clips. So a drum mag is usually 50 rounds. 22 clip would be something that holds at least 22 rounds, and a 33 clip would be something that holds at least 33 rounds.
Okay, then on November 24th, the response from Herc is DL. What did you translate that to again?
I hear you.
Okay.
Just kind of means like, okay.
Okay. Continuing on in terms of the items that are discussed here, if you could just read them out. I'll start at the top.
Looks like a wish list to me, or an order.
Okay.
2 9mm 30 clips. So again, clips being the magazines. He's asking for a 30-round magazine. 1 9mm 22 magazine clip. 2 clear 40 cal drums. So 2 drum magazines, the ones that are round that hold at least 50 rounds. Sometimes they make them that hold 100 or 150 rounds. And he wants it chambered, or the 9807 number wants it chambered in 40 caliber.
Okay.
And then 1 clear 9mm drum, same thing. A drum magazine for 9mm round caliber rounds, and the clear kind. So some of these drum mags are black, you can't see through them. Some of them for showmanship or just because they look cooler, get it clear, and then you can see all the bullets inside. It's just a preference thing, I guess.
Okay. And Detective Polo, you don't know if these were used for a video shoot or anything like that. You can't give any comment on that.
No, it just looks like a list of magazines that they're requesting for those 2 types of calibers, 9s and 40s.
Okay. And then the list continues on November 24th at 3:10 p.m.
Yeah, so this does refer to actual bullets. Get some hollows too, misspelled hollows. Hollows are hollow point bullets, as opposed to like ball round, which is just like what we would use for target practice. A hollow point bullet has rivets in it, and when it makes impact, it kind of disintegrates and it becomes many projectiles. Kind of just spreads apart.
Okay.
Spreads apart, so it's kind of looks like that, and then it will.
Moving on to page 89. What is shown in the message from Herc on November 24th of 2018?
Herc states, I got a customized Glock 17 for sale if you wanted to. A Glock 17 is a model of a Glock handgun. It's chambered in 9mm.
And then there are pictures that are shown of that same?
Yes.
Okay, I want to go forward now on November 28th, 2018 at page 93. The first 2 messages there, if you could read those.
Bet it up, shine. Right. Sorry. Bet it up, shine right, shine bright, shine love, bro. They capitalize the B for blood, capitalize the O for Ola, which is, according to the Bible, Swahili for blood, but I don't think it really is. I tried looking it up.
Okay. So then on the next message.
Can we approach?
Okay, so continuing on this page 93, the next message at 10:03 p.m. from the 1322 HERC number to the 9807 number.
It says, boy, I see your ugly ass on TV representing with the capital R.
Okay. So I want to move up now to still on page 93, December 5th, 2018. And if you could read that message, please, and publish for the jury.
Damn, what's up, blood? We beefing or something? I know you view me barking at you. I just be trying to check up on you. That's one of the 31 rules. And the N-word really care about you, bro. Because that fake rockin', we don't roll like that, bro. Not in this 5-dub. We straight up with each other, and cause we gon' die about this GSF, G-Shine family. Shit you heard, just let me know what's up.
And if you could translate that, please.
I'll do it in portions, so
Okay.
we don't get lost. So, first part, he's asking him, what's going on, blood? So he's referring to him as blood, acknowledging him as one of his own. He's asking if they're fighting, or are they beefing, what's going on? So he must have not been getting responses, or not been getting communicated with, not following the rules. He says, I know you see me barking at you, he can see that the messages are being viewed, and he's just checking up on him, so he's not getting responses. And that's one of 31 rules, references back to 31 rules in the Bible. That's both the UBN Bible and the G-Shine Bible. Then he says, he follows it up by saying, we really care about you. And right here, again, the use of the CK, Kirk killer. Right? So it's just nothing specific. He's not really dissing the Crip or anything. It's just common way of Luds to type. And that fake rocking, so he's saying, if you're fake rocking, we don't roll like that. Fake rocking would be the same thing as false flagging or set tripping. It's just basically saying, if you are going to say you're one of us, you're really going to be one of us. You can't just pretend. You have to follow the rules. He said, we don't roll that way. We're straight up with each other, and we're going to die about this G-Shine family. So this is not just a club, an organization. This isn't the Boy Scouts. This is an organization that they're willing to die about. He's saying, I'm just saying this so you hear me, and so you know what's up.
Okay. And in terms of the response about the communication, in terms of that, I'm going to go to the 9807 number, responds as what?
Bro, why really just we beefing? Let's go type it there.
Okay. And then the response from 1322 HERC.
Of course, we're not beefing, bro, but you got to do better on your communication with your 5-dub. That's part of getting your state together. So he's telling them, there's no beef, there's no problem, but you need to communicate better with us. And this is a common theme. He needs to communicate better with his G-Shine members, and he mentions it in there.
Okay. And the response from the 9807 number?
HERC, and the N-word be dead busy. It's just referring to him as a HERC. He's acknowledging he's G-Shine, and he's saying that he's just been too busy to communicate back. Mm-hmm. Flight to flight, don't even see my mama text on God. So he's saying that he's so busy he can't even text his mother.
Okay. And then to continue on page 94 still, the response from HERC to that busy text.
Yeah.
As big as possible, sorry.
He says, I smell that, bro. I understand you. I feel you. Same thing. I smell that, bro. But this G-Shine family shit is, he uses double R's, real right. We talked about that. Right? So that means we're not a fake, unsanctioned set. Not a fake set. I won't call them fake. They're not, he's saying we're a real set. We're aligned with a national sanctioned set. So they're real right mob, regardless of mob being members of blood.
regardless of how busy we all get, we always got to make sure we find time to check up on the bros. Even trouble. Do it, bro. And he's a big artist like you. It's nothing personal, and we're not saying we want all your time. Just text and let us know you good. That's all, bro. You say we your brothers, but you be showing us different, and we really gotta be real. Love for you, Herc, 110%.
So then moving on again to the digital version on December 7th of 2018. What is the text that accompanies this video?
I believe this was a screen recording of a conversation between Goon and Jamell Demons, if I remember this video correctly.
And so to go to
Goon being the same subject that was recruiting Mr. Demons into the other set.
Hey. Yeah. Hey, who you want with?
Your Honor, objection.
Excuse me, come Sidebar, please.
Name of the contact on this. What does it read as?
Yeah. You want me to say it now?
Yes, please.
Oh, Melly's bitch ass with I think it's a smiling, laughing face. With the
Hey. Yeah. Hey, who you want with? Who you want with? You want with who? Yeah, sounds good. Now listen, send him my number. Yeah, my big homie wanna holler at him, send him my number. It ain't no talking, but you trying to meet this show so I can beat your ass, shit. You ain't send me no address yet.
Excuse me,
Alright, send him over.
Thank you. Come Sidebar. What's the objection?
So, Detective, in terms of the voices that you hear on this, during the course of this investigation, did you have the opportunity to become familiar with the defendant, Jamell Demons' voice?
Yes.
And if you could describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury approximately how many hours of video and audio that you watched of the defendant over the course of this investigation?
And I probably listened to almost every single one of his songs, music videos. I watched interviews he did, listened to jail calls, and the difficult part in the jail calls was
Objection.
So
ask for curative instruction.
Why don't you come sidebar again? There was an objection, and I sustained the objection. It had to do with the discussion of where the calls emanated from. I sustained that objection. I'm going to ask counsel to rephrase your question.
In terms of Detective Polo, were you given phone calls to review in which the defendant was identified as a participant?
Yeah.
And in terms of the number of hours of those calls that you listened to?
Over 30 hours, maybe.
Okay. With regards to your familiarity with the defendant's voice, are you able to say who is on the phone that is being recorded?
Well, the unknown subject holding the phone, no. The person on the other line of that iPhone looks cracked iPhone. That sounds like Mr. Demons.
So you're on with that, I'm going to go ahead and publish again what's been already in evidence as part of State 70, and this is image.
Objection calls for hearsay.
Anything else?
No, sir.
Objection's overruled. Proceed.
Oh, and it's image _0747.MOV for the record.
Hey. Yeah. Hey, who you want with? Who you want with?
I want Gino, dude.
You want with who?
Gino. I'm not like going to
Yeah, sounds good. Now listen, Send him my number. Yeah, my big homie wanna holler at him. Send him my number. It ain't no talking, but you trying to meet this show so I can beat your ass, jit. You ain't send me no address yet. Alright, say no more.
Okay, so going back now to the printed document, we're going to go to page 97 for defense counsel. Detective, were you able to determine in what state the individual with the 404 area code was from?
The one we identified from the 9807 form?
Yes.
That was Georgia.
Oh.
That was
Georgia. Okay. And Detective, going to page 97, the 12/20/2018, 2:32 a.m. from the 1322 phone number that begins with 404. What does that message say?
It says, we back in the meeting waiting on you.
Okay, and then continuing on to the next message.
Hey Melvin, how long you gonna be in Atlanta?
And where is Atlanta located?
Georgia.
Moving on to the bottom of page 97. If you could publish that last message on there.
I got somebody that want to book you for a show. Hurt bus at me.
Okay. Going on to, now page 102 for defense counsel. The individual identified as Goon, the phone number ending in 9277. You reviewed these messages as well?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned that there's two sets that were trying to recruit the defendant.
Yes, from the messages on the phone, it was clear that two different G-Shine sets were trying to recruit Mr. Demons.
And is Goon in the same set or lineup as Gino, Stretch, and the Herc messages we just went through?
Not based off the context from all the messages I read.
Okay. And in terms of the first message from the 813-451-9277 phone number, what is Goon saying? And that's the name of the contact that's given.
Yeah, Goon was again identified as Isaiah Eberhardt. He was identified as a documented G-Shine gang member. He says, yo twin, you don't have any of the recent Englewood being the knowledge or the books of knowledge, the Bibles. I am trying to find out how much you need.
Okay. And the response from the 9807 phone number is?
Yeah, I had some 5. He's referring to the knowledge.
Okay. And then the response from Goon?
Out of date shit, or you up and bopping? And if you recall, in 2016, I mentioned in 2016, the G-Shine Bible, G-Shine Bylaw, or the Book of Knowledge was rewritten. We called it God Knows Best, the Rebirth.
Okay. And if you could go through now September 2nd of 2018, the next message that's on there, and read it and then translate it.
Yo twin, just letting you know bro, I poured the big fool a drink on what's shaking with you, and that you're gonna line up with us just so he was in tune with the play and everything is everything, beloved. He told me to blowfish you cause 9, so you got it for whatever reason. He is well known in death row. If an N-word don't know my handle, they definitely gonna know his, you feel me? And N-words know him on the music shit too. He a producer, he did records for Young Thug, French Montana, Jules Santana, a bunch of others. That's
Sorry.
Bunch of other people. So if you ever need that, he get busy with the beats too. I need your email where you want me to blowfish you some updated Inglewood. I'll break it down piece by piece. Yo Twin, again, that's G-Shine, slang, just like bro or dude. Just letting you know that I poured the big fool a drink. The big fool, that would be their godfather, their boss, right? This is slang. He poured him a drink on what's shaken. I told him, basically, he informed him of what's happening with the 9807 number. And that he tells the big fool that the 9807 number is going to line up. So he's going to join their set. So that way he was in tune with the play, right? So that he knows everything is everything, and the 9807 number was choosing them as the lineup that he wanted to be a part of. So he states, the big fool, so the boss, told me to blowfish you his 9. Blowfish just means send him your, send, like to send, right? The act of sending. To send him his 9 digits, his phone number. So send you his 9 digits so you have it for whatever reason you might need it. He says he's well known on death row, and he explains to him, basically the synopsis right here, he just explains to him that he's in the music industry and he knows a lot of guys like Young Thug, who's a Blood, French Montana, well, I'm not sure of his affiliations, Joe Santana, who is a Blood, and a bunch of other people. But these are all rappers. So he's trying to sell his set, his G-Shine set, as a good set to be a part of because their boss is in the music industry and already knows a couple of their well-known rappers who happen to affiliate with Blood. He says, I need your email so I can send you the updated Inglewood. The Inglewood being the knowledge, the books of knowledge, the Bibles.
Okay, so continuing on, the response from the 9807 number is?
Bet twin, feed me. Feed me means send me the knowledge he has to learn.
Okay. Then the response from the 9277 goon number?
Says I got you.
Okay. The 9807 response?
What's his 9? What's his phone number?
And then is the phone number sent as the next message?
631-260-5797.
Okay. Going to the September 2nd on page 104, September 2nd of 2018, 2:21 p.m. This particular message. If you could publish that one.
So on September 2nd at 2:21, this message is sent from Boone. You're walking with me now, so I gotta make sure you on your shit because you're a reflection of me and him. So he's telling him, because you are under me and I'm under him, the Godfather, the big fool, then you need to make sure that you're on point, you know what you're doing, you know your stuff, because you're a reflection of us. And from the previous conversations, if one person messes up underneath you and you're the one that brought him home, the repercussions might affect the guys above that brought him in.
So you said bringing someone home. What does that mean?
Bringing someone home is it's gang terminology. Sorry for that. It's basically just bringing them into the gang. I would say I brought them home, and that's just very common slang for them to use.
Okay. So one of the responses from the 9807 number on September 2nd, 2018, what does that say?
Lingo brazy. So he's saying that the lingo, the language that they're using is crazy.
Okay. And does the 9807 number provide an email to receive the knowledge of?
Yes, the same YNW Melly booking at gmail.com from the previous threads.
Okay, and some of the other responses he uses on September 7th, 2018, 2:54 p.m., page 105, counsel.
The 9807 number, messages of blood.
Okay. The other email that is provided from the individual named as Goon, what is that?
elevationmp2@gmail.com.
And then the next message on September 7th of 2018.
Sent the last memo, just wanted to make sure you get it.
And the response from the 9807 number.
Gonna view it now, so he's gonna view it now.
And then from 9277 in response to that.
Same thing as before, when they write DL, down low, I hear you.
Okay. Next message from the 9807.
Got it, 5. That's a common for them to call each other, other than twin or Herc or blood. They might call each other 5, like, what's up, 5? You know, it's not normal for other people to do it, but that's how they communicate with each other.
And so with regards to the messages here now on page 107, on September 7th, 2018, talking about the oath again.
Right, so it says copy, then I'll send you, I'll blowfish you some other shit. You got the oath and all that?
Okay, and then the question was asked?
9807 responds about the snakes. That's in reference to that one document we went over where they talked about restructuring and clearing the snakes out of the garden because of informants and stuff like that.
Okay, so then the response to the question about the snakes is what?
Not twin, the shine oath. The oath to be able to say you Herc. So he says, he's not talking about the memo, the memorandum that was sent out to inform people of the changes within the organization. He's saying, do you have the oath that we've read a couple times already? That's if you know that oath, that's how they know that you are G-Shine.
Okay. And then talking about the Shine birthday and things like that?
Yeah, he tells them that's the main things you're supposed to know are the Shine birthday, the founders, who started the hoods. So he's prepping him for future interviews and interactions he's going to have with higher ups because they're going to, they might not realize they're getting quizzed, but they are getting quizzed.
Okay, and then what does 9807 respond to that?
I ain't got none of that blood.
So going on to page 108. What does it say on this first message from the individual identified as Goon?
It said, damn N-words had you out here, all types of lost. The history of the hood, important to know. I'm gonna send it to make sure you get right on that shit, blood. So he's explaining that, basically saying you've been claiming blood and you don't know any of the knowledge. You need to know this, it's important.
Okay, and so the response from the 9807?
It says, I know who the founder is, blood. I'm saying you ain't sent it. And then he writes Julius B. Sonny, which is incorrect.
Okay.
Incorrect answer to who the founder is. I'm saying you ain't send it. This is all I got.
And so then in response?
Oh, no, I only sent the memo. I'm trying to see what else I gotta send.
And the picture on that, is that the same photo that was previously published in State 68?
Yes, I believe that's the document, same document.
Okay. Moving on to page 109. At the top.
So,
And you referred to the Julius B. Sonny as being an incorrect answer?
Right, so as I stated, the Julius B. Sonny is wrong. GKB, Gangster Killer Bloods, right? The initialism for it is GKB. They go also as G-Shine, it's one of their names. And at one point, early on in their history, they also called themselves Julius B. Sonny. Many of the other blood gangs do the same thing, like the 9 Trade Gangster Bloods call themselves the Billy Badass Bloods, right? So this is just another one, and it appears that the 9807 number was confused as to this because Julius B. Sonny sounds like a person's name.
Okay. Talking about the date that GKB started next in that message.
Yeah.
Based on the training experience and the information that has been provided to you in this specific field, is that an accurate date for the start of GKB?
Yes,
And what date is that?
February 16, 1996.
Okay. Going out to the bottom of page 109, can you read the last message here and explain what that is?
They asked me if we ran a 31. So 31 is in reference to the original 31 rules or laws. And running a 31 in reference to the UPN or to would be, if you remember when we talked about the different ways to get into a gang, being blessed in, being beat in, putting in work, running a 31 would be in reference to getting beat in. So some people are blessed in, and they might not earn the same respect as if they weren't beat in, because they didn't actually have to shed blood and fight for their position in the gang. So he's asking, did you get beat in?
Okay. And in response to some of the other questions at the top of page 110, you mentioned the memo and the restart or rebirth.
Right.
Is that date, November 16th, 2006, consistent with the gang knowledge that has been intercepted by law enforcement?
Yeah.
Okay. So then the response from the 9277 goon number.
So I'll read it. Hello, making sure blood and words nowadays be getting passes and bros don't respect that shit. If you ran it, then that's valid. So this goes towards what I just stated, where some bloods are brought into the gang just for having money or for whatever reason, and it's looked down upon because most bloods had to get beat in to get in, and he was just making sure. He's letting him know.
And so then going on to, if you could just summarize the September 7th, 2018, as to what that, the message at the top, what that one meant.
So it's got to respect that. Now, if you want to let your nuts hang in front of the bros and run it again, then you can. But if you did it, then it ain't mandatory. So he's saying, he's using slang, a lot of slang, right? So let your nuts hang. Do you want to show them that you have the bravado to be, not say what they're trying to say. Do you have the courage to redo it in front of all your bros, in front of the homies, right? If you do it again, you can, but it's not mandatory. You don't have to run it again. You've already ran a 31, but you could do it and show everyone that you're tough.
Okay. So going on to the page 111 at the top, talking about the big fool again. Can you read that and publish that message for the jury?
The big fool be out here next month too. If you're trying to link with him and shit, he sent me the info yesterday. So he's telling him the boss is going to be in town, and if the 9807 number wants to meet with him, to let him know so he can set it up.
Okay. Going on to sending on September 9th, 2018, more messages from Goon. What did they say?
So it sent you the updated lingo books. Did you get that?
And the response from the 9807 phone?
All right, I'm finna look now, Herc. I'm in the A right now.
Okay. Then responding back, going to the September 10th at 12:50.
Yo Twin, sorry.
Please, if you could publish that one.
Yo Twin, for the show on the 29th, how we gonna link you? You gonna make or perform and leave? Like, should I snatch a section with the bros or what?
Okay. And then response to that, what is the response from the 9807 number?
I'm a Mac with you, so he's saying he's gonna hang out with them.
Okay.
And we'll be in Jacksonville this weekend.
And DOA, what does that stand for?
Dead on arrival.
At the end of that page of 113, if you could publish that last message and then translate it.
I was just 2 and 2 with her. I was just talking to him.
September 11th on page 114. Just ran into, and if you could just publish that message there.
9807 number sends this text message. Just ran into Bouban Herc.
Okay.
Bouban's a blood out of Broward County.
And is Pompano a city in Broward County?
It is.
Going on to September 11th of 2018, 9:52 p.m., page 115. What does the 9807 number say about that individual?
He says he's 9 Trey. He told to ask about him. 9 Trey being 9 Trey Gangster Bloods. It's another blood set within the UPN.
Okay. And then continuing on, again on page 115, September 13th, 2018. The last message here, what does that one say?
Follow my IG, blood.
What's an IG?
Instagram.
Okay, the response from 9807?
Send it, blood.
And again, 9807 says what?
I'll shout you out.
So September 13th of 2018, 4:17 p.m., a Instagram account is sent?
Yes, Vulture Gang _ music group.
Okay. So going on to page 117 at the bottom. If you could publish that message for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
It says, hell yeah. Shit, let me know you know the Hercs on stage.
Okay. Continuing on to September 13th, 2018, page 118.
Say less, twin. I'm gonna send you some more shit today.
Okay. And continuing on September 16th of 2018, this message right here.
Linked with Herc last night. Them boys the truth.
Going on to page 122, September 26th of 2018. What does the goon number say to the 9807 number?
Read it or synopsis?
Just if you could read it. And
Read it. Damn fool, you ain't even tell me you was in the O last night.
Okay.
Referring to Orlando, Florida.
And then the discussion continues on September 28th.
Yo, bro. So I'm trying to figure out if I should grab a section for tomorrow, or if you got one, and we, with you, and I just grab the bottles. That way we gonna sip. Sorry. I just don't want to buy a section for nothing. I did that before and spent no time in my section. It was a waste.
Okay. And based on your training experience, do you know what they're referring to?
Getting a section, like a VIP section at an event.
Okay.
He wants to know if he should get a section for himself, or if the 9807 number is just going to allow them to be in his section.
Okay. So then on September 29th, there's a discussion about people coming from Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
If you could just kind of summarize that message on page 123 at 1:01 p.m.
He's just asking. He's saying that saying he has people coming in from Georgia. He wants them to make sure that they're going to be able to get in, they're going to be able to hang out, because he doesn't want them to make the drive for no reason.
Okay.
What page was that?
123. So going forward to October 25th of 2018, 10:25, 1:09 p.m. If you could publish that message to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Yo, bro, what you got going on? N-words banging my line, talking about you, talking wild on IG, and FI, I think he meant Facebook, but FI, ain't real right. What you talking about?
That was page 127 for defense counsel. Going on to page 128 at the top. The message from Goon to the 9807 number, what does it read?
You straight? I just heard what happened last night.
Okay. And again, the same message or the video that we watched previously.
Right.
Okay. Going on to the 5th chat with an individual that's identified as Papa. That phone number. If you could read the first message.
Hey Slime, people hitting me up talking about you said some about putting an N-word on a Winnie the Pooh shirt, saying you had them, did something to do with it. I told they ass, stop calling me about that shit. It ain't my business. I don't know shit about nothing. I don't know, man. But congratulations on XXL, little one. I'm proud of you.
The term slime.
So go ahead.
Have you explain that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
The term slime is something East Coast Bloods say. West Coast Bloods won't say slime. It started off with YSL, the record label, Young Thug. It's that's where it came from.
And so at the bottom of page 129, if you could read the response from 9807.
I gave an example slime.
And August 23rd, 2018, the 9807 number, what does it say to the BAPA contact?
Appreciate that, slime. I got a new phone.
The response at the top of page 131.
You got the same number?
And so so to refer back now to page 130. The message at 1:25 p.m.
I got in a fight with NBA Youngboy and all slime. The internet don't know cause I don't rock like that.
And then continuing on that response on 1:26 p.m. on page 131.
In LA, I popped his ass about 4 times, laughed my ass off, but they jumped. And they was at least 9 deep. And yeah, my number the same. I just had to buy a new phone.
Continuing on, there's a image down here at the bottom. And were you able to view those images?
I did a while back.
Oh. In terms of the page 134 on this particular set of messages, on 8/31/2018, the BAPA number sends a message. If you could read that.
You bark with him? So did you talk to him?
Okay, is that its same meaning or symbolism that you had talked about earlier about the barking and the dogs?
Right, so it would be something significant to someone that falls under the UPN.
Okay, so then going on to the September 1st, 2018, 10:08 a.m., the bottom message.
Rise up, twin, what's poppin', Herc? Those are standard G-Shine greetings that are listed in multiple Bibles, not just the one we got from the email.
Okay. The response from the 9807 is what on September 7th?
Herc.
Okay. And again, the Julius B. Sunny.
Yeah, this guy's wrong too, but it says Julius B. Sunny's the founder of Shine.
Okay. And so then Bappa asks in the top of page 135, what is the first question that he asks?
What else do you need to know?
What does the 9807 number ask for?
For G-Shine's birthday. Shine's birthday.
Okay. Are these the same messages that were then sent to Goon? Basically copy and pasted?
I have to go back and see, but it looks like it basically, February 16, 1996, the same date.
Okay. And so the last message on September 7, 2018 on here from Bappa on this page, what does it say?
The homies coming to the show, or bumming, but coming to the show, and the big fool from up top.
Okay. And the response?
Bet.
Then here, there's a discussion on September 9th of 2018. Who are they talking about? At 252. Page 136.
252?
Yes.
You talked to Goon?
So there's discussion about losing someone at 9:15, 2018 on page 138. What does 9807 ask?
Who did we lose? Who we lost?
Okay, and the response?
Bloody J from Fort Pierce.
On the page 139 at the top, the 9807 number says what?
Got a show in Daytona.
Okay. Going now to October 26th of 2018 at 7:47 a.m. What does the individual named as Bappa say?
Damn kid, I heard what happened. I'm sorry for your loss. I'm here if you need me.
And the next message?
Man, I just snapped on Sakchaser.
And then the clarification?
I mean YG.
And the last one on this page, 140, the message says from Bappa to the individual with the 9807 phone number.
Love you, kid.
So Detective, you have in front of you a, I believe, 50-page document. Did you have the opportunity to review that prior to coming into court?
Can I see Sidebar for a second?
Yes, sir.
We'll take our luncheon recess now. Do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence. Certainly no research. Just leave your notepads on the chairs. We'll see you back here at about an hour and 15 minutes, 1:45. All right? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury step down. Counsel remain on the defendant. Anything to discuss?
No, Your Honor.
Nope. All right. See you back at 1:45. Thank you. Have a nice lunch.
Thank you.
Text that accompanies this video.
It's I believe this was a screen recording of a conversation between Goon and Jamell Demons, if I remember this video correctly.
And so to go to
Goon being the same subject that would recruit Mr. Demons into the other set.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, we roll with. Your Honor, objection.
Excuse me, come sidebar, please.
Okay, we have to take a quick break here at Law&Crime, but stay tuned as we continue our coverage of the YNW Melly trial in Florida. Stay tuned. welcome back to Law and Crime. We are covering the YNW Melly trial in Broward County, Florida. Let's go back into court now. Detective Danny Polo continues his testimony. He is the prosecution's expert witness. Let's go back into court.
On this, what does it read as?
You want me to say it now?
Yes, please.
Oh, Melly's bitch ass with I think it's a smiling, laughing face. With the
Hey. Yeah. Hey, who you walk with? Who you walk with?
I walk with Gino, man.
You walk with who?
Gino. I'm not like going
Yeah, it sounds good. Now listen, send him my number. Yeah, my big homie wanna holler and send him my number. It ain't no talking, but you trying to meet this up so I can beat your ass, shit. You ain't send me no address yet.
Excuse me,
Alright, send him over.
Thank you. Come side. What's the objection?
The voices that you hear on this. During the course of this investigation, did you have the opportunity to become familiar with the defendant, Jamell Demons' voice?
Yes.
And if you could describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury approximately how many hours of video and audio that you watched of the defendant over the course of this investigation?
And I probably listened to almost every single one of his songs, music videos. I watched interviews he did, listened to jail calls, and the difficult part in the jail calls was
Objection.
So
ask for curative instruction.
Why don't you come sidebar again?
Okay, so Detective Danny Polo still on the stand at the YNW Melly trial. Let's bring in Afi Patterson to talk about some of the testimony that we are hearing right now. And we are seeing clips of videos and content that was taken from the cell phone. How do you think that the defense will look at this evidence that the prosecution is putting on vis-a-vis this expert witness and use it to their advantage, either by cross-examination and listing certain things out, or ultimately at the end in summing up to the jury?
Well, I'm still trying to figure out where the state is going with this. Post-shooting, they introduced a lot of text messages where they're talking about guns, ordering ammunition, ordering guns, different types of guns, and it's plentiful. My argument from a defense's perspective would be, why wouldn't I be looking for guns and ammo if I've been attacked in a drive-by shooting? Things in my life have now become a little bit more intense, a little bit more heated. I'm in danger. I need weaponry. So that would be my first thought. Again, it's post-shooting, so I don't know where they're going with that. Also, the communications between, who we're supposed to believe is Melly and someone who's from the Blood Gang, is they seem to be deferential toward Melly, and Melly seems to be non-responsive, and it seems that they are reaching out to him and asking him to be more communicative, but in a very diplomatic way. So again, I don't quite know where the prosecution is going yet, but I do believe that they absolutely have to have a strategy in mind.
Absolutely. And, you know, we're looking at this evidence coming in through this expert witness. Last week, he testified extensively about just gang culture and various aspects of gang life in order to tie in YNW Melly to gang activity. Why is that important for the prosecution to do so in this case?
Well, as you can see in the text messages, there is a lot of slang and a lot of words that are used that are specific to the gang. So you need someone to come in and be able to explain what that means. You can call it coded language, slang language, something that's just specific to this subset of people. You need someone to explain that. And I think the defense is probably going to attack the fact that the expert witness is not on the inside. He's never really been on the inside. I think when he was being certified as an expert last week, it was pointed out that he really has never been undercover. He's received his expert certifications, if you will, through attending different programs and just being educated on gang life. So that's going to be the challenge that the defense makes.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the prosecution seeking to link WNY Melly to this gang activity, because that's an aggravating factor. And they are going to be seeking the death penalty in this case. And amongst other aggravating factors, this crime being tied into some gang activity could be something that they will argue to the jury is an aggravating factor, which would warrant the death penalty if in fact they get that conviction. We're going to take a quick break here at Law&Crime, but stay tuned. More coverage of the YNW Melly trial also coming up. A Q&A with Anjanette Levy and a great panel of guests to talk about this trial, break it down, and give you some more insight into the case. Stay tuned.
I'm Anjanette Levy, and thanks for joining us here on Law and Crime. We are in our lunch break in the trial of YNW Melly, and we're beginning the third week of the trial, the double murder trial of rapper YNW Melly. We will be taking your questions this lunch hour, as we always do, so submit those on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. YNW Melly, of course, his legal name is Jamell Demons. He is now 24 years old. He faces 2 counts of first-degree murder for the killings of 2 of his friends. They are Christopher Thomas Jr. and Anthony Williams. They went by the names YNW Juvy and YNW Sakchaser. His co-conspirator, Cortlen Henry, who went by YNW Bortlen, will be tried at a later date in a separate trial. And we've been telling you since the beginning of this case that if Melly is convicted of those 2 counts of first-degree murder, he faces the possibility of the death penalty under a lower threshold signed into law earlier this year. We have a great panel with us as always. Imran Ansari is a defense attorney and also a host here at Law and Crime. He is with us. And Terry Austin is down at the Broward County Courthouse in Florida. She's covering the case for us. And Afi Patterson is here as well. Thanks, guys, for being with us. Terry, first of all, your impressions from the remainder of Danny Polo's testimony. He is the state's gang expert, and he went through more text messages on Melly's phone this morning.
Well, Anjanette, the biggest thing that happened this morning with Danny Polo is the fact that he took off his face mask. There was another objection by the defense, and the defense stated that his face, his family were on Cash App. And because of that, the judge said, okay, you can take the mask off if you're on social media. So they took the mask off, but the judge did specifically ask that we not show the face. So everyone in the courtroom can see his face. And the rationale the judge gave was, look, the defendant has the right to confront the person who is on the stand and to see what's going on, as does the jury. The jury has to determine the credibility of the witness. So for those reasons, the judge said the mask can come off, but he did specifically ask that we not show the face. So that's exactly what we're doing. Everyone in that courtroom can see him, including about 20 high school students who are here on a school trip watching the trial.
Wow, well, they are certainly getting an education today, aren't they? Coming to court to watch this trial. I think that's really interesting, Imran, that the judge said, hey, and that makes perfect sense. If you've got a bounty on your head, you're probably not going to be on social media, but they're saying he is. And so the judge says mask off. So what do you make of that?
Yeah, of course, there's the confrontation clause, right? It's a constitutional right that a defendant could confront an accuser or a witness at a trial such as this, which is a capital case. So I think the judge made the right decision here based on that finding as to that social media page. And you need the jury to really make that credibility determination. So I see why the defense were very strenuous in trying to get this ruling from the judge from the beginning when Danny Polo took the stand, in terms of having him on display for the jury, having his credibility really being truly assessed. And of course, you want to have a consideration if a witness is going to be in danger in any way of their life. That's a consideration. It's valid. But of course, the Sixth Amendment and the Confrontation Clause allows a defendant to see the witnesses being brought in court against them when they are facing such a serious allegation.
Yeah, the most serious criminal charges you can face in our criminal justice system is the first-degree murder. All right, let's get to the questions. This first question comes from YouTube. It's from LOL Chris. I'll send it over to you, Afi. So YNW Melly definitely has connections and is involved with the Bloods. Isn't that for sure a death sentence if found guilty?
So thank you, LOL Chris. Absolutely not. Just because you have a connection or affiliation with an organization which may have a known criminal history, it doesn't automatically make you guilty of any crime. It just means that you have an affiliation. I don't think the prosecution has done enough to tie that affiliation to the murders of Sack and Juvy. So absolutely not. Just because you are affiliated with any group, that doesn't automatically mean that you are a criminal or that you even performed anything in conjunction with their criminal activity. So.
Our next question, Terry, comes from Nia Baker from YouTube. She asks, do you think the state is effective with this line of questioning or attempt at the motive being gang-related?
I do not, and here's why. She is going on and on with these texts and with these emails, and it's unclear to the jury whether or not the number 9807 is connected to YNW Melly or who these other individuals are. They go by various nicknames. Goon is one of them, and there are various other defendants. Henry is, I think, on some of these text chains, but they're naming people that haven't really been brought up in the trial, and they're reading texts that aren't really associated with any person that the witness is talking about that we know definitively is Melly. So I don't think the prosecution is being effective at all. She's not connecting the dots. She's just reading a bunch of emails and a bunch of texts, and I think the jury is going to have a very difficult time tying that all back to Melly, and in fact tying it back to the crime. They're just talking about taking oaths. They're talking about what happens within the gang and with the G-Shine, which is the subset of the Bloods, but nothing really has been established as far as that crime is concerned. And last thing I'll mention is they're talking about dates before and after the crime, so nothing's really been established thus far in my mind.
Okay. Next question comes from Whitney Jelaine from YouTube. Imran, do you think evidence has made it look more like Gino/Herc, members of G-Shine, did the drive-by instead of Melly?
Yeah, I don't think that the evidence is necessarily pointing to that, but I agree with Terry as to the line of evidence and the questions to this witness. We're not getting anywhere in terms of linking the gang activity to the actual crime. I think, pointing the finger at someone else is something that the defendant is going to want to do. They're going to want to establish any sort of helpful facts and evidence for their theory of the case, that this was a drive-by. Of course, the prosecution is going to be trying to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that YNW Melly was involved with this murder. I don't think the defense, through at least their cross-examination up to this point, has really established, that alternate theory. But the prosecution is also struggling, in my opinion, to link YNW Melly conclusively to this crime.
Our next question, Jessica Ann from Facebook. Did this witness hurt the prosecution's case because of the mask controversy, Afi? Why did they have to have this witness? Why not someone else from the gang task force?
Thanks, Jessica. I've always said, if you have to be masked, get somebody else to do it. I think wearing a mask just taints the entire case. It immediately puts the jurors, it gives them anxiety, and it cast a shroud on the defendant. You instantly think, is this a gang trial? Is the defendant extremely dangerous? Why do you have to be masked? I think that, and I think it also backfired because now he has to go without a mask. So it seems that from the state side or the prosecution side, maybe they were masquerading, great word, initially, and they were trying to draw more drama and point a spotlight on the defendant unnecessarily. And that may lead people to wonder, how strong is your case? But also, I want to talk about what he testified to. The text messages seem to be sentimental in nature originally after the murder.
Well, Afi, we got to take a quick break, so I hate to cut you off. We can talk more about that on the other side, but we are going to take a quick break. Thanks for that answer. Keep the questions coming on all of our social media platforms, and we'll be right back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching our Lunch Show Q&A on Law and Crime. Thanks for joining us here at the top of the hour. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime. We are right in the middle of the murder trial of YNW Melly, the South Florida rapper, who's facing 2 counts of first-degree murder for the deaths of his friends in 2018. Their names were Chris Thomas Jr. and Anthony Williams. They went by YNW Juvy and YNW Sakchaser. We are taking your questions this hour during the lunch break, so keep them coming to us on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. We have a lot of great questions coming in. With me this hour is Terry Austin, a Law and Crime host and attorney who is down at the Broward County Courthouse covering this trial for us. Imran Ansari is a defense attorney and Law and Crime Network host, and Afi Patterson is here as well. She is an attorney out in California and legal analyst. So Terry, I'll start with you. There's been a lot of talk today about the mask of Danny Polo, the state's gang expert, and we have another question coming in about that. It is from Amy14U from Instagram. So earlier they brought up the mask again. Did the judge make him take it off? We know the judge did. This has been a big kind of deal throughout the last couple of days of his testimony.
Well, the judge did make him take it off, and the reason is the defense came up again and said, look, we're objecting to wearing the mask. It's putting our client at a disadvantage. It's putting that jury at a disadvantage. And we saw his face and his family on social media, and because of that, we want that mask off. The judge is also, though, concerned, and this is what he has to weigh, with the safety of Detective Polo because he is undercover. So what the judge decided to do was a compromise. He said, take the mask off. Everyone here in the courtroom can see you, but do not, he asked us actually, not to show the face. So we're not showing the face. And in the interim, I will add that Polo said to the judge, give me a minute. I've scrubbed all my social media. This was something that just came up. I am going to call my wife with your permission and ask her to take it down. And that's exactly what happened. So he got an opportunity. The judge took a recess, and he got an opportunity to call his wife to ask her to take that down.
Yeah, so he says, look, I didn't put this picture up there. My wife did it. Probably a little bit of a tense call during that break. Imran, our next question comes from Allison Gadet from TikTok. She asks, do you think the new law only having to have 8 out of 12 jurors should apply to a crime committed back in 2018? This is a good question because this new law was just signed this past April in 2023. So it's almost 4.5 years, 5 years after the homicides. It's almost retroactive.
Yeah, no, that's a great question, and something which is probably going to percolate its way up through the appellate courts, because I imagine once this is put in place in terms of cases going forward and defendants being sentenced to death based on an 8-juror vote, that is going to be challenged and likely challenged up through the appellate courts. And that retroactive question may be something that those courts are going to have to grapple with. We know that it's being applied now retroactively with trials that are commencing, but should it be applied to a crime that occurred prior to that? That's a great question. We know that they are implementing it retroactively, and the consideration that a defendant has based on the likelihood or possibility of the death sentence is something that doesn't just factor in at trial. It factors in during the whole process after arrest and negotiations and plea bargaining with the prosecutor. So that may be a reason to challenge retroactive application, but we see now, as far as the law is being applied now, it's being applied retroactively, as we see in this case.
It does seem very odd that it's retroactive, because I know I've covered cases where, the defendant was, tried for something years ago or what have you. Maybe there's a retrial and they still are under the sentencing guidelines or whatever for that past period in time. So seems a little strange. We'll see what happens with that. FOF Poncho from Facebook. Afi, this one's for you. Have they decided if it's Melly's phone?
No, I don't think that they have. It hasn't been determined that it's Melly's phone, but I think that's the purpose of all of the text messages today, to imply to the jury that it is Melly's phone. from what I understand thus far, we do have a phone number, and the prosecution is allowed to say this is the phone number, and these are the messages that are coming from this phone and going out from this phone. And so I think that we can't really say it's Melly's phone, but it's definitely heavily implied.
Facebook question for you, Terry Austin. Catherine Vargas asks, with all this testimony on the stand about gangs, is it possible they are trying to set Melly up for a RICO case if he was not found guilty on the murder charges?
Well, I think that's something they would have already considered. So they're doing the gang affiliation because one of the aggravating factors in this case, beyond cold and calculated and premeditated, beyond heinous, is the fact that there is a gang affiliation. So the prosecution is trying to establish that Melly does have some ties to the Bloods and to G-Shine, which is a subset of the Bloods. And they're trying to do that because they want to establish that this really is an aggravating factor here. He does have this affiliation. And in fact, I believe they're trying to also show that that had to do with the motive of the crime, that he's doing his oath, that he's making his affiliation and his loyalty with this gang, and perhaps they're trying to imply that this is why these killings occurred. I don't think that's been established quite yet, but that's why they're putting this information into the evidence.
I'll be interested to see how they tie this together, or how they try to connect all of these dots in closing when we get to that point, the prosecution, to see where they say these things are part of the puzzle. At July from Twitter, Imran asks, is reading every single text message necessary? Isn't this a bad way for the prosecution to keep the jury interested? Your thoughts, Imran?
Yeah, no, you want to be concise with your evidence. As a trial attorney, when you are formulating your direct examination, particularly so of your expert witness and the evidence you're going to be putting to a jury through an expert witness, you want it concise and you want it simple. You want that expert witness to do a job of explaining things in layman terms for that jury. That's the purpose of an expert witness, to take complicated matters and synthesize it down to simplicities so the jury can have it on a nice palatable format that they understand. Sort of kitchen sinking the approach with an expert witness is not effective. Going through every text message is not necessarily effective. You want to highlight those text messages or evidence that bring you to a closer position for a conviction and proving elements of the crime. I don't know if this is really being accomplished in the manner that this expert witness is testifying for the prosecution.
Here's our next question, Afi. This one's from you, at Mel Smith from YouTube. What do the text messages have to do with anything except painting him as a gang member?
So thank you. I think that they're trying to establish that he felt pressured to execute somebody on behalf of the gang. It doesn't seem like he felt pressured at all. It seems like he's been non-responsive. And again, after the murders, the people from the gang were reaching out to him in a very sentimental way. And the text messages to me sound very caring, very deferential, asking for communication, offering support as any brotherhood would do. So I don't really know exactly what the prosecution is trying to establish, but I do assume that she's trying to establish points, get it on the record, so she can tie it all together during closing. But for now, I just believe that a sentimental messages from a brotherhood, that's what I've interpreted coming out of these text messages. I've also interpreted somebody who is looking for some weapons and ammunition now, post-murder, post-drive-by, post your life being put in jeopardy. So I imagine that there are some points in these text messages that she's getting out that the jurors might not notice. It's getting lost in the wash right now, but she's going to highlight them in her closing. That's all I can assume.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I think a lot of times that happens in trials where you're like, why am I looking at this? Why are they putting this up there? And then in closing, they kind of tie a little bow on it and you figure it out then. Steph $sign from YouTube, Terry Austin, you're our Danny Polo expert since you can actually see him. Won't the person who put the bounty on Danny Polo's head know what he looks like anyway?
Well, I think part of what Danny Polo is trying to do is to protect his image, and that's why he wanted to wear that mask. Presumably, when he's out in public, he's not wearing a mask, but he doesn't, affiliate himself with the undercover person. So, in other words, I think he is two different people. He's one person who he's out in public and he's doing whatever his job might be, but then he's undercover and he is in a whole nother element. So, I'm hoping that the mask protects him, but, who knows with these issues how they will ultimately pan out. I think the judge is taking it very seriously, though, and allowing him to take the mask off, but also allowing him not to be filmed in front of the entire world. I don't know who has the bounty on his head. They haven't testified about that. They did that sort of questioning outside the presence of the jury, and that's when Danny Polo said, look, there is a $50,000 bounty on my head, and that's for anybody who might be looking for him. And I don't know if those people know what he looks like, but if they can put two and two together, they could come to the conclusion that, this is what he looks like. So we'll have to see.
And that's something, not filming somebody who's undercover or what have you. Of course, that's something, we're willing to do, like not showing their face, because you don't want to put somebody's life in danger. So we've covered cases before where we've done that type of thing, where we didn't show somebody's face because of a reason such as this. Music Fiend, I should say, from YouTube. Are these messages not from after the killings, Imran?
Some of the messages that we are seeing are, in fact, post-alleged crime, so after the murder. And that's where we have the question mark. What's the relevance of this, the significance of this, and how is it being tied back to YNW Melly being the defendant in this case, facing these murder charges? And ultimately, it's either going to be brought back to a relevant point and a purpose by the prosecution, whether, connected by another piece of evidence through this witness or through another witness down the line, or during summation when you tie it all together. But yeah, we're seeing these messages which are now post-murder, and that's where a lot of us are looking at this and what is the relevance to this in terms of setting the stage and connecting the defendant to the crime.
All right, we are going to take a quick break. Keep those questions coming to us on TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. We'll get to as many of them as we can, but we got to take that quick break. Stay with us. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. We'll be right back. Welcome back, and thanks for being with us during the lunch hour in the YNW Melly double murder trial. We're taking your questions as we always do, so keep them coming in on YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. We'll get to as many of them as we can. Imran, I'll send this next question over to you. It comes from Loves Rolo Pigio. I'm not sure what that means, but I'll try to figure it out later. It asks, if YNW Melly is convicted and sentenced to the death penalty, when would it take place and how would it be done?
So there's no definitive time frame, especially if that is the case, that he is convicted and then sentenced to death. I would expect that there will be appeals from the defense team. I can almost guarantee that. And those appeals would have to take place. During the course of that appellate process, YNW Melly would likely remain incarcerated, but he would not be, sort of marched to his death, so to say, immediately. And that appellate process would have to take place. And as we were talking about earlier, now that Florida has changed the law and there's legislation in place where it is now an 8 vote rather than a unanimous 12 in order for a jury to hand down the death penalty in Florida, I think that aspect of the law would be a large part of that appeal. And that may take some time, especially if it percolates up through the appellate process, given the gravity of that legislation and how it may have an effect on defendants going forward. So in sum, I can't give you a definitive time frame, but I don't think it would be anywhere immediate, and it may actually take quite some time due to the appeals that would have to be decided.
Yeah, it usually takes a really long time, like 10 years or more worth of appeals. So it just depends. And, I've mentioned this before. A lot of times the drug companies, if they do lethal injection, a lot of times these drug companies won't sell their drugs to states that want to use them in executions because they don't want their drugs used for these purposes. Let's get to our next question from Twitter. It comes from @thebull_21 Offie. Please explain the state's case because I am lost. This is from the Bull.
Thanks, the Bull. So I'm a little lost as well. I know if I'm lost, you're lost. The jurors are also lost. I think it's shaping up as it goes. I think they're approaching their case from 2 angles. The first is that Melly was asked to commit these murders as some sort of initiation to enter the gang. I think that's one part of their case. I don't think this line of testimony from the expert witness is supporting that. I think it's actually going to support the defense's theory, which is that there was a drive-by. If people usually associate gang activity with violence, and drive-bys are included in that violence. So I don't think that does much for the state's case. I think another approach may be when they're addressing motive, that Melly had gotten into an argument with Sakchaser or maybe even Juvy a couple of weeks prior to the shooting, and maybe this was some sort of retaliation. But, I've thought about that and walked through that. I think that for that argument to fly, we'd have to hear from Bortlen, because I think he would have to have been in on it. There would have to be some sort of conspiracy. I don't know why a driver would let another person shoot 2 people in his vehicle and just go along with it. So I really don't know where the state is going. Again, I keep saying they have to have some sort of theory, and I think everything is going to congeal during the closing arguments.
Yeah, and the state doesn't have to prove motive, of course, but I know that I interviewed the father of Juvy, Chris Thomas Sr., and he said he thinks money was part of the motive here. That's been his thought for quite some time on it. So it'll be interesting to see if we hear any testimony related to that in this case. We just don't know if that's coming or not. Our next question comes from Take Risks from TikTok. The message asking for a gun was 2 days after the shooting, Terry Austin. How was it relevant to the case?
Well, it probably is not relevant, but what the prosecution is going to try to say is, look, Melly has a gun and he's on the phone and he's talking about the gun and he's talking to his mother and they all have guns. And that's all well and good, but that gun has not been tied back to the crime scene. That gun has not been put in the hands of YNW Melly, and they haven't been able to establish that the bullets from that gun were really shot at the two individuals who passed, at Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas. So I think just having a conversation about a gun, and those guns are legally owned based on the information we've heard thus far. So having a conversation about guns doesn't really establish that those guns are associated with the killing. So I definitely think that the prosecution is just trying to put in evidence that could possibly be linked back. But right now they haven't made that solid line back to the gun that was at that killing and that killed those two individuals.
My thought on this, Terry, I was just kind of wondering if the message about the gun comes after the homicides and they never located a murder weapon according to, the prosecution, they don't have it. Is it possible that gun was ditched and then he needs a replacement?
Well, it could be, and they might infer that, but they don't have the evidence to show that. They have no evidence thus far of any gun. They don't have a weapon. And so just having a conversation about a Glock, which is the type of gun that they were having a conversation about, isn't going to establish that that was the gun that did the shooting. Remember, they had that gun expert on the stand in the beginning for a very long time, and we all got our certificates on guns and bullets and casings, but nothing he said put that gun in the hand of Melly, and nothing he said established that a specific type of gun shot those two individuals. So I think that it's a lot of information that the jury is really not even going to take into consideration because it's not specific enough.
Yeah, one of the things I thought was so interesting about the gun testimony of the gun expert was the fact that he said more than on cross, they got him to say that more than one gun could have been involved, which I found really interesting. YouTube question for you, Imran. Omar asks, what would be the best approach for the defense on cross-examination with this witness, meaning Danny Polo?
Sure. So, well, one aspect that we were just talking about, how this is a text message that postdates the murder regarding Melly looking for a gun. Well, arguably, you could cross and this witness and then establish an argument later down the line that perhaps he's looking for a gun because there was just a drive-by shooting in which two of his friends were killed. But there's a lot to cross this witness on in terms of what we saw previously in his testimony and what we see continuing. I think he had some of the aspects of gang life or gang affiliation wrong, and that would be ample areas to cross him on. But also just regarding the relevance and significance of these text messages, what are you establishing through your testimony? So you could either look at this witness on cross for the defense and start poking apart the sort of abundance of testimony, or you could be more strategic since he is seemingly going on and they're using a lot of exhibits and a lot of material where the jury may be lost. You may want to keep the jury lost for the benefit of the defense and not really draw out any more testimony from this individual, but you definitely want to cross him on his qualifications, on the methodology which he is testifying on as an expert witness, and of course also try to poke apart the relevance of these text messages in terms of the grand objective of the prosecution.
Next question comes from Instagram, and it's a long one, Afi, but I think it's a really good question. It comes from nomad_from. Nomad asks, if they have the cell data locations, which we've heard about already, how come they couldn't follow the car with video surveillance from the road, restaurants, and neighborhood that has video cameras, then build a database, or connect the data they have on cell and the video surveillance data and hospital location they have to establish the accuracy of the data?
So, great question, Nomad. I think that if they had that information, they would introduce it. And I think your point is great. There's an absence of that information because it doesn't exist. I know we see in movies a lot of times or I watch BBC films all the time, and they talk about CCTV. You can follow a car from point A to point Z. And I just think that there's an absence of that information. And who knows if it's because it just doesn't exist or because it wasn't subpoenaed, or it wasn't investigated. Who knows why it's not there, but I can only assume that they don't have it, because if they did, like you said, it would be fantastic for the prosecution.
It would be really interesting to see surveillance video from different locations and then plot it along with cell data if it all, is accurate and does match up. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We're still taking your questions, though, so keep them coming on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. We'll be right back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. We are taking your questions during this lunch hour, as we always do, for the YNW Melly double murder trial. We have some more coming in. We'll get to as many of them as we can before that lunch break ends. Terry, I'll send this one over to you. It comes from BMO2K from YouTube. Do you think the fact that they are trying to link Melly with the G-Shine Bloods is because they lack the evidence on Melly, so they are reaching out?
Well, they're trying to link him back to the Bloods and specifically to G-Shine, which they say is one of the more violent gang factions. They're doing that because they're trying to say this is an aggravating factor. This is something that he's doing that is going to give him the death penalty. So they have three aggravating factors here. They have the heinous crime. They have that it's cold, calculated. They have that it's premeditated. And this third aspect is that he has this gang affiliation. So they're doing it because they want to establish that factor. And frankly, I said this before, I think they're trying to establish a motive as well by saying he's affiliated with this gang and perhaps the shooting had something to do with his gang activity. But thus far, I have not seen the connection to that. I think they're reading all of these texts, these emails. They're trying to say he's with the gang, but doing that does not establish that he did this shooting because it was gang motivated.
Our next question, Imran, comes from Nothing from YouTube, and it's from Spain, which we think is super cool. We always love it when people from other countries are watching. So thank you, Nothing, for watching from Spain. Nothing asks, so far there has not really been much for the prosecution to play with. Why do you believe the jury may lean toward, or what do you believe the jury, who do you believe the jury may lean toward, the defense or prosecution? So this person doesn't believe the state has a strong case and wonders if you think the jury is going to side with the defense or the prosecution, or maybe not either one. Maybe it'll be hung.
Yeah, so, we're calling the case sort of early here if we're going to make an answer to Nothing's question. But I think if we were going to call the trial here, meaning, we're going to stop evidence and the prosecution is going to have to deal with the evidence they put in thus far, I think they would have a very tough time in selling this to the jury as being a conviction. Of course, we are mid-trial. We're going to see more evidence come in, and it's a circumstantial case. So the prosecution does have that job to sort of connect the dots of the circumstantial evidence at the end of the trial for the jury to convict. But I do think that the prosecution right now, so far, has not put on the strongest case. And I think the defense has a lot to work with in terms of attacking the prosecution's case and saying, they haven't met their burden to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt, that the evidence is shaky, that they are sort of grasping at straws and pointing to gang affiliation and these sort of aspects, not necessarily to prove that there's an aggravating factor or it was gang motivated, but just to inflame the jury and try to get them to convict based on those sort of emotions and those sort of inferences being derived from gang affiliation. So I would say the prosecution has an uphill battle right now, and they need to really focus their evidence and bring it home to the jury at the end of the day. I think the defense has a shot.
Interesting. Our next question comes from Jenny from TikTok. This is for you, Afi. Does anyone know what date Melly will be testifying? So I don't think we know a date, but I mean, Afi, do you think Melly testifies? Does he take the stand?
I don't think he's going to take the stand. And Jenny, thank you for your question. Many defense attorneys often discourage their client from testifying because there's so many, it's a minefield. There are things that the defendant can say that can open doors that previously were closed. And by that, I mean, they can bring up an incident that ordinarily would not be allowed in court, but they may mention it. And that gives the prosecution an opportunity to open that door, walk through it and attack it, investigate that situation. Also, defendants are under such scrutiny. So from the moment, as we all know, we've been commenting on it for days, everything that Melly does in the courtroom, when he smiles, when he prays, where he looks, who he's looking to, when he looks tired, when he looks excited. We're wondering why. So when he testifies, people are going to be listening to the tenor of his voice. They're going to ask, does he sound remorseful? If he sounds remorseful, why does he sound remorseful? Is it because he's guilty? Why doesn't he sound remorseful? Why does he sound enthusiastic? Why doesn't he have more bass in his voice? You're just under so much scrutiny, and it's just, again, a minefield. So many defense attorneys are going to discourage their clients from testifying for those reasons and so much more. So again, I doubt he'll testify.
Yeah, it's a big risk when you put your client up on the stand. Big risk. And then you open them up to a whole host of questions that you may not want the jury to hear about. Things that could be really prejudicial in your mind. Let's get to our next question, and I'm going to help you out on this one, Terry. I just did some Googling. It's from Spotlight Exotic from YouTube. Doesn't Florida require both parties to consent? You can't record a conversation. It's a felony. I did just Google this. Florida is a two-party consent state. So what do you make of that?
Well, that conversation that was recorded, and thanks for Googling that for us, because every state is different. It's either one party or two party. But that conversation seems to be recorded by a third person with someone on the phone, and I do think they must have had consent because they were all part and parcel of the same conversation. So presumably Melly was on the phone. His friend is holding the phone and someone else is recording that entire event. So it does appear from what we know that it was done with consent and then it was introduced into evidence. Now, whether or not that should have gotten in or whether there were objections about it, I'm certain that the defense did object to that. Again, we talked about what was in that conversation. It did not seem relevant to the crime itself. They were just having a conversation. I think there was a curse word that was used during that conversation, but it did get into evidence. The judge thought apparently that it was more probative than prejudicial, and he thought it was relevant, so it's in. But the question is, what is the jury going to do with that conversation?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. And really, obviously it's a violation of the law, not having both parties consent and say, yeah, you can record me. In other states where it's one party, only one person, the person recording, has to consent, and I can just record the conversation. So, but in a double murder trial, I think this is like the least of the prosecution's concern as a recording made illegally. We've got time for one more question. I'll send this over to you, Imran. Baby girl XOXOXO from YouTube. Does anyone know who is on the defense list to testify for him?
Right. So I don't believe we have the defense list, or at least I haven't seen it in full transparency. So the big question is whether whether YNW Melly is going to be taking the stand, and that would be a risky proposition, as we have just stated. But I do imagine that the defense would call perhaps some expert witnesses to rebut the testimony of the undercover detective on the stand. And there would be some testimony in order to shore up a defense case, at least on the expert side, or they could just sit back and based on the evidence that we're seeing presented by the prosecution thus far, I think there may be good grounds to say we're going to take this approach from the defense side, and we're just going to not necessarily put on an affirmative defense case, and we may just poke holes into the prosecution's case, say they haven't proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt. It's a circumstantial case. They haven't connected the dots, and keep the prosecution to their burden. But we will see. We're still in the middle of the prosecution case. We're still waiting to see how this plays out, even with this expert witness. And the defense may have a case of their own, of course, to put on at the end of the day.
Okay, I fibbed. We're not doing just one last question. We're going to do this one last question. So 2 last questions. Levon Robinson from YouTube asks Afi, do you think that the state made a mistake charging Melly with first degree instead of second degree because there may be more to prove?
So thank you. I think that they may be rethinking putting the death penalty out there, because I think that you're going to be hard pressed to get people to send this man to his death based on the evidence that they've presented thus far. But we'll only know, again, once the prosecution has continued to tie her dots, connect the dots. I don't think she's done it yet, but I can only think that there's got to be something that's going to congeal everything that she's bringing out. And we just don't know it yet. It's like a lot of information. We don't see it. She sees it. It's coming. I can only hope. But no, I don't think that they made a mistake. I just think that, their burden is a little bit tougher.
Yeah, it's hard. First degree murder, it's the most serious charge you can face, and it's a death penalty case, so there's a lot on the line. All right, we are done with your questions. Thanks so much for submitting them, and thanks for tuning in. We are going to take a break. Imran, thanks for being here, obviously, Terry and Afi, and I'll be signing off. Imran is going to take it from here when we come back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you've been watching Law and Crime.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Law and Crime Network. I'm Imran Ansari, and our focus today is the Broward County, Florida trial of Jamell Demons, better known as YNW Melly. It's a murder trial in Broward County, and he is facing 2 counts of first-degree murder. And the South Florida rapper is accused in this case of killing Christopher Thomas Jr., also known as YNW Juvy, and Anthony Williams, also known as YNW Sakchaser. It's currently day 8 in the trial, and earlier today, the jury heard testimony from Detective Danny Polo. He is an undercover detective, which is why we are not seeing his face on camera. On Thursday, he testified with his mask on and that he with a concealed identity, but now the jury is able to see his face, even though we can't on camera. We are respecting that and not showing his face, but they now can see his face, and he is testifying without a mask. Let's see how that happened and what happened earlier today in court.
Yes, counsel. Now, your objection is was previously stated as you're objecting to this witness testifying wearing a mask. Based upon his testimony, I overruled the objection, and now you're suggesting you want to revisit that?
Yes, sir.
So go ahead and tell me, make your argument.
May I inquire from the witness?
Sure.
Sir, are you aware that your picture, along with your family, is on the internet as we sit here today?
Nope.
May I approach?
You may.
May I show you what is a picture and ask if that is you and your family?
Yes, sir.
And that's on your wife's Cash App?
Yes, sir.
Which is available to anyone who runs that, because we just ran it this morning.
I guess so. I did my best to keep things clean. I guess I missed that one.
We would object to him continuing to testify with his mask on based upon that as public record.
Yeah, this is nothing that this witness put on. It was something that was done by a family member that he was unaware of. So based on that, and the testimony is still truthful and accurate as to what he has done to protect his identity on that. So based on that particular item, I don't think that rises to that level.
Okay, so let's break that down. He is now testifying without a mask. The jury gets to see his face, assess his credibility, but this was after an argument put on by the defense based on information that was learned that Detective Danny Polo, his face was on a Cash App social media platform, and his face was revealed there. The judge then deciding that he will be testifying in court without a mask, even though we are not showing his face on camera, based on the request of the court and the judge, actually. So I'm going to bring in my guest right now to break this down. I have Gwen Marie Davis Hicks. Gwen Marie Davis. She is a federal litigator. She is in Maryland, and she's joining me right now to talk about some of the issues going in court. Gwen Marie, thank you for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, and so interesting morning in court, because we've had the testimony of Detective Danny Polo, who is an undercover officer who has dealt with gang-related defendants and activity. Therefore, he was saying there's a $50,000 bounty on his head, and the court gave credence to that, allowed him to testify previously with a mask on. But here we have developing events this morning. What do you make of that?
I think that it was important for him to take off his mask for the jury. It needed to be a credible, face-to-face situation, and the judge had to make, or I think made the right decision by allowing his mask to come off, cameras not on him, but talking to the jury directly.
Attorneys, understanding the jury's in the jury room?
Yes, Judge.
You all ready to proceed?
Yeah.
Get the witness.
Yeah, can we just approach off the record?
Off the record?
Off the record.
Come here.
See how responsive they are, though? Don't you feel warm?
I do, and first of all, I want to thank you.
jury assesses credibility is by assessing the witness, not only their words, but their expression, their demeanor on the stand. And of course, a mask would hamper that. But what do you make of the sort of the other argument here, that he has a valid concern for his safety? And of course, I'm a former prosecutor who dealt with undercover officers. Once that cover is blown, that officer's identity is compromised, not only for his or her safety, but also for ongoing, their job with the police department or the FBI going forward. What about the converse side? Was there a valid reason to maintain his identity as being, not only his name, but also wearing a mask?
Yes, you raise a good point. They raised a good point as well too. Every day there's undercover officers that are in the field going undercover, and their cover is blown when they take it off. But there's other ways, again, to protect his cover in court. They could have had a screen, voice.
Are you facing this way, or you want to face this way?
I'm going to say that.
Thank you. Let the record reflect the presence of the defendant, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys, our witnesses on the stand. The jury is ready. You all ready to proceed, counsel?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Bring in the jury, please. jury entering. Presence of our jury. Defendant Demons, his counsel, the assistant state attorney, our witness remains on stand. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you all had a nice lunch. You were able to stay dry. It's raining out here, but many of them. We're ready to proceed. And we left the statement still on direct examination of the witness counsel. If you're ready, you may proceed.
Yes. Okay, Detective, we have talked about and shown you what's been previously marked as state's XXX for identification purposes only. Was that a document that you reviewed prior to coming into court today?
Yes.
Does that document fairly and accurately depict the conversations between the 9807 phone number and an individual identified as Bang?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request an state XXX in and published.
Any objection?
Objection is on grounds for
Stephen, come side over.
XXX would be marked state 71.
Your permission to publish?
You may.
Thank you. Detective Polo, starting on page 1 out of 57 on this, is this first text. If you could read that out loud, please.
This Bang hit me up real quick. HM hit me up.
Okay, and so this conversation is between an individual that's labeled as Bang and the 9807 phone number again?
Yes.
And I want to go forward on this. So in terms of starting at through here, in terms of the message here on September 6, 2018.
Yes.
What is that message say?
What page we got?
Page 4.
G shit, question mark.
Okay. And the response from the Bang message is what?
Shit, yeah. Hey, you beefing with that in green dude?
And what is the response?
I don't even consider it beef and word cap.
And in terms of the word cap, is that used in any specific context in these messages?
Yeah, capping just means like he's not taking it serious. It's just, you know, they're talking trash to each other.
Okay. In terms of the word slime, again, do you see that in the messages on page 5?
Yes. That's how he refers to the subject.
Okay. And I believe again back on, no. So going forward to September 19th of 2018. What does the person identified as Bang ending in 5054 say?
Yeah, okay.
7.
Ready?
Yes.
At the studio, what's the knowledge blood?
Okay. Going forward to the bottom of page 8. The last word in this message on September 20th, 2018, 6:28 p.m. What does that tell you about the person composing that message?
The person is continuing to use blood-related language by taking out the C's and using either B's or other letters. In this case, it would be a B.
Okay. On September 23rd, 2018, there's a page or a screenshot of a Instagram or social media page that is sent. What is the message that's asked?
It's you, blood.
And what's the response?
Hell no. Fan page. Send a pic to me though.
And in terms of the picture that is sent in return on page 10, that is, and for the record, States Publishing has been previously admitted as State 62. In terms of the middle message here about you back in Louisiana, is there, you mentioned regional differences in the way individuals in gangs work. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit about the Louisiana, New Orleans set of the Bloods?
So, East Coast Bloods operate under the UBN, but for some reason, and it's not really something we've been able to tell, is Louisiana Bloods don't fall under kind of like the same structure as the other gangs within the UBN. For some reason, Louisiana Bloods will claim their hoods, their neighborhoods. So instead of repping G-Shine, GKB, something like that, or Nitre, they'll just rep a hood that they're from. So if they're from 40th Avenue and Baton Rouge or Holly Grove in Louisiana, then they'll rep those hoods. And they might be Bloods from those hoods, and that's what they rep, instead of falling under the major UBN alliances or sets.
Okay, so going on to page 12, the individual that's been identified as Bang in the messages, what does he say?
I just made it back to Baton Rouge.
And then the next one?
Excuse me. Just checking on you, blood. Be safe.
Okay. Going down again to another message on the bottom of page 13 from the individual labeled as Bang. What does he say?
It says, laughing out loud. You on the move, blood? I like that. You be motivating me.
And that was in response to a question from the 9807.
Right. He said, damn, I'm going to be in LA.
So I want to go through the 9807 number on page 16 for defense counsel at 10/13/2018, 11:16 p.m. has that same SLAT, S-L-A-T-T. Is that something that you've seen all through these messages?
Yeah, it's commonly used blood call out, like blat, slat, brat.
Okay.
Just things that they say. So you know someone's a blood, or you're talking to a blood. You're supposed to use the lingo as we've previously discussed, as it's stated in the Bibles.
Okay, going into, again, still page 16, moving down to the message of October 13, 2018 at 11:17 p.m.
The 9807 number states, in North Carolina, getting ready for this show. Obviously, he's taking up a C in North Carolina, replacing it with a big B. Lights.
And then the response from the 5054 bang number.
Says, I'm about to head to Gotti's concert at SQL. I was just checking in on you, blood.
Okay. On page 17, October 14th of 2018. Can you read that one and then explain what it's meaning?
9807 number asks, you know someone selling a glizzy? Glizzy is a slang term for a Glock.
Okay. Then continuing on to the next page on page 18. What is the 9807 asking at, again, October 14th, 2018?
He again asks, without putting a question mark, but any gun, basically saying he'll take any gun.
Okay. Going on to October 26, 2018 at 4:45 a.m.
Okay.
Can you read this specific message? And I'll make it a little bit bigger.
What page?
Page 20.
3220 Southwest 192nd Avenue, Miramar, Florida, 33029. I'm on my way right now, blood.
Okay. Going down to the 9807 messages on October 26, 2018, 44611 and 44619. What does the 9807 number say at that point?
On this one?
Yes.
Alright, bro. Ain't nobody picking up.
And then the next one?
Shit brazy, AF as fuck, right now, blood, what the fuck.
Okay. And in response to that, what does the number identified as bang 5054 say?
Bang responds, I'm on my way, blood, I got you.
Okay. And in terms of the locations or anything like that, you did not analyze any of that data?
No.
Okay. Going on to October 27th of 2018, 3:22 a.m. What does that say?
You good, blood?
And that's coming from which individual?
Fredo Bang.
Okay. Again, the 9807 phone number at this point says on October 27, 2018, 3:25 a.m. a response?
Hell yeah. Appreciate everything, blood. I love you.
Continuing on to page 22. Again, the 5054 bang, Frito Bang number says what?
I love you too, blood. I told you I'm just a phone call away.
Going to the 9807 again at 10:27, 3:37 a.m. What terminology and how is it used by the 9807 phone?
First send this blood again.
Okay. And the last message on 10/31/2018 on page 22 with the use of the word slime again.
It says I already bought it, slime.
And the response on
Go
October.
ahead. Sorry. States love you, blood.
That's at the top of page 23. Going on to page 24, what does the 9807 phone number say out?
The album Ride in Blood, no cap.
Continuing on October 31st, is there another blood reference by the 5054 bang?
Yes, just continues to use blood.
Again, at the bottom of page 25, does the 9807 use slang or in terms of endearment associated with the blood gang members?
Yes, same use of the word blood.
Based on your review of these messages, would you categorize Frito Bang as a member of G-Shine?
Not based off these messages.
Okay. Continuing on to page 27, November 1st, 2018. What does the number associated with Frito Bang state to the 9807 number?
Just calls out to him, calls him blood.
And in response to that, what does the 9807 state back?
What it is, blood.
Going down to page 29, 11/2/2018, 4:30 p.m. What is this text message say from the 9807 phone number?
States Dolly and Dora Blood. That's her brother.
And again, the 9807 phone number on page 30 on November 2nd, 2018.
It says, damn, do your thing, show your ass, blood.
And then on November 2nd, 2018, 5:46 p.m. on page 31.
Yeah, I'm a sprinter, blood.
On page 33, on November 2nd, 2018, 9:16.
Bang, calls out to him again, states blood.
And the response from the 9807 number?
Slap.
And then again here on page 34, the first message appear on November 12th from the Frito Bang number.
Just says Brid, like he's telling me he's home, he's at the crib.
Okay. And then on the response from the 9807.
I think he meant to write where you at, but it says WYO. So WYO, blood, I'm fun to hit the studio.
Okay. And then continuing on, 9807, does it use another slang term for associated with blood?
Same continued use of the term blood.
Okay. Again on November 13th, the top of page 35.
Yes.
Another use of that terminology?
Yes.
Okay. Going now to November 13th, 2018. On this specific message from the 9807 phone number, what does it say?
Condo.
And what is significant about the way it is spelled?
There's no C in it. You put a K, same thing. Just replacing the C's with a different letter.
Okay. And again, on November 14th on page 37, on the word location, what is done at that time?
Does the same exact thing. Send location. He's going out of his way to take out the C's and put B's in.
Okay. The response from the individual identified as the 5054 Frito Bang number.
He sent his contact location.
And then, I'm sorry, down here at the bottom, 11/15/2018.
He just responds or calls out saying blood again.
Okay. Again, on now page 38, from the 5054 Frito Bang number.
It says, send that bitch blood.
Okay. Again, on page 39, from the 5054 number.
Blood again.
And the response.
Slap.
Continuing on page 41, at the very top, the 11/22/2018 message from the 9807.
9807 states, thanks, happy Thanksgiving, my blood.
Okay, continuing on to November 23rd, 2018.
Again, calls him his blood.
Okay. Now the 5054 at the still on page 41 says what?
What up, bud?
And the response from on page 41 from the 9807 phone number.
It says, you good, blood? Just checking up on you. Or checking on you, sorry. Takes out the C for checking, puts a B.
Okay, again on page 43, the 5054 Bang, Frito Bang number, what does it say?
Just reaches out to him, calling him blood.
And the response?
Gang.
Again on page 45, November 28, 2018, how does the 5054 number reach out to the 9807 phone number?
Same way, by calling him blood again.
The 9807 number on November 28, 2018, at the top of page 46, makes a statement that says what?
I'm bumming from Miami instead of I'm coming from Miami.
And then again on page 47.
He reaches out to him, calls him blood.
And the response from the 9807 phone number?
Phone was in the other room, blood.
Okay. Going on to page 50, on December 11th, again a call out by the 5054 number for Frito Bang saying what?
Blood.
And the response from the 9807 number.
What's good, blood?
Continuing on to page 52, the 9807 number says what?
Love you, blood, for real.
Okay, and in response, the 5054 Frito Bang number says?
I don't remember what LLYT stands for. Blood, I'm about to call you.
Okay, and the response from the 9807?
Bet, blood.
Okay. December 29th, 2018.
You good, blood?
And the response from the 9807 phone number?
Hell yeah, blood. Love.
Okay. The December 29th, 2018.
Just checking on you, bloody.
And the response?
I'm already knowing, blood.
Okay, so detective, I think the final on this, which just covers through February of 2019, The last on page 56, 54 on January 26, 2019 says what?
Blood. Just blood.
And before that on January 25th?
Love you, blood.
Okay, and the response from the 9807 number?
What's up, blood?
So, Detective, did you also have the opportunity to look through photos?
Yes.
I'm showing that's been previously shown to counsel marked as for identification purposes as state triple Y. So, Detective, I'm going to have an opportunity to look through these images.
Colors as well?
Yes, but start with just the images. Have you reviewed those images before coming into court?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately depict images of the defendant?
Yes.
And to go now through the reports. Are these some of the images from those same chats and reports that we've seen, as well as others from this particular phone?
Yes.
In terms of the videos that are on this, have you had the opportunity to watch these videos before coming into court?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the videos that were on the 9807 phone?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states triple Y in and publish to the jury.
Is there any objection?
Same objection as previously made.
States triple Y would be marked States 72.
Submitted.
That is one USB. So I'm going to start with the videos. So I'm going to put that one there and pause it. The individuals that are identified in this particular live photo / video from the iPhone, do you recognize those individuals?
Yes, I'm like.
Okay, so I'm going to start with the person on the far left in the black shirt.
That's Cortlen.
Okay, the next individual in the blue shirt with a green stripe and RS on the front of it.
Mr. Demons.
Okay, going on across to the person on the far right the photo with the long threads, the gray jacket, black pants.
I believe that's track.
Okay. Are there gang signs or symbols that are being shown in this particular image?
Well, the colors, some of them are wearing the color red, and then you have Mr. Demons throwing out GKB with one hand, and the other hand just east side. Those are two signs.
Okay. The Chicago Bulls hat in the background, is that something that's associated with a blood gang?
Yeah, blood gang members typically wear red Chicago Bulls outfits. Mount Pyru, blood gang members typically wear that a little more because it's similar to one of their symbols, which the subject in the white shirt is throwing out. This would be Mount Pyru because it makes an M. I apologize. And then the subject's obviously wearing all red. This is one of the subjects in the picture is wearing almost all red. Mr. Demons is wearing plenty of red shoes, red highlights on the shirt with some green.
Okay. So I'm going to go forward and that was, for the record, image_0162.mov. So I'm going to go and publish image_0300.
Yeah, you see that shit, you know what I'm saying? Some motherfuckers, that shit hit him. She aware, shout out to my nigga Wiz. You see the YNW? See the you took a rip. The edgy shit, man. You niggas, you know the niggas, you feel me? Gonna act full in that snow.
So the individual that's speaking in that video, do you recognize that person?
Mr. Demons.
And last but not least, image 278.MOV.
No regrets for the shit I did. That also means for the niggas out. Yeah. 4:30 a.m. Never say when.
So, Detective Polo asks, are you a Kevin Gates fan?
Yeah, I'm a Kevin Gates fan.
Are you familiar with the Kevin Gates song 4:30 a.m.?
Yes.
Is some of that last video that we just watched consistent with that lyrics?
Yeah, the variation of the song.
Okay. Does the Kevin Gates song 4:30 a.m. include the lyrics never say when?
I believe so.
Does it say both of them?
Don't think so.
Okay. So, continuing on to go through some of the other photos that are now as part of this exhibit. And this is image _1038. Can you identify the individual as Mr. Demons in this photo?
Yes, subject wearing green with the name Melvin written on his tracksuit.
And is he showing
Not my
any,
jacket, sorry.
is he putting up any signs or signals that would be associated with a criminal gang?
Yeah, just the east side.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Going into image 160.jpg. What are we looking at here?
That's a really commonly used blood hand sign, spelled out blood, B-L-O-O-D, using both hands.
And in terms of this image, who are we looking at in this image?
So Mr. Demons using both hands to throw up the big B's for blood.
And is this the same jacket from the previous photo?
Yes. At least it appears to be. It was a lot more zoomed in.
Moving on to the next image here. What is shown in this photo?
So Mr. Demons putting a big B up to his forehead.
In terms of the one we're looking at here, image _0194.png. What is this?
That's the same photograph located on the phone. The document forwarded to him.
And in terms of going through the phone, did you see numerous screen captures like this?
Yeah, there's a lot, like more than what I can count at this point. I went through thousands of images. It's a lot of screenshots of FaceTimes with Mr. Demons on the small camera with the camera function to switch the camera, showing that he's the one holding that phone that is screenshotting the picture.
Okay. So going to this photo here, image1.jpg. Are there common handshakes and gestures that are done between different members of Bloods to acknowledge one another?
Yes.
Going on to this image is Mr. Demons doing any hand signs in this one?
It's kind of blurry. I can't really tell what he's doing in his hand.
So I want to go through now these images. I'm going to make them a little bit bigger. Detective Polo, these images found in open source part of your investigation?
Yes, I found those on, I believe this was YouTube.
Okay. And can you identify the defendant in this photograph?
Yes.
Which one is he?
The subject in the center wearing black with the 5-point star being made with his hands.
And can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury why the 5-point star is important to know?
The 5-point star is one of the primary symbols of the United Blood Nation. They use the 5-point star as opposed to people of Folk Nation, Crips, GDs. They use the 6-point star. So the 5-point star is indicative of anyone that falls under People Nation, and then the UBN and or Bloods.
Okay. So I'll go to the next photo here. Is this from another one of his publicly available videos?
Yes, another video that's posted online.
And what gang signs or symbols are shown in this particular image?
It's throwing up bees, just little bees.
Is there any difference between the big B and the little b?
Just a different way to throw it up, just different hand signs.
Okay.
Just put them together sometimes and throw up a stack.
Okay, and the stack says what?
Depending on what you're trying to say, if sometimes a subject can see an enemy on the street, they know this person's from a different gang, you can throw up his sign, let them know that I'm so-and-so, I'm with this gang, this is where I'm from. Or it could just be as simple as just identifying yourself to another blood, letting them know your blood too.
Okay. And the image that we're looking at here, what is he, gang signs or symbols is he throwing up in this one?
Same thing, it's cut off, but it's the bees.
Okay. And going on to this next one.
Same hand signs, the big bees.
Okay. Again, on this one.
That's the GKB hand sign. It's that right there. It's different.
And on this one.
Big bees. Same ones that from the previous pictures.
Okay. And then on this one again.
Big B hand sign, same one from the other ones.
And this one.
That's another form of throwing up the 5-point crown. It's a variation of it. Kind of missing a finger there.
You mentioned OLA and GKB.
Yeah.
What does this image demonstrate?
This is a well-known GKB gang member. He goes by Big Ola, GKB, that's his handle. This is his screenshot of his social media. As I stated before, Ola is a term used by the Bloods. It means blood. And typically, members of the Blood gang will use some of this language in their handles. And he's doing the same hand sign, the same GKB hand sign, that hand sign right there.
Okay. And the thing written on the back of that shirt?
You shine, I shine, we all shine. It's a variation of the G-Shine motto. I shine, you shine, we shine. G-Shine.
Okay. Another image from one of the publicly available videos. What does this show?
It's Mr. Demons. His hair is painted red, and he's throwing up the bees.
Okay.
For the AB.
And in this particular image, what is it showing?
That's the rapper Trippy Red, who happens to be a Blood, and he's putting a red bandana styled jacket on Mr. Demons.
Okay, Detective Polo, we've gone through a number of items. In terms of, can you summarize for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about the number of times the defendant admits to criminal gang membership?
Every single one of these videos and photographs that are posted where he's referencing G-Shine, throwing up G-Shine, writing it as basically as the title of his album, and representing G-Shine, those are all admissions. It'd be the same thing as someone walking around wearing a police uniform. They're telling you who they belong to, who they belong, who they run with.
That segues into the number of times where he adopts the style or dress of a criminal gang.
Right.
Can you point out the specific examples of some of the items and photographs and things that were indicative of that?
There was plenty of photographs that I went through on the cell phone extraction where Mr. Demons is wearing primarily red. He also uses the color green, and with that, uses emojis significant to Bloods, East Coast Bloods, like the blood drop, the big B emoji, and the little snake for slime.
Okay. In terms of the hand signs, so there's some of the images that we just went over on that. Also, the associates with one or more known criminal gang members. Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the number of associates you were able to document and show in the videos and pictures we just went through?
When I was originally going through all the documents and the phone, started identifying people off of the photographs, he associated with many, many different Bloods, and I have at least, if you want to just count the ones that he was communicating with directly, was the subject Goon, Isaiah Eberhard, who was trying to recruit him into 1G Shine set. Mm-hmm. There's Gino, Derek Dixon, who did recruit him into that G-Shine set. Mm-hmm. His godfather Stretch, Keith Stevens, that's a Blood. He's a high-ranking Blood, been named in multiple Blood indictments. There's Jaquan Burton, Q-Shine, and then there's his other associates within the organization that are repping Blood.
Okay.
I don't want to really get into the rappers because he's a musician.
Okay, so in terms of, has he been observed in the company of one or more known criminal gang members 4 or more times?
Yes.
Okay. The primary activities of G-Shine, what have those been identified as based on your review of the records?
Historically, for the entire organization?
Yes.
Objection to relevancy. Overruled.
You may testify.
So, gangster killer Bloods have been known to commit crimes of violence such as robberies, home invasions, homicides, assaults, shootings. They've also been involved in narcotics trafficking, street-level narcotic sales, involved in firearms trafficking, firearm sales, fraud, almost every crime you can think of under the racketeering statute. That's why there's been many racketeering indictments on the gangster killer Bloods.
Okay, so I want to go through on States 68, which has been previously admitted into evidence. Is there a portion in this where it talks about what is G-Shine's main goal or activity, or what their role is in the UBN?
Yeah, pretty much on the first paragraph, if I remember correctly, first paragraph of the Bible, specifically the Bible that was sent to Mr. Demons, it explains why GKB was created and for what their purpose is within the gang. And I know I touched on it early on, that they're a set within the Blood organization that's known to be the enforcement type, and that's what set tripping is, where they go and enforce against other Bloods that are set tripping, not acting accordingly, not following the rules, or just not meeting the standards that they deem to be blood-like, and they detail it in their Bible. So here, the first lines explain how UBN was created, who created GKB, and then I'll start from here. You had those who proclaimed to be the true and living, and those who perpetrated a fraud. So there was saying there was true bloods, and then there was people that were pretending to be bloods. So when the notorious set, speaking about GKB, they're the notorious set, arrived to bring forth unity, structure, and leadership to the nation being the United Blood Nation, right? Within the belly of the beast being where the organization was created in prison, Rikers Island. Now the set has migrated to the streets. So they're no longer in the belly of the beast. Now they've migrated onto the streets, so out to the outside world, and is one of the biggest and most feared sets within the Eastern UBN.
So, Detective Polo, can one gang member kill another gang member in the same set?
Yes.
Can one gang member kill another gang member in a different set or lineup?
Yes.
In terms of the being able to kill someone who's a family member or a friend, does the gang come first, or do friends and family come first?
Everything we've read up to this point, and everything just outside of this, I mean, everything I've read, hundreds and hundreds of pages of blood documents and interviews, it doesn't matter. The main thing, the most important thing to each blood set or each blood clique, lineup, whatever you want to call it, is that blood set. So the collective within the smaller collective, right?
Would one of the items that we talked about, just adopting the criminal gang signs or just the style of dress, would that be enough to say someone is a gang member?
No.
Would lyrics to songs be enough to say someone's a gang member?
No.
Would music they listen to be enough to tell you what affiliation someone was?
I'd be in trouble.
Why?
Because I listen to a lot of different music from a lot of different artists who have a lot of gang affiliations. That would make you a gang member.
Okay. In terms of, can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what benefit does gang membership offer to an individual?
Specifically to the individual, what it offers is support, power, finances, so financial support as well, not just physical support. Especially if someone is just coming up. If someone already has all those things, then you would want the gang more specifically to be helping you for the power, the purposes of power, the notoriety, the name and the fear that the Blood Nation carries.
Okay. Does homicide or murder specifically help with the standing in a gang?
Yeah, especially. I won't say especially. I mean, most of these gangs, one of the main things to do to move up within the gang is to shed blood. So, yeah, killing and violence are major motivators within a gang.
In terms of denying it to law enforcement and that, why would somebody do that if it helps them gain status?
First of all, they're told not to talk to law enforcement. So, although we do have a lot of gang members who allow us to interview them, they're not really supposed to. And it would affiliate them with an organization which is very familiar with racketeering, very familiar with organized criminal cases, because there's been, I can't even put a number on it, how many blood indictments and blood racketeering cases and just blood drug trafficking organizations have been taken down just based off the fact that it started off as a bloods investigation.
Okay. Would you say that YNW is a gang?
No.
What is YNW?
Initially, most people probably that maybe initially upon looking at it, if that's all you know about them,
there's a group of guys that are committing crimes and their name is YNW. This is an example, I'm not saying. Then you might say, okay, maybe the name of their gang is YNW, because as I stated before, there's many neighborhood street gangs, right? They come up with letters, initialism, whatever, the ABC gang, 123 gang, whatever. But after doing research on this investigation, I determined that although members within YNW were members of specific gangs, not every member was a member of a gang, and they weren't all members of the same gangs. So they were just a music collective, and they haven't got gang members in them.
With regards to the victims in this case, did you look and see to determine if they were members of any criminal street gangs?
I did look into it. I saw very minor evidence of their gang association. Obviously, there's videos of them together, the YNW collective together, hanging out, and that's why I don't take the hand signs on their own as a thing, because a lot of times you're associating with some guys and they happen to be bloods, and you guys take a group selfie together, and everyone's throwing up a beat. You might just throw it in association with your friends. So that alone, I couldn't say they were members of any gang. And then I had contradicting evidence from sources that called me.
Well, without getting into any of those, how far back in terms of timeline, did you go back for this defendant?
I went to the beginning of his SoundCloud account. I forgot the year on that. Maybe it was 2015. And then there was a YouTube video of Mr. Demons with his associates back before Mr. Demons was recruited into the Gangster Killer Bloods.
Okay. And in terms of the time frame on that, was that before that 2015 SoundCloud account?
I believe so.
The photos and things that you've seen with the defendant throwing up some of those gang signs that are on the phone, were those later published to the public Instagram accounts?
Some of them, yeah.
Is there a difference in terms of taking pictures with other famous individuals who are known to be blood associated versus non-famous individuals?
I would say so. I mean, it appears that a lot of blood musicians want to associate with other blood musicians, but it's not, they're all part of different sets.
Okay. In terms of the phone and the information that you looked through, we've gone through about 200 some odd pages of it so far in court.
Right.
Is that all that you went through?
No.
And for the discussions between the defendant and the two victims in this case,
right?
Did you notice any signs or language in their conversations that would be specific to G-Shine or GKB?
None.
What does that tell you as a gang investigator?
That if they were associating with a gang, they weren't the same gang as Mr. Demons. They weren't speaking with each other in that manner as if they were under the same umbrella.
How would you compare and contrast that with, like, for example, Jalen Green that you talked about?
Jalen Green was part of a different GKB set. So was Fredo Bang, and so was Goon, but they spoke with each other using blood language.
Okay. In terms of your work in the gang world, do you only work for prosecutors?
No.
What other types of consultations do you do?
I recently testified I recently testified to say that someone wasn't a gang member. It was a couple months ago. That was on the XXX case, saying that Drake wasn't a gang member. I testified on behalf of the defense on a ZMF gang case. I've been asked by Mr. Demons' counsel if I would consult on one of their cases in Orlando.
Excuse me, I have an objection in the way approach.
We need a restroom break in any event, so ladies and gentlemen, just put the notepads down, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence, inserting no research. All right, we'll take a short recess. Thank you. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel remain along with the defendant and the witness. Yes, sir. You have you said you want to discuss something?
Yes, that last question. Could I have it read back? Because I was writing the note. Please. That the state just asked.
Question, what type of consultations do you do?
And I thought she asked the witness, somebody said, made reference to the defense team. That's
excuse me, so why don't we do this? Just, Madam Court Reporter, if you would, Ms. LaQuita, just start from where you just read, just read from there on, all right?
Thank you.
From the question I just read, read the answer.
Just read it again, the question you read, and just continue any other follow-up questions, any answers in between.
Okay, question, what type of consultation do you do? Answer, well, I recently testified to say that someone wasn't a gang member. It was a couple months ago. That was on the XXX case, saying that Drake wasn't a gang member. I testified on behalf of the defense on the ZM gang case. I've been asked by Mr. Demons' counsel if I would consult on one of their cases in Orlando. Objection.
That's highly improper. It's not relevant. And I would ask the court, I'm sorry, Judge, I should be standing.
You're good.
And I'm getting tired. Ask the court to instruct, number one, the witness not to refer to the defense team. It was totally unrelated. And I would ask the court to instruct the jury that the last response by the witness is totally improper.
Thank you.
If I may, Your Honor, in terms of the defense, Dyer, the witness heavily as to his qualifications and his expertise in this area. It goes to the fact that he is qualified, that one of the defense counsels actually tried to retain this witness to consult on a gang case.
Thank you. In any event, the objection is going to be sustained. I'm just going to tell the jury to disregard the last question and answer, and counsel, you rephrase your question and just advise the witness. I believe it's improper for you to say that the defense is hiring you, because it gives us some aura of credibility that that the jury's going to make that decision on their own. I don't have an issue if you said you were working, retained on other cases by other defense counsel, but I don't want you referring to this team, whether they retained you or not. I just think that's should be the objection should be sustained. I think it's too prejudicial.
And there's just one other issue, please, the approach sidebar on that specific.
Sure. Mr. Coleman, I'm going to get a cup of coffee.
This was the other picture that was back on. That's actually on.
Big Air? Yes, sir.
Welcome to Law and Crime Network. My name is Bob Bianchi. I'll be taking it for the next 2 hours, and we, of course, are covering the double murder trial of South Florida rapper YNW Melly. The 24-year-old is charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder for the deaths of Anthony Williams, also known as YNW Sakchaser, and Christopher Thomas Jones, also known as YNW Juvy. The trial is now in day 8. Let's take a move to the courtroom where we're hearing testimony from a detective, Danny Polo, the masked detective. Let's go to it.
Videos. So I'm going to just put that one there and pause it. The individuals that are identified in this particular live photo / video from the iPhone. Do you recognize those individuals?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, so I'm going to start with the person on the far left in the black shirt.
That's Cortlen.
Okay, the next individual in the blue shirt with the green stripe and RS on the front of it.
Mr. Demons.
Okay, going on across to the person on the far right the photo with the long threads, the gray jacket, black pants.
I believe that's track.
Okay. Are there gang signs or symbols that are being shown in this particular image?
Well, the colors, some of them are wearing the color red, and then you have Mr. Demons throwing out GKB with one hand, and the other hand just east side. Those are 2 signs.
Okay. The Chicago Bulls hat in the background, is that something that's associated with a blood gang?
Yeah, blood gang members typically wear red Chicago Bulls outfits. Mob Pyru, blood gang members typically wear that a little more because it's similar to one of their symbols, which the subject in the white shirt is throwing out. This would be Mob Pyru because it makes an M. I apologize. And then the subject's obviously wearing all red. This is one of the subjects in the picture is wearing almost all red. Mr. Demons is wearing plenty of red shoes, red highlights on the shirt with some green.
Okay. So I'm going to go forward and that was, for the record, image_0162.mov. So I'm going to go and publish image_0300.mov.
Yeah, you see that shit, you know what I'm saying? Some motherfuckers, that shit hit me. Chill, where I shot at some nigga Wiz. You see the YNW? See the Recruitment. Big edgy shit, man. You niggas, one of the niggas, you feel me, gonna act older than snow.
So the individual that's speaking in that video, do you recognize that person?
Mr. Demons.
And last but not least, image278.mov.
No regrets for the shit I did. That also means for the niggas out. 4:30 a.m. Never say when.
So, Detective Polo, I want to ask, are you a Kevin Gates fan?
Yeah, I'm a Kevin Gates fan.
Are you familiar with the Kevin Gates song 4:30 a.m.?
Yes.
Is some of that last video that we just watched consistent with that lyrics?
Yeah, the variation of the song.
Okay. Does the Kevin Gates song 4:30 a.m. include the lyrics "Never Say When"?
I believe so.
Does it say both of them?
Don't think so.
So, continuing on to go through some of the other photos that are now as part of this exhibit. And this is image _1038. Can you identify the individual as Mr. Demons in this photo?
Yes, subject wearing green with the name Melvin written on his tracksuit.
And is he showing
leather
any,
jacket, sorry.
is he putting up any signs or signals that would be associated with a criminal gang?
Yeah, just the east side.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Going into image 160.jpg. What are we looking at here?
That's a really commonly used blood hand sign, spelled out blood, B-L-O-O-D, using both hands.
And in terms of this image, who are we looking at in this image?
It's Mr. Demons using both hands to throw up the big B's for blood.
And is this the same jacket from the previous photo?
Yes. At least it appears to be. It was a lot more zoomed in.
Moving on to the next image here. What is shown in this photo?
It's Mr. Demons putting a big B up to his forehead.
In terms of the one we're looking at here, image _0194.png. What is this?
That's the same photograph located on the phone, the document forwarded to him.
And in terms of going through the phone, did you see numerous screen captures like this?
Yeah, there's a lot, like more than what I can count at this point. I went through thousands of images. It's a lot of screenshots of FaceTimes with Mr. Demons on the small camera with the camera function to switch the camera, showing that he's the one holding that phone that is screenshotting the picture.
Okay. So going to this photo here, image1.jpg. Are there common handshakes and gestures that are done between different members of Bloods to acknowledge one another?
Yes.
Going on to this image, is Mr. Demons doing any hand signs in this one?
It's kind of blurry. I can't really tell what he's doing in his hand.
So I want to go through now these images. I'm going to make them a little bit bigger. Detective Polo, these images found in open source part of your investigation?
Yes, I found those on, I believe this was YouTube.
Okay. And can you identify the defendant in this photograph?
Yes.
Which one is he?
The subject in the center wearing black with the 5-point star being made with his hands.
And can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury why the 5-point star is important to know?
The 5-point star is one of the primary symbols of the United Blood Nation. They use the 5-point star as opposed to people of Folk Nation, Crips, GDs. They use the 6-point star. So the 5-point star is indicative of anyone that falls under People Nation, and then
All right, let's go back on record, please. The State of Florida versus Demons. President is the defendant, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys, the jury in the jury room. Our witness is also present. All right, anything to discuss now? You said there's some issue about photographs?
That's just for when the post-examiner testifies, Your Honor. That's the case law that sets forth the procedure as to how they, Your Honor, should look at the photos and determine which are useful and which are not useful in that doctor's testimony to go forward.
Well, my understanding, a lot of that depends on what the doctor says.
Precisely, and that's what that case law stands for on that. So that I think that's something we would bring the doctor in outside the presence of the jury. She can explain why the various photographs are necessary. We've already narrowed it down from, I believe, 212 for the first individual down to less than 60. So
60. Less than 60.
About a third of them. All right, so we'll hear from the doctors. All right, you're ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
You will give a curative instruction when that comes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Bring the jury in, please.
David, you don't lose the exhibit that you have.
I just put it back in.
Thank you. And do you need a break? Because I only have 2 more questions.
Yeah, let's so that we don't have to change of mine. Maybe we could collect mine. But it's got a battery to it. HDMI.
Yes. Here you go. Ready?
I think conversion.
Jury answering? Thank you. Let the record reflect the presence of the jury as well as the defendant, Mr. Demons, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys, our witness remains on the stand. Ladies and gentlemen, just when I got the message that we needed a break, that objection has been posed. I sustain the objection, instructing you to disregard the last question and answer. All right, the answer generated information that was irrelevant, so I'm instructing you to disregard it. Thank you. You may proceed, counsel.
Okay, so Detective, we talked about the multiple phones the Godfather was using. So on page 23 of the 140-page exhibit, The individual named as Gino says what?
Yo, the GF, gonna ball you today, make sure you're on point.
Okay. And then getting on to the next page, on page 24, what does Gino say with regards to the Godfather and the phones?
He'll get around to it. He's working like 4 or 5 phones.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Counsel, any cross-examination?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Polo.
Mr. Howard.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Don't know where to begin.
Sure, it'll be a pleasure.
We'll try and make it. So, we talked earlier when you and I spoke during this trial a bit earlier. We spoke about your expertise.
Yes.
And I think, I'm not sure if you agreed, but I had posited to you that your expertise, at least as far as a court has recognized it, is a relatively recent phenomenon.
Being declared an expert in court, being allowed to be testified as an expert in court, yes.
Okay. And that has, you've done it 6 times?
I believe so.
This would be the 7th or the 6th?
It is the 7th.
This is 7th, okay. And that all came about ever since February of last year, or maybe even later?
No. The first time I recall during our depositions, I told you the first time I testified, I believe was in 2015.
Okay. I think you had told us back in February 17, 2022 that you had not yet been recognized as an expert.
Not recognized. Okay, I'm sorry. I misunderstood the question. That was my fault. I testified at a gang sentencing hearing. It wasn't, there was no need to tender me as an expert.
Okay. So it wasn't in an officially recognized expert capacity.
Correct.
You were offering information in the course of a sentencing based upon your involvement in an investigation, right?
I was testifying to the facts that a person being sentenced was a gang member, and basically the same thing we've done today.
Okay. And your first gang investigation was in 2016?
I started my first gang investigation, I believe, in 2016, yes.
Okay. And you've been doing a lot of gang investigations in this area. When I'm saying area, I mean geographical area, South Florida.
I've done personally, South Florida, some out of New York, Chicago, and California. And Arizona.
What about South Florida?
South Florida as well.
Okay. And you told us just a little while ago you listen to rap music.
Yes, sir.
Because you're hip, right?
I just grew up listening to it.
Okay.
I've only recently started listening to other stuff.
and so you were familiar with the name YNW Melly as he became famous in the rap world.
How do I answer that without being rude? I knew of the YNW Melly. I don't follow a lot of when he started off SoundCloud rappers. So I'm not saying that in a bad way. I'm just saying I didn't know him until he started becoming more famous.
Right. So as he became famous, you became familiar with the name YNW Melly.
Yes, sir.
In the context of a rapper.
Yes, sir.
And you, throughout all of your investigations, until you were asked to get involved in this case, you had not encountered the name YNW Melly or Jamell Demons in any of your gang investigations in South Florida.
I believe there was a gang investigation that was started, but I wasn't involved in it. And I know of it because it was run out of my building.
Okay, but when we deposed you on February 17th of 2022, you indicated that you had never encountered the name YNW Melly or Jamell Demons in the context of a gang investigation before you were asked to be involved in this case.
Correct. I'm just saying, since then, now I've been made aware that there was a previous investigation that I was not aware of.
Okay, now you're saying that somebody told you something, but you weren't involved.
Correct.
Okay, so in act.
Excuse me, can we approach?
May we approach?
Yes.
You shouldn't ask. You're right. And I want you to listen to my question.
Sure.
You never investigated anyone by the name of Anthony Williams, aka YNW Sakchaser, in any of your investigations prior to your involvement in this case?
No, sir.
And you also never investigated or came across the name Christopher Williams, aka YNW Juvy, in any of your investigations from 2016 prior to your involvement in this case?
No, sir.
Correct? You didn't get involved in this investigation until January of 2022.
Approximately, yes.
And you were aware at that time that the incident underlying this matter occurred in October 2018?
Yes.
Okay. So were you told why it took so long to get you involved?
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
Do you know why it took you so long to get you involved?
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
So the way that you got involved is that your sergeant came and told you that the state wanted you to be involved in this matter as a gang expert, right?
Correct.
And I think when we spoke to you on February 17th, 2022, you said your response is, I would love it, right?
I like to be in court, sir.
Okay. So you are loving it so far?
Yeah, this is fun.
Okay. And then you spoke to Ms. Bradley.
Yes. I'll speak up, sorry.
And you asked her for all the documentation related to this case.
Yes.
And you said the reason you asked is because you cannot say somebody's a gang member without looking at the evidence.
Correct.
So presumably when Ms. Bradley spoke to you, she said, I want you to say he's a gang member, and you said, I can't without looking at the evidence, right?
I don't think that's how the conversation went. I think she wanted me to determine whether he was a gang member.
Okay, that was the question? You said you think? Is this something you recall?
Yeah, I recall it being is this, can you determine whether this guy's a gang member? Can you testify to the fact that this guy's a gang member? Not, this guy's a gang member, make it so.
Okay, well, I'm not talking about semantics. I'm talking about Ms. Bradley indicated to you that she believed he was a gang member, and she wanted you to confirm her suspicion.
Sustained.
Now, we have gone through pages and pages of documents that you reviewed.
Yes.
And did it occur to you that the vast majority of the statements that you were reading were statements coming out of the mouths of people speaking to the person with the 9807 phone number, not the person with the 9807 phone? Did that occur to you?
I don't think I understand your question. Can you please rephrase it?
Okay, so purportedly on exhibits 71, 70, and 69, I believe, where we have the green on the right,
yes,
the blue on the left.
The extractions.
The extractions, right? So on the right were the statements purportedly texted by whoever had that 9807 phone in their hand.
Correct.
And on the left were the statements with the person with whom that person was communicating.
Yes.
And would you agree with me that 80% at minimum of the statements you read off and interpreted for us in the last several hours were in blue and not in green? You'd agree with that?
I'd love to go through it and be able to agree with you or disagree with you.
Okay.
You're asking me to come up with something I wasn't taking into account as I was reading it.
Okay, so it didn't occur. Okay. Before we get into the details, you know the date of the homicides in this case?
Yeah, I believe it was October 26th.
Of?
2018.
And did it occur to you that in Exhibit 71, do you have that exhibit before you by any chance?
Which one is that, sir?
Let's see.
I only have a couple. I have the email chain in front of me. I have a photograph. I have some folders.
Okay, so let us begin with Exhibit 70. I think that's the 140-page extraction that you started with.
Yes.
Spent the most time on it, right?
The longest one.
Okay. You see page 7 of that?
Yes, sir.
On page 7, you see the message at the bottom of page 7?
The time?
Mr. Howard, it's just like an iPhone on the screen. It's a touch screen.
I don't need him to see that.
This part here?
I need you to see that part. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Read that for me.
November 6, 2018 at 10:27 a.m.
So that would be after the incident?
Yes, sir.
Then you talked about messages on pages as they continued. We got to page 13. And what's the date there?
February 13th, 2019.
Okay, so anything that you would have discussed within those pages, those messages within those dates, are after the incident?
Yes.
Okay. Sometimes long after?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go to page 33. It's another person who communicated with 9807. Page 33 there.
Yes, sir.
Look at the date of those messages.
Okay.
See that?
Yep.
November 18th, 2018.
See that?
Okay. Almost a month after the incident.
Yes.
Okay. You were spending a lot of time talking about these pages. And from 33, this time up to page 58, before we start with a new phone number, the messages go from November to, again, February of 2019.
Yes, sir.
Long after the incident.
Sure.
Okay. You know this is about an incident that occurred in October, right?
Of course.
Okay. All right. Let's go to page 82. Page 82, same exhibit. November 1, 2018.
Correct.
From page 82 all the way to page 102 before we get to somebody new. All the way to February again. Sorry. Should have got a manicure before this session. Pardon the grunge if you should see it.
I see it, sir.
You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So a lot of this testimony that you provide occurred about messages and communications between the 9807 number and others concerned dates long after the incident, right?
And there was many that were before the incident, like the email chain.
Okay. All right. What I want you to do,
yes, sir,
is listen to what I asked.
Yep.
And answer if you can.
I did.
A lot of these messages that you have gone through and that I just showed you,
yes,
concern months after the incident occurred.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And don't have anything to do, therefore, with the planning of such incident. Correct?
Planning, no, sir.
Okay. You're saying it does, right? You're saying no, it doesn't? Doesn't have anything to do with planning?
You can't plan something that's already occurred.
Okay.
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay. Now, would you agree with me, without me going through that exercise, that in Exhibit 71, which was 57 pages, all the way from page 23 to page 57, was all after the incident too?
I'd have to see it.
Okay. Okay. Page 23.
Yes, sir.
See any dates there?
10/31/2018.
After the incident?
Yes, sir.
Through the end of the document? Page 57?
Yes.
We're back in February of 2019.
Correct.
So as to exhibit number 71, same thing. You've been up here a long time, having fun, but the messages that you were talking about in a large part of these exhibits occurred all after the incident, right?
Some of them, yes, or most, a majority of them.
Majority.
Okay.
All right. So many pages up here, I'm losing what I'm trying to do. I see the folder. Okay. All right. Now, you were mentioning that that Melly, let's call him Melly. Melly was being recruited, you said.
It appears so.
Okay. And he was being recruited by several people. Two.
Yes.
And those people who were recruiting him, you'd agree with me that they seem to be the ones actively pursuing the matter?
I feel that they had the most to gain.
They had the most to gain.
Correct.
Okay. Because you're telling us this, being affiliated puts money in your pocket is one of the things it does.
It could.
Okay. And we actually saw one instance where somebody is asking him for 10 stacks.
Right.
I'll get you back 15. Right?
Nice interest rate, yes.
Something, not a bad interest rate.
Great one.
Okay. And you never saw any response to that?
No.
As a matter of fact, you'd agree with me that several of these messages have no reply, no response.
Yeah.
So much so that in several instances, we had the person on the other end of the line, whoever it was, saying, "Hey, bro, you gonna talk to me or what?"
Correct.
Okay. And you're a good-looking guy. You ever had anybody trying to get your attention and you were not interested? That ever happened to you?
Probably.
Blowing up your phone, right?
Yeah.
And you can't not reply forever, but you try and let some of those texts just sit there, right?
Sure.
Don't respond.
I get you.
As an indication of your diminished interest in what they're trying to achieve, which is gain your attention.
Sure.
Okay. Did you see that happening here?
Yes and no.
Okay. But there is definitely a yes part, right?
I think there was a lack of communication from the 9807 number, and there was also an interest in seeking out, gain knowledge from the 9807 number, asking for this. That's why he would send out his email, or the 9807 number would send out the email requesting these documents. When someone's reaching out to me trying to get my attention, I don't give them my email, give them a second form of harassment.
Okay. So you spoke about the concept of fake flagging.
Sure.
You agree with me that if we go to YouTube and type in gang signs,
right,
you will see multiple tutorials on how to throw up signs. You'll agree with that?
Yeah.
Pages, people saying how to make the signs, right?
There's some really good ones, and then there's a lot of really trashy ones. But yeah, there's plenty of people on YouTube, on social media doing this stuff.
Right. Well, you're an expert, so you know the difference between a trashy tutorial and a good tutorial, right? But there are multiple tutorials.
Yeah.
Okay. And so one need not. I think you mentioned about a gang education, learning how to do the signs. You can learn that off YouTube.
Well, can I clarify something? I wouldn't call them tutorials. I would call them videos of people drawing up gang signs. And you could use that to learn the gang signs, but I've only found that I know of one or two of someone actually showing and instructing, this is how you put your fingers.
Okay. So you can call them what you want. I'm calling them tutorials. And if you put in gang hand sign tutorial in YouTube,
sure,
you will pull up multiple
videos,
right?
I'm not arguing with you.
And because you do your research, you've seen that?
Yep.
Okay. And if you put up gang sign tutorial in Google in images, you're going to see multiple.
You will, but it's not great. Like I said, it's because sometimes. Can I give an example? Okay, so sometimes we see hand signs that we don't recognize. So the first thing we do, obviously, is go to Google. Google and informants, people that we know are part of certain gangs. Hey, have you seen this hand sign? Or Google, show me, if you suspect this person to be a blood, show me blood hand signs, show me Crip hand signs. So we can find something that matches up. But I would say most of the time we fail with Google because the ones you see on Google are the same images over and over and over again because there's really not a lot of really good hand signs being put out there. You'll get videos of, like I said, Mr. Demons, right, throwing up his hand signs, or you'll get videos of a blood all masked up doing a crazy stack to music, or there's a video of certain rappers showing their hand signs, but it's not really something that is good enough for one of us to just sit there and learn, because with the speed that they're throwing up these signs, you would have to slow it down to 120 frames per second or something, so you frame it out and then see the signs as they move, because it just moves too quickly. I can't watch one of those videos and learn the hand signs.
Fair enough.
It's impossible.
Fair enough. But you're not suggesting to this jury that you can't go onto YouTube and see slow tutorials, step by step. You're not saying that, are you?
I'm saying there are some, but they're not great. Okay. And what you'll see is some real basic hand signs.
Okay.
A full. So here's an example. I've been trying to learn how to do the 5-point star for a while because I just can't get my fingers to do it. Maybe it could be the carpal tunnel. It could just be that I can't figure out how to do it. I can't find a video to teach me that. And I've looked. And that's one of the most popular blood hand signs. So that's a personal example of me looking for something on YouTube, on Google, on all forms of social media, and I can't do it. I can see a picture of it, and I'm like, all right, I think I put my fingers that way, and then I can't. That's kind of what I'm trying to explain. The videos are not good enough. It's not like someone says, all right, put your left finger to your left index finger to your right pinky finger, put it together, squeeze these fingers together, do that. That doesn't exist. I haven't seen that. If you have, please send it to me later.
Okay, we're going to do it.
Yes.
All right. Fake flagging. What did you say that is again?
Same thing's false flagging, fake flagging.
False flagging. What is that?
Saying you're part of something when you're not.
And I think you had mentioned that's a great way to get put on a plate.
Yeah, you could.
Okay. And when you're put on a plate, it means you were slated for death.
Could mean that, yeah.
You were food.
That's what it means, sir.
I think you said there's if you see food, eat food, or you are food. Right?
Yeah, I don't say that. The blood say that.
The blood say that. And,
yes.
And that means, and that's one of the ways to get put on a plate and be marked for death is by faking, right?
If you're faking, you get called out for it, and you keep faking, that's possibly going to happen, yeah.
Okay. And what about disrespect? I think in your direct testimony, you mentioned that being disrespectful is another way quick way to get killed?
If it's a great enough disrespect, or if the wrong person gets disrespected, yeah.
Okay, so when you are seeing, is there any, you are in an organization, right? You're part of an organization?
Yes, sir.
Broward Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
There's a hierarchy there?
Yes, sir.
You got a supervisor?
Yep.
He's got a supervisor?
Yep.
He's got a boss's boss?
Everyone does.
They might not call him the Godfather, but he's the guy who calls the shots?
Yes.
And if your supervisor reaches out to you and you do not respond to him, you think he might think that disrespectful?
Sure.
And if he reaches out to you again and you don't, quick way to get fired, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if the person is reaching out to you repeatedly, you would, and you are non-responsive, you would classify that as being disrespectful, would you not?
Yeah.
Okay.
At least insubordinate.
Okay. You said you had not seen any situation during your testimony on Thursday. You had not seen any situation where Melly got called out for false flag.
Up until the point that I stopped doing research, I hadn't seen any videos of Melly false flagging. I Googled Melly false flagging, stuff like that, and I couldn't find any videos of someone calling him out. It's complete opposite. It's pictures, videos, posts on Reddit of people supporting him, and Bloods all over the state. Rolling 20s Bloods over here in South Florida. I'm one of the highest ranking members in a video with Melly supporting him, saying free slime. So that gives me a good indication that the Blood organization as a whole, not just GKB, is behind Melly.
Okay. Earlier when we were speaking, you were mentioning that one of your ways of identifying a Blood is, for example, him crossing his hands right over left because Bloods favor right. And you said they might do that sometimes, right?
Yeah, that's something that could be done.
And when you said sometimes it could be done, you conceded that means that sometimes it's not done, right?
Yes.
And you said stuff about wearing a hat to the right, and you said sometimes that's done.
Correct.
Right? And then, but sometimes they don't wear it to the right, right?
Correct.
Okay. So when you have these sometimey rules, are they rules or are they just indications that you think count as rules?
I want to say the rules. These are signs. These are signs and symbols and things that they do. It's not a rule. There's nowhere to say you must wear your hat to the right every time you go out. It's just we align to the right. Hey, I align to the right. So I'm going out with my Bloods today. I might wear all red.
Okay.
Right? I might wear my red bandana on my right pocket. I might wear a blue bandana on my left pocket, show some disrespect to the Crips. I might wear my hat to the right if I know I'm going to a specific area where there's different types of games, so that way people know who you are. That is possible.
Okay.
It's not a rule.
But when you might do something and sometimes you might not, it makes it a little bit more difficult to use it as an indicator. If it happens sometimes, it's just like the rest of us. Sometimes I fold my arms right over left, right?
Correct. That's why I don't use one thing on its own.
Okay.
You got to see more than just one picture. There's plenty of times where I've had to try to identify what gang someone belongs to, and all I have is a screenshot of a private Instagram account, a picture of a guy wearing yellow, and someone saying, this guy might be a Latin king. Now, all I'm stuck with is two things that could be, but I can't say they are, because I don't have anything else. So, no, I won't make a determination based off limited facts and circumstances.
Okay, I want you to look with me at Government's Exhibit number 70, I believe. And we're going to go at page 55. Let's start there.
Yes.
Soft touch. Okay. Good. All right. Thank you. Page 55. See that?
I see it.
Okay. And let's see, message at the top of the page. Look for the focus. Focus.
Focus is on the far side.
Oh, yeah.
That one. Yep, like that one. Just once.
These things aren't made for dinosaurs.
You're no dinosaur.
Thank you. All right. 1/30, 2019.
Yes.
There's a message.
Yes.
When is it read?
It's like 7 days later.
Okay.
8 days later.
Is it responded to?
No.
Okay. I want to pan out. No response.
Right.
Kind of disrespectful, like if you did it to your sergeant, right?
Yep.
Okay. And those messages are from 1:30 to 1:30. Well, here's 2:05. Not sure if that's just in there. Then that's page 55. Let's go to page 56. I think you went over this one for us. And that one comes in on February 6, 2019 at 2:32:51.
This one here, sir?
Yeah.
Okay.
One more focus. I believe that you are a man of your word. The godfather behind the wall, you told us that means the head man who's in prison.
Yes, sir.
What's he trying to do to Melly?
Put him on the plate.
What does that mean?
Mark him for death. Green light.
Because he's saying that you are using shine
Yes.
for your image.
Yes.
So as of now, and we're all the way into February of 2019, Godfather is trying to put Melly on the plate. What you said didn't happen.
What did I say didn't happen?
You said you never saw any indication of anybody trying to put him on a plate for false flagging. Isn't that exactly what this is going on here?
He's not saying he's false flagging. He's just not putting on for G-Shine the way G-Shine wants him to put on for him.
Okay.
They explained that in the other messages as well.
Okay, so I told him that's a dub. I guess that's a lie.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what a dub means. You tell me. That's what dub means?
Yeah, he's basically telling him, don't worry about it. Scratch it.
Okay, but you're just assuming because you don't know what dub means either any better than I do, right?
We're just going out of context, sir.
Okay. You signing me in March.
Mm-hmm.
Hope for our sake, that's whoever is talking here, Gino, and whoever is on 9807.
Yes.
That you not flag it.
Correct.
Flag it.
Right.
Meaning false flag.
Lying. I think he's saying lying. Yeah, false flag. Lying.
Okay. At this point, it's critical.
Right.
And it's critical because Godfather behind the wall is trying to put people on a plate.
Seemed like it reached a boiling point.
It reached a boiling point. And that message was on February 6, 2019, and it was opened on February 6, 2019, about 11 minutes later.
Yes.
And no response.
Correct.
So he gets him again, February 26, 2019. Text him again.
Mm-hmm.
It's read.
Okay.
No response.
Okay.
Kind of disrespectful, you think?
Yeah.
Okay. And February 6, 2019, again, and again, and again, and again, and again. We can't read it. We can't use this machine. But
I agree with you. No responses.
no responses. Right? None. Okay. Good. No, I'm not good, but you're back, so I'm back. Four days later.
Okay.
FR. For real? Right?
Right.
Okay. So this gang member is being told by his supervisor
Yep.
that the Godfather is putting him on a plate.
Yep.
He reads it, right?
Yep.
And he's all into the gang and he knows the consequences, right?
Yes, sir.
4 days later, he says, for real?
Okay.
Okay. So this is the guy that's in the gang that's trying to be recruited and trying to get in with this guy.
I didn't say he was a good gang member.
Okay. So in fact, he was threatened with being put on a plate because he was flagged.
Yeah.
Okay.
For not responding.
For not responding.
Okay. Not responding and not doing enough for the organization.
Okay. All right, well, we're talking about this matter of respect. I want you to go now to page 70 with me of this same exhibit. Sorry, pages 77. Okay. To be clear,
yes, sir.
I'm not trying to disrespect anybody here. Just talking about what we see. Not trying to disrespect you or anybody mentioned here. Okay? Okay, but I'm going to ask you if this looks like disrespect to you.
Sure.
What time is that message?
11:18 p.m.
On?
10/3/18.
What time is it read?
20 days later.
It's sitting down there for 20 days.
Mm-hmm.
No response.
Right.
So it says, DL, what'd you say DL meant?
Down low.
Down low, bro. I'm getting to it now and send it. No response. Then 3 minutes later, at 11:21, same day, bro, SL. What's SL?
Shine love.
No response.
Right.
Gives it a rest until the following day. 10/4/2018 at 4:40:31. You sent it, Herc? See that?
Yes, sir.
Now let me stop about this Herc. Your name is Detective Polo.
My title is detective.
Title is detective. Your name is?
Danny.
You're Danny Polo. So, but in your official capacity, you'd ask to be referred to as detective.
I don't have that preference. You can call me Danny. But yeah, some detectives want to be called detective.
Some detectives want to be called detectives.
Yeah.
You are a little bit more lax.
Yeah, sure. You can say that.
The people who are detectives, if they want to be called detective, do you just call them by their first name anyway?
Depends who they are.
If they want you to call them detectives, do you call them by their first name anyway? Or do you give them the respect of calling them by the moniker that they want to be called by?
I've never encountered that, but I wouldn't have an issue calling someone detective if that's what they want to be called.
Okay. So when somebody says, call me Herc, and you call them Herc, does it make you a gang member because you refer to them by the name they want to be referred by?
So specific to this, if you are not a blood and you're calling someone Herc, if you're not G-Shine and you're calling someone Herc, you're going to be told to stop saying that.
That's what you said.
No, that's not what I say. That's what I've learned from investigating these things. And like I said, we've had undercover officers that have been in these situations, and when they make that mistake, it's a dangerous concern for us.
Okay.
So I'm not just making this up.
Okay, but a dangerous concern, like they get beat up, shot, killed?
No, it gets to that point, where to the point where everyone that's there on standby to possibly have to intervene will be on high alert.
And they never had to intervene yet?
Because they were baby gangsters, such as Mr. Demons.
Okay, so they never had to intervene, but you were on high alert because you thought it meant more than it actually turned out to me, right?
No, because that's what it means.
Okay.
It means the person that brought us in had to vouch for our undercovers and say, hey, sorry, he's on probation, he's just learning. So it was a thing where it could have turned into something really bad, but someone vouched.
In a room full of people, and the person that was the person vouching for them gave them cover, right?
At least tries, yeah, they tried to.
At least they tried. And so when you're having a one-on-one conversation with somebody who's trying to recruit you, that's kind of the relationship you're talking about. That person would be the person who would give you cover in a room full of people you didn't know, but they're a little bit more lax with you.
Yeah,
right?
They might be, yeah.
And they might say, call me Herc.
They won't say, call me Herc.
They won't say that?
No, they just, that's the lingo. You would know that's the lingo, and then they would just use the lingo. The same way to say blood. I'm not saying call me blood.
Well, there was a name, look right here. That name was saved under the name Herc, right?
Sir, yes.
There was one saved under the name Gino, I believe. And there were others we saw saved under other names, right?
Correct.
That one was saved under the name Herc.
Yes.
That person wanted to be referred to as Herc, right?
It's his name.
Well, that's a name. Herc. That's associated with a phone number.
I can tell you that's not his name, that's not his preferred name.
Okay. So, we're back to this list of this unrequited love here. So 10-4, he gives it a rest for 10-3, he comes back, 10-4, 440-31. You sent it, Herc? Response? None. 10-4 at 440-35, just says I. Response? None. 10-4, 6-1-54. Now it's getting more courteous. Please hit me back. Herc. Niggas set tripping. Shine sat. See that?
Yes, sir.
And forgive me, I'm not gonna go N-word, I'm gonna read what's there. Okay? You can.
I can't.
That's fine. I agree. Don't. All right. But it says, please hit me at 10-4, 2018 at 6:01:54. See that?
Yes, sir.
Any response?
No.
Gives it a rest for 3 days. 10-7. Y001. What did you say that means?
001 means blood love.
Okay. You up and bopping? Now you said, that's what it says, right?
Yeah, no response.
No response.
Right.
You were beating me to it. Okay.
Yeah.
So you agree with me, just stop this for a second, that this replacement of the B where C's are is a thing that originated in blood lexicon, blood language.
Sure.
And it has now transitioned into regular, commonplace lexicon, right?
You're saying a bunch of regular people are texting like that?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
No.
Okay, did you see the show where the guy on HBO where they're making a joke about...
Sorry?
Objection?
What's the objection?
Speculation?
Sustained.
I'm asking if you saw a show.
It's sustained.
Okay. There is a reference to booling on the bouch, eating chocolate bit bookies.
Right, to make fun of it.
You've heard of that?
Yeah.
Cooling on the couch, eating chocolate chip cookies.
Correct.
And you haven't heard that from the Bloods. You've heard that in regular, this is a joke.
It's satirical.
It's satirical.
Correct.
Because this replacing the B has become something that is now fairly commonplace.
I think they're just making fun of Bloods.
Okay, which is kind of a risky thing to do.
It is.
Unless it has just become fairly commonplace.
I don't know who you're texting, but no one I text does that. So I don't see that being commonplace. If you go through social media, it's not commonplace unless you're on a Bloods account and you start following their followers, and then you see all of their Bloods following, doing the same thing. And if you accidentally click on someone who's not a Blood, and you click on a Crip, because sometimes they're friends, you'll see the complete opposite. But people aren't just replacing and misspelling stuff all over the place. It's not commonplace. It's commonplace in any place. If you're into making satirical content, then yeah, you're going to do it. Like when Justin Timberlake Crip walked. That doesn't make him a Crip.
Let me know when you're done.
I'm done.
Okay. All right. So now, let's move on to page 78. If you remember at page 79, this whole attempt to get some kind of communication started on 10-3. We're now up to 10-9. You up and bopping her? Any response?
No, sir.
Next one. 10-9 goes back at it again. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 4 hours later. Just doing my rounds, Herc. Checking up on everybody. You gotta communicate, bro. Right?
Right.
Getting his feelings hurt a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll say that.
That's the number one rule of being a Herc. You can get dubbed out for it. You told us that means you could get kicked out, right?
Correct.
And so, in response to this number one rule and this urgent warning, there is what response?
None.
None. Okay.
At least on text message that we know of.
Okay. Oh, you're speculating now.
I'm just saying, like, sometimes people talk on the phone. We're only looking at a text thread. So there could be responses. I don't know.
It could have been a Martian.
It could have been anything.
Okay. Okay. And then we get now to 10-10 at 11:55.
Yes.
Godfather asks about you. You need to ball, Gino, line, shine, sap. Whatever that means.
Sure.
No response.
Correct.
10-10, 140. We're doing a head count.
Right.
There's a head count being done.
Yes.
This ain't just checking on him anymore. Now we're counting numbers.
Right.
Let us know if you are still in, bro. If not, speak up.
Right.
No response.
Correct.
Doesn't even open it till 10:23. See that?
Yep.
Waits another 3 days. You, bro, what's good? I know you be busy and shit, but are you, I'll use effing there. Are you effing with us still? We need to know if you're trying to get your name in the GKB history book and give you your sting. You like our little bro. Whatever it is, you can bark at us or me anytime. I got mad love for you, bro. Like I told you before, I'll kill any N-word or die for you, Herc. This guy, he's saying, I've been trying to reach you now for 10 days. I made it urgent.
I agree with you.
By telling you can get dubbed out for not responding, right?
Yes, sir.
Number one rule. Then I told you we're doing a head count here.
Yep.
And I told you Godfather asking about you, right?
Yep.
You need to call Gino.
Yes, sir.
Now he's going into the fact that, hey, I'll die for you. All right?
Sure.
We want to know if you're still down.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that's what superiors in these dangerous gangs do with their underlings? Is that what they do? Say, hey, we want to know if you're still down with us. I mean, please talk to me, please. Is that what that's the hierarchy? It sounds like it's upside down.
Can I respond?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, if he was just a regular fella being recruited into GKB, then that would probably not happen. But because he is Jamell Demons, then they really want him in there because he comes with fame and money.
Okay. They want him in there, really.
They do.
Okay. All right. Well, let's finish up with that.
Like that.
Okay, let's finish up with that. I would kill an N-word or die for you, Herc. That's how much love we got for you. We would have been this same way on you if you wasn't famous, bro. He's lying there?
Yes.
Okay, right? Because he is chasing after that young man and his fame and
yes,
trying to grab tight to his coattails and they're slipping out of his hands. Right?
Correct.
Okay. But trust me, just bark at me like a man. No lost love. SL, forever shine, right shine bright.
Right.
Okay. This is like a love letter.
Really wants him.
Really wants him to at least text him back.
Yeah, at least that.
Show me at least that respect.
Right.
Because if you're not respectful, it might get you put on a plate, but I'm begging you to please respect me.
Yeah, so it seems like the Godfather doesn't have that kind of patience. That's why he's talking about plating. And this guy, he has that patience because he needs him.
That was 10:13 at 12:40. Wait 2 days, still nothing.
Right.
10:15, 10:12. He's getting up early and hitting it earlier. Let's try you 2 days later. Give it a break. And the question, what do you say?
Answer real quick, Herc.
Answer real quick.
Yeah.
Okay. Because we've now gone almost 2 weeks and you can't answer me.
Right.
Don't let me look like a clown up here. Touche. Page 79. 10:15. I thought you was my brother, bro. Shake my head.
Seems like he's getting over it.
Seems like.
He's hurt.
Now, you were the guy who said disrespect gets you put on a plate.
Good.
This is the guy who said, number one rule is communicate.
Yep.
There's been a love letter. There's been all this expression of please, call me. And now he seems a tad despondent.
Right.
Okay. Still no response.
Not yet.
Next day, 10/16. Talk to me like a man, bro. We supposed to be blooders. Just let me know what's going on, that's all.
Right.
Now this man, this gang member, this man you say is a gang member, is now doubting whether they're blooders. So the gang member himself, who supposedly tapped him in, he himself is in doubt as to whether this man is in his gang.
He's, I think he's scared he's about to lose his meal ticket.
So how about that? On 10/23, 20 days later. Rise up, Herc.
So he read all those messages at the same time, it seems. Every single message that said read 10/23, it was at the same time. So he opened that thread all on the same day. They all read, reviewed at the same time. And as soon as he opened that thread, he sent out a message. So yeah, he probably had his phone full of messages, and finally, eventually went through them, or at least through that thread.
Is your phone like my phone and tells you when there's a message to it?
Yeah, I mean, I always have unread messages. I'm really bad at texting.
And is your phone like my phone that tells you not only that there is a message, but who is trying to text you?
Yeah.
And is your phone like my phone and it tells you how many texts are building up over this course of time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what you're saying is he took 2 weeks to read them, 20 days actually.
Yeah.
And when he did, he said, rise up, Herc.
Yeah.
Now, I'm sorry. Right?
He's famous. He can get away with things.
Okay. So the rules that you say apply about being disrespectful and being put on a plate don't apply to him.
Saying they clearly weren't applying to him.
Okay. And the rules that you say apply, or that person said apply about it being a number one rule to stay in touch, don't apply here.
They're not using it correctly, are they? It's evident. They're telling him to do these things and he's not doing them. And they're threatening him and he's not doing it. So, yeah, he wasn't being who he was supposed to be. And that's shown on the messages.
Your answer is he wasn't being who he's supposed to be, and you never considered it's because he's not who you think he is.
He's asking for these documents. When I asked to join the sheriff's office, I asked for an application. I didn't ask for an application from Sunrise PD because I didn't want to join them. Right? He's asking for applications from 2 different G-Shine sets. Those books of knowledge are applications. They're not going to hand those out to someone who doesn't want to be. If I message a G-Shine guy tomorrow on social media, he's not just going to give me his book of knowledge.
It's because he's not clout chasing you. You mentioned clout chasing earlier. What does that mean?
Chasing fame.
And you saw in these messages, you went over a few where he was saying, hey, I'm a rapper too, and can I send you my music?
Yes.
And I told the Godfather, don't put you on a plate because you're going to sign me.
Right.
You saw that?
Yeah.
And I sent you some beats. Could you check those out?
Yeah.
You saw that.
They're both trying to use each other.
But who's trying to use each other?
G-Shine's trying to use Melly, and Melly's trying to use G-Shine.
Okay. That's how you read that.
That's why I took all the evidence. If not, I wouldn't have made an album cover, grown up G-Shine, and putting the G-Shine model. So he's clearly using G-Shine, and now G-Shine clearly wants to use Melly.
So like when we were watching Wimbledon and Serena Williams wins and starts crip walking, she's trying to use the Crips?
No. I went over that with Justin Timberlake.
Right.
Sometimes people just show homage to where they're from.
So
This is more than that.
So when it's Justin Timberlake, it's homage?
No, I said Serena Williams was doing the same thing.
So, you testified just now that Anthony Williams was not a part of the gang.
I couldn't determine which gang he would have been a part of. There's, like I said, there's videos and photographs of him throwing up gang signs, like blood hand signs. And I know early on in the YNW collective, when they were younger kids, YNW went by a neighborhood street gang that happened to wear blood colors and use blood hand signs. So maybe that's where that came from. But I couldn't find a further connection. That's possibly also because he's not alive.
Possibly also because you didn't go through his phone with
his phone extraction?
With a fine-tooth comb, right?
Yeah, that would be part of it too.
Okay, so when you come and say, hey, I could not determine, strike that. You told us when we spoke to you on February 17, 2022 that Anthony Williams is a gang member. You told us that, did you not?
I believe, based off the little bit that I had, I was, remember, because when we were going through the depositions, I had just gotten the discovery, and I was slowly reading through it, so I kept saying, I don't know for sure just yet. I need to see more of this. I said that many times. I even wrote a report that indicates I haven't finished going through all this. So, yeah, at the time, I thought maybe he's a blood with him.
But you...
So I can't, but definitively, I cannot say that at the moment.
But on February 17, 2022, when we spoke to you in deposition, you did say so definitively, did you not?
It was apparent. That's what it appeared to be. And I kept digging, and I wouldn't want to make that determination at the moment.
Not because you have seen stuff that tells you he's not, but just because you haven't looked through his phone, right?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
Well, you see Anthony Williams throwing up gang signs, right?
Mm-hmm.
You see him wearing red.
Yeah.
You see him associating with other people who you claim to be gang members.
Yes.
And you say, but no, he's not a gang member.
So this is why I say that. Because initially, as I'm going through this, I thought, okay, these 4 guys are all together. They're probably all part of the same gang, right? The same blood gang. They're all throwing up bees. They're all wearing red. But then it became apparent that Melly was not in the same set as any of the other guys. So I could not determine whether he was in a different blood set or whether he was still repping 40th Avenue Army Gang, which was their neighborhood street gang name, where they wore camouflage in red and threw up bees. So, no, that's not a determination I want to make.
Okay, but you did make it on February 17th.
I said it appeared that he was blood.
Okay. You said he was. You didn't say it appeared anything.
Objection
right?
for impeachment.
Thank you. Counsel, rephrase your question, sustain.
You said definitively on February 17th, 2022, that Anthony Williams.
Objection and call for impeachment.
Which comes sidebar. Thank you. Counsel, we need to take a short recess. Ladies and gentlemen, don't discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in the presence or no research. All right? Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury has stepped out. Counselor Manuel with the defendant. Just get another message they need to pass to break somebody on the jury.
This would be a perfect time to break.
Well, that's what I want to bring up. How much more do you have?
I think it's going to go past 5. So if we're going to break now, then that's fine.
Well, how about your? I'd like to. I don't know how many. What kind of redirect you have?
Not very long, Your Honor. So I think I had 6, 7, 8 questions potentially.
So let's just keep going and see where we go. As far as your other witness, we're never going to get to the other witness.
Okay. Let me go do and figure out the timing when I can bring her back. She was trying to
Should be a defense lawyer.
I drive back to Miami almost every day when I have to do that. I'm just making a comment. I'm sorry. Sorry, Judge.
All right. Thank you. We're in recess. Ms. Demons, do you restroom? Yes. Give Mr. Demons a restroom. Thank you. We're in recess.
I see it, sir.
Is he there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so a lot of this testimony that you provide occurred about messages and communications between the 9807 number and others, concerned dates long after the incident, right?
And there was many that were before the incident, like the email chain.
Okay. All right. What I want you to do
Yes, sir.
is listen to what I ask you.
Yep.
Answer if you can.
I did.
A lot of these messages that you have gone through and that I just showed you concern months after the incident occurred.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And don't have anything to do, therefore, with the planning of such incident. Correct?
Planning, no, sir.
Okay. You're saying it does, right? You're saying no, it doesn't? Doesn't have anything to do with the plan?
You can't plan something that's already occurred.
Okay.
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay. Now, would you agree with me, without me going through that exercise, that in Exhibit 71, which was 57 pages, all the way from page 23 to page 57, was all after the incident too?
I'd have to see it.
Okay. Okay. Page 23?
Yes, sir.
See any dates there?
It never ceases to amaze me, Judge, that when the prosecution is asking questions of their expert witness, it flows relatively easily, and I understand that can be part of witness preparation or whatever. And then sometimes a simple question asked by the defense needs 15 questions in order to clarify. Anyway, what are your thoughts about how it's going so far?
As I suggested earlier, he's walking this witness into the area where he's essentially, I assume, setting him up in order to establish why, to the jury, the testimony that he's provided does not support the prosecutor's case. I think that we're seeing the steps being laid, and we're going to get to a landing or a solid place here soon. And I think that it's going to cause a significant problem for the prosecutor when it gets to that place.
Yeah, and I'd also like to tell our aficionados out there, some of whom are in law school, some who are lawyers, and some who just love to know the tactics of it. Cross-examining an expert is very different than cross-examining a fact witness. You're dealing with a person that's got a tremendous amount of knowledge and he's got experience, probably more experience than the lawyer has. So whatever point you're trying to make, you're sewing it in stitch by stitch, and it can sometimes be a arduous process, but you want to make sure you pin them down without letting them know where it is you ultimately go. So when you ask that ultimate question, the witness themselves knows, I have no other choice but to answer it this way. Talk to me in your experience as a lawyer, on a prosecutor, and as a trial lawyer. There's an art form to cross-examining an expert, and sometimes it's taking a deep breath, and so it can be longer than you want, but you can't give up, and a little bit at a time, as opposed to, Judge, last thing, I'm sure you've seen the guys who shoot from the hip, and then the expert just eats them alive.
That's right. I mean, experts are expert witnesses that, in order to become an expert witness, you have to be qualified by the court as an expert in whatever field it is that you're asking to be able to testify in. I mean, there are people who say, I want to be qualified as an expert, and they go through this process where their credentials are examined and they submit information to either side, and then the court says, okay, fine, or the court says, the methodology that you use doesn't support a scientific method. I mean, there's all kind of ways that there's all kind of processes that have to be followed before even a witness is identified as an expert and is able to testify in court as an expert, which means they know what they're doing. They understand the mechanisms of what they're talking about. And so when you're going to cross-examine an expert, you have to be prepared and understand what it is, the subject that you're going to be cross-examining that person who is an expert on this subject matter. And that either it requires you to have your own expert to help you prepare, or you just got to read a whole lot of stuff and be ready to go where that person is going to be going.
Or a combination thereof. I got to be honest with you, it's one of the reasons why I love being a trial lawyer, is because you're always learning, because you have to prepare for this kind of expert testimony. All right, Judge, always great commentary. We're going to take a quick break here on Law&Crime. We'll be back on the other end. Please stay with us. YNW Melly trial, cross-examination of the government's expert gang witness. Let's go and see whether or not they're going to be able to score those points or whether or not this witness will come out favorable for the prosecution at the end of the day.
10/31/2018.
After the incident?
Yes, sir.
Through the end of the document?
This is State Attorney, and the witness, Danny Polo, Detective Polo, remains on stand. Yes.
There was just some sort of YouTube video up or anything. I don't know if the defense counsel is intending on using it. Nothing's been turned over to the state in terms of reciprocal discovery on anything of that nature. So
The question was posed whether or not if you pull up YouTube, you're going to see tutorials. The witness said no. This is YouTube. This is something that was evoked by the witness's denial of the existence of something that is public knowledge and open to the world. Anybody who pulls up YouTube is going to see the exact same thing. This is not a matter of us ambushing the state with stuff that we're putting in our case. This is responsive to the witness saying that these types of tutorials do not exist in a manner that if you pull them up, you can see.
So it's a collateral issue, and it would not be the proper way of impeaching a witness on that. And he's agreed that there are certain videos that are out there. And again, it's a collateral issue. That's not appropriate to put that before the jury.
Anything else?
Yeah.
Anything else from defense?
I'm not quite sure what the collateral issues germane to what the state is trying to prove. This witness said the signs, the hand signs that that Melly displays are things you learn in your tutorial as a gang member. You can learn them on YouTube. And I think that's pertinent. It's part of what the state is trying to use to establish him as a gang member. The fact that you do not have to do it in gang member hand signs 101.
Let me cut you off for a minute.
Sure.
Why don't you just play the video? Let me see what it looks like. Jury's not here. Let's take a look at the video.
And as Ms. Liberty just pointed out, he also asked me to show him the video.
Specifically of the 5-point sign.
That's good.
So just rewind it a little bit.
Play.
It is playing.
Okay.
So it was for the purpose of...
Excuse me, Counsel.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I've seen the video, and the state's saying that they object to it. It's a collateral issue.
It's a collateral issue, as well as this has never been disclosed or turned over by defense or listed as any sort of a defense exhibit in any way, shape, or form.
So you're saying it's a Richardson violation?
As well.
Thank you. So why don't you explain to me, counsel, why it's not a Richardson violation?
This is not evidence that the defense is putting in its case in chief that it would turn over in the course of discovery. I asked this witness whether or not these YouTube tutorials exist.
Can I stop you for a minute?
Sure.
When did you find out about this video?
Last night while I was trying to prepare and thinking of what I might ask him.
So, and then when he gave an answer, that's when you decided to use the video? Is that what you're telling me?
Well, he answered that they do exist, but not in slow motion. So I wouldn't expect him, since he indicated in his direct testimony that he searches the net and what have you, for him to say they don't. So he says that they do, but certain ones don't, and I would like you to show me. And we are going to apply.
So, you're telling me that you looked on it last night on YouTube to see if there was some type of tutorial on gang signs. You found this on YouTube last night, and at that time you didn't know whether you're going to use it or not, depending on how this witness answered the questions.
Correct.
Anything else from your side, Madam State?
Just that in terms of to play this for the jury would not be proper impeachment. The detective acknowledged that videos exist. I think the fact that they were characterizing it as a tutorial or something like that is improper. That was counsel's words, not the detective's words on that.
Thank you. All done? Counsel, respectfully, regarding whether this is a Richardson violation or not, it doesn't seem to me it's a Richardson violation. This is something that's inadvertent. Counsel is suggesting I have no reason to doubt what he's saying. He represented to me something he found out last night, didn't know or not what he's going to use it, depending on what the answers of the witnesses were. I think it's clearly it's responsive to some of the statements that the witness made. So I think it is impeachment. Objection note, it's overruled. All right.
And so is this going to be entered in as?
I don't know what counsel intends to do with it. At this juncture, you're objecting to being shown whatsoever, and I don't know if he's going to show it to the witness again in front of the jury or not. I don't know how he intends to use it. We'll cross that bridge when we get there.
I would further object that it's improper impeachment because the witness would have to deny that such a video existed. He did not. He said that yes, there are such videos. So now, Your Honor, would they be on a collateral issue as to whether or not videos exist on the internet on that to be allowed to be played before the jury?
That's what I just said. I thought that's what I just said. I said that it's impeachment. He talked about a 5-star. Can't find it. They specifically look for it. Can't find it. And this is what counsel's showing. It's on there. So that's my point. Not my point. That's counsel's point. And I think it is impeachment. So
if the witness acknowledges,
do I need to be more clear than that, or so your objection is noted. It's overruled. Am I clear enough for you?
And so then for the witness's clarification on that, if he acknowledges that a video is shown to him and that there are such videos exist, would Your Honor then still allow defense to play the video?
I don't know where we're going with this. As I said, we're going to take a look at it and go step by step. All right? So bring the jury in.
Jury entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the presence of the defendant, Mr. Demons, the counsel, the assistant state attorney. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury and our witness, Detective Polo, remains on counsel. I think when we broke your still under cross-examination. Proceed.
Thank you, sir. So, Detective Polo.
Yes, sir.
You were actually right. Yep. It was a deposition on April 11th, 2022.
Okay.
At that time, you had another 2 months to review.
Some more evidence.
And that's why we met again, because at that point you had the opportunity to analyze some more information.
Sure.
And do you remember being asked this question and giving this answer?
Okay.
Question. Do you have any evidence that Anthony Williams, or Christopher Thomas were foot soldiers, Ascaris, or anything higher up? Answer. I don't believe Mr. Williams or Mr. Thomas were members of his lineup or his set. You remember that?
If that's what I stated, yes. I mean, I remember having a conversation with you, sir.
And do you remember, I think this was probably Mr. Allison, and do you remember continuing your answer? I have no idea what rank they were in whatever blood set they claimed. I just know they were parts of different blood sets.
That's what it appeared to be.
Okay. Well, so since then, based on the fact that you have not reviewed their phones, you are no longer certain if they were involved if they were gang members, right?
No, the point I'm trying to make, sir, is that I would need to do more research. Like, let's say I was going to trial on something for Mr. Williams to testify that he were a gang member. I wouldn't go forward with the limited evidence that I had reviewed on him. I'd have to do a little more digging. That's the point I was trying to make.
Okay. But, just so we're clear.
Sure.
You saw him throwing up gang signs, right?
I believe so.
You saw him in the company of people you are claiming were gang members.
Yes.
You saw him wearing red.
Yeah.
And at least on April 11th of 2022, you said definitively, I just know there were parts of different blood sets.
That's what it appears to be.
Okay.
I like to have a little more than just, one of each thing. So one hand sign, one color. I'd like to have a lot more.
Okay, so you shouldn't have said what you said on April 11th, 2022 then.
No, I'm still saying the same thing. It appears to be a blood. I would like to do more research if I would have to go to trial on something like that.
Okay.
It's just the same thing.
May I approach you on this?
Yes.
I want to show you a copy of what I just read to you.
Yes, sir.
Page 31, April 17th of you. State, beginning at line 3. I want you to just read to yourself from line 3 through line 7.
Yes. That's what you just read to me, right?
Yes.
Yes.
You don't see anywhere there where it says it appears to be. You said, I know.
Okay. I'll agree to disagree. It's the same thing to me. You appear to be an attorney. You are an attorney. It's the same thing. I'll take the appear out.
The state asks you whether or not one blood gang member murdering other blood gang members is something that would have to be sanctioned. Okay?
I don't remember if that's how it was phrased, but yeah, I remember something to that effect.
One gang member, well, we know disrespecting somebody could get you killed, right?
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
Not communicating could get you killed. Correct?
It would get you violated.
False flagging could get you killed.
Sure.
Okay. And killing another gang member without it being sanctioned, could that get you killed?
I'm sure if you killed the wrong gang member, yeah.
And you never reviewed anything anywhere where you saw before 10/26/2018 anybody putting Anthony Williams on a plate?
No, sir.
Christopher Thomas on a plate?
No, sir.
Calling them food?
No.
Sanctioning their executions?
No.
And So, if Melly engaged in that activity, he himself could be put on a plate, right?
If he killed someone without it being sanctioned, if he upset the wrong person, I mean, someone from, let's say, Mr. Williams or we're speaking about Mr. Williams. Let's say Mr. Williams was part of another set. That set could have an order on Melly. That's very possible. It could exist right now.
Could.
It could. That's not knowledge I have, so I can't say yes there is. Melly's greenlit or he's not greenlit. There's been rumors, but I can't prove that.
And today could actually be Tuesday, but it's Monday, right?
Sure.
You never saw anywhere where you saw two instances where you are suggesting to this jury that Melly was sent an oath, right?
Was sent a what?
An oath.
Yes.
And they were different in large part, but you said they were essentially the same, right?
I wouldn't say in large part. The wording was slightly off between the two.
Okay. And you never read anywhere where he took an oath, right?
What do you mean?
You never read anywhere where, you know what an oath is?
I understand what an oath is.
For example, somebody becomes elected judge or president.
Yes.
Raise their hand.
I get that.
And they take an oath.
Yes.
You never saw anywhere in any of these communications where any oath was taken by this man. Never.
That would have been asked of him in person.
So the answer is no.
No, sir. It's not on the phone.
Okay. I want you to look back at government's exhibit number 70. At page 31, you address that. Okay. Thank you. Thanks so much. Okay. Page 31. You addressed this in your direct testimony on 10/24/2018. There is this oath that's being sent by Gino.
Yes, sir.
Was Gino the same person that was kept saying, please?
No.
That wasn't him?
No, that was her.
That was her. Okay.
Jaquan Burton.
And he sent this oath on what date?
October 24, 2018 at 12:37 a.m.
Is there a response?
No response.
What day is it opened?
November 18, 2018.
So it's sent 2 days before the incident that's an issue here.
Yes.
And it's opened almost a month later?
Yes, sir.
So this oath that you never saw Melly take, when it was sent to him, didn't even open it for a month.
I don't believe that was the first time it was sent to him. That was one of many times it was sent to him. The email, I believe, was sent to him September 18, 2018.
That one we just looked at.
That one wasn't.
was not opened for
Correct.
almost a full month.
Right.
Would you describe that as eager?
Eager? It looks to me from looking at Melly's phone or the 9807 phone that he didn't respond to many messages. So it's apparent because it's not just one person saying it, it's multiple people saying it.
Do you deal with many celebrities?
Do I deal with celebrities?
Have you?
Sometimes.
And you're aware of the phenomenon, you're aware of what they call paparazzi.
Yes, sir.
People who chase them around with cameras.
Yes.
And you are aware of what they call fans.
Mm-hmm.
People who chase them around for their attention.
Of course.
Okay. And you use the word clout chaser, right?
Yeah.
And it would be people
Mm-hmm.
trying to reach
Yeah.
people, and there be no response.
Yes.
Whoever was on that 9807 line. Right?
There was no response.
Okay. What are these? You said something about gang convention meetings. What are those?
So I explained it a little bit, I think, I remember it was during Direct or before that. So most of these gangs will host it's like the national day. It's like they're celebrating the birthday, right? But it doesn't have to fall on their birthday. So I explained, the first one I explained was the 5-9 Brims, this blood set. They host theirs on May 9th because they're called the 5-9 Brims. May 5th is 5-9. So they happen to host theirs. The last one they hosted in Tampa was live streamed, and it was on May 9th.
And how many of these convention meetings did you see Melly attend?
That was the 5-9 Brims. I haven't seen I don't believe I've seen a GKB one online. I can search for it and see if I can find something, but I haven't seen one personally. And it's not the kind of thing where if you don't show up, you're in trouble. It's a party.
You said among the things that you did in analyzing material to determine whether or not Melly is a gang member was you observed his tattoos.
I looked at his tattoos.
And you saw that he had a Z10 tattoo.
Correct.
Which you said is a Zone 10 tattoo.
Right.
And you found that curious because he's not in Zone 10 gang.
Yeah, so while going through Melly's phone, I saw the video of when he got that tattoo. It appears him and Wisdom Williams, who was a member of Zone 10, each got each other's, I wouldn't call it, well, Zone 10 is a gang with smaller gangs with it, but so Wisdom Williams got YNW tattooed on him, and then Melly got Zone 10 tattooed on him, kind of like showing allegiance or friendship.
And you said YNW is not a gang.
I wouldn't call him a gang.
Okay, but Zone 10 is, you say?
Zone 10, I don't want to get into Zone 10. It's just going to confuse everyone.
Melly's not a member of Zone 10.
Melly's not a member of Zone 10.
There's no, can you think of a way to false flag more than tattooing it on your skin?
Not when you did it with a member of that organization.
Okay, that one member.
Yes.
You sent out like a global memo to let every other Zone 10 know when you see it?
Zone 10 isn't a global gang. There's a handful of people, and they would all know. No one's going to get upset because that happened. It's not a national gang. They're not reporting to a guy in New York. Wisdom Williams was one of the top guys. If Wisdom Williams said, hey, get this tattoo with me and I'll get this tattoo with you, that sounds like a good idea. We're friends.
You saw when this guy Gino asked Melly if he could get into into YNW.
The music collective, yes.
To try and further his, what he was trying to establish as a music career.
Correct.
Counsel, can I see Sidebar, please? Ladies and gentlemen, I was just curious with, can you see? Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I was curious how much more we had. My thought is, based on what I heard from counsel, maybe we should just break now. So remember the admonitions, 5 o'clock, so don't discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence, certainly no research. Just leave your notepads on your chair. We'll see everybody back here tomorrow at 9. All right? Thanks, ladies and gentlemen. Counsel Mann, along with the defendant. Counsel, I should have asked you before, what's the date or time frame of this YouTube video that you displayed in court before?
Which question? 11 months ago. 11 months ago. 11 months ago. Prior to my deposition, or after my deposition. There's a good one there I'd like to put. This is YNW Melly instance.
11 months ago, Judge.
I'm sorry?
11 months ago.
You know what the date is on it? Does it say the date?
All it shows is 245,000 views, and then it says 11 months ago. I guess tonight I could play with it if you wanted me to figure out if I'm not that computer savvy though.
And Your Honor, let me just say this before you comment. I don't want to marry myself to that. They are separate. And so if what the court is, well, let me not anticipate what the court plans to say, but let me just put the state on notice that somehow the court thinks that one should be time barred for any reason, then we will go hunting for more.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, counsel, I was curious, as to the age of the video, but you're indicating to me, you're representing to me, that this is something that you looked at for the first time last night, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you will further represent, you didn't know whether it's something you're going to use or not in the trial, depending on what the evidence and how the evidence played out.
That's right.
Thank you. All right, I was just curious as to the date.
Thank you very much.
All right, so tomorrow morning, then when do you anticipate the witness coming in? I guess...
Well, I'm trying to move people around to accommodate people's driving schedules and things like that.
Let me stop you for 1 second. How much more do you think you have of this witness?
25 minutes to an hour, maybe.
So you'll be on, let's say, an hour.
Seven.
And that's like a maximum, you think?
That's it.
And so how much time do you think you have in redirect? You said 10, 11 questions? I think you have less than that.
Yeah, it was at 8 or so. It depends on what other areas defense goes into.
15, 20 minutes?
I think, yes, that's an appropriate estimation.
So let's say hour and a half, more of this witness, and then your next witness is going to be the doctor, same doctor who's here today, or?
It could be her, it could be the other one I have to discuss with them this evening as to their schedules.
Do you have the same issue with photographs as to both witnesses?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, and again, I haven't thoroughly read this case, but I've seen cases, several cases before regarding photographs. My understanding of the law is it's depending on what the witness needs to explain or illustrate the testimony. So,
Correct, John.
if she's going to do that, and say she needs this one, and to explain why. I mean, I don't want a lot of duplicates in there if they're not needed, and if it's less. And I haven't seen the photos, so I don't know how graphic they are, but if they're less graphic photos, the least graphic photos, the one I would suggest we use, but I don't know what's out there. I haven't seen the photographs. I'd like to take a look at those.
Sure, Your Honor, we had done this prior to the deposition of Dr. McDougall and Dr. Sauber. The defense had agreed upon photos, and we had circled them, and they're now just now raising the objection. Again, I can give Your Honor the contact sheets, which will show all the photographs, and then the circled ones are the ones that the state would be intending on using.
Is there noted as to which one the defense is objecting to?
No, that is not noted on there, but we could do that if that would make it easier for Your Honor.
If we could do that, could you just mark off which ones are you objecting to?
Sure. There are 13 injuries to one victim, and there's 3 injuries to the other victim. So I would imagine that they would need approximately 13, say 20 tops on the victim that has 13 injuries, and on the 3 injuries, no more than 5 to 10 on those, quite candidly.
And you may be right, but typically it's the doctor who's going to say what they need to.
Yes, sir, I understand.
And so my thought would be, I'd like to know which ones you're so you're not saying there's specific photographs that you don't want, and it's the number, is that correct?
Yes, and I do believe the state is allowed to introduce for demonstrative purposes or to aid the jury some of the injuries and to explain them. I'm not disputing that they should all be precluded.
But I think that I understand that.
Yes.
But also the state's not intending to show these to the jury as demonstrative. They're intending to introduce them to evidence. That's the way I understand it. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, because they would aid in the jurors in understanding how the wounds were inflicted and things of that nature.
So this is my thought. Any issue with having counsel, just speak with the doctor and trying to pare this number down?
That's fine.
Well, that's what we did before the depo, Your Honor. So that's something we had done back in 2022.
So I don't know if things have changed or not. Just my thought is that we need to review the doctors just need to review the photographs to see if there's less graphic photos and the number of photos to minimize whatever prejudicial effect there's going to be. If the pictures illustrate the same point and explain the same point, we don't need duplication.
And the state agrees 100% on that, Your Honor. In terms of the fact that there's internal injuries and external injuries, I think that has to be taken into account the sheer number of gunshot wounds inflicted.
Excuse me, counsel, I 100% agree with you. But as something a witness, I think needs to be questioned about. Just verify you need X picture to show what and Y picture to show what. Proceed. And if they're indicating they need them to illustrate the testimony, and these are the least graphic photos to explain the point that the doctor's trying to get across, that's, I guess, what I need to hear.
Yes, Your Honor. And so we'll give you, we'll have defense counsel go and object to the specific ones, and so then give you the contact sheet so you can go through those.
If I understand counsel, and maybe I don't, but I thought his objection was not so much the pictures are graphic. He understands that. His objection is the number of pictures.
Correct.
Instead of 60, it should be reduced somehow to 20, not any specific photograph as being too graphic or there's a less graphic picture that could be used. Am I understanding your objection correctly?
That is correct.
And so I just in terms of as long as the doctor says they need it, because there is no case law that says that X number of photographs is too much, unless counsel would be kind enough to point me to some, but it's always been whatever the witness says that they need.
I'm not aware of that case law. I think counsel suggested he's not aware of the case law. It's not a question of the number. It's a question of whether the witness needs the pictures to illustrate her testimony or the doctor's opinions. But I think there's plenty of case law out there that suggests you can't keep throwing duplicates up there to show the same injury or the same trauma or something like that. So we just want to minimize what we can. If it's internal versus external, I don't have an issue with that. I mean, those are explaining different things, but I don't want duplicates of the same injury, i.e. external viewpoint, internal viewpoint, that type of thing. I think that's, we need to just reduce it. And I understand counsel's point. I haven't seen any of the pictures. His argument is not so much the graphic picture, it's the number of pictures.
What I will do is I'll meet with Ms. Bradley tomorrow morning, hopefully before court, and we'll go over all of the photographs that she intends to use and the reasons why she wants, why she believes the doctors need those. Fair enough?
So in terms of the photos, we've already gone over them and done that. I think it's a waste of time to do it in a vacuum without Your Honor there to make the judgment as to all of the photographs on that. The state is not trying to introduce all 212 that were taken by any way, shape, or form. We've pared it down already.
To 60, correct? You have 60 you want?
Yes, because there's injuries A through U on that particular individual. So
I'll review them again in the morning and try to make it as quick, as easy as possible. Fair enough?
Thank you. All right.
Trying to cooperate.
And to clarify your last question, Mr. Polo found it was July 11th or July 7th, 2020. July 7th, 2020 was when the video was made.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Anything else, counsel?
No, sir. Thank you.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
You too. We're adjourned.
Thanks, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.